say.
I've done the odd stint with Matt Cole.
Oh, brilliant. Okay, thank you. Well, a bit later on, can we tap into you for 10 minutes or 15? Would that be all right? Thank you. It's very kind. It's more for Phil than me.
Tomorrow, yeah, I know, but I'm talking about tomorrow. We can't play at Hursley, but I've managed to find another ground, so we're playing at Chawton. Yeah, you know it. I've never been there myself. Jane, I've never been there, but Andrew Morris tells me the wicket's really good, and they played there already this year, so it's actually driving there. So anyway, that's where it switched to. So will you be able to tell Hugh? Right, thank you. When I get home tonight, I'll email over the rules for you, but I think it's 50 over. 12. Yeah. I told them, it's obviously a bit closer to them. Yeah. Okay, mate. Off to go. All right, cheers.
Still can't get on there?
No, I can get on into it, but I can't get onto my Twitter. Strange to leave it at BC.
Good morning once again, and a very warm welcome to the county ground Beckenham for South East Stars' first home fixture of the 2023 Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy against Southern Vipers. Play is due to begin in about 7 minutes' time. If you have just joined us, a reminder that the Southern Vipers won the toss and elected to bat. And we'll once again run through both sides, starting with the visitors, Southern Vipers. Number 8, Ella McCacken. Number 16, Maya Boucher. Number 34, Georgia Elwitz. Number 28, Danny Wyatt. Number 1, the Vipers captain, Georgia Adams. Number 22, Charlie Dean. Number 50, Lindsay Smith. Number 17, in keeping wicket for the Vipers, Rihanna Southey. Number 20, Alice Monaghan. Number 26, Charlotte Taylor. And number 14, Lauren Bell. And representing South East Stars, number 20 and the Stars wicketkeeper, Kira Chaplin. Number 26, Alice Chaplin. Number 29, Rihanna McDonald-Gay. Number 4 and the Stars captain, Brian Smith. Number 24, Alice Davidson-Richards. Number 7, Paige Goldfield. Number 10, Phoebe Franklin. Number 53, Tash Farron. Number 12, Alexa Stonehouse. Number 5, Freya Davies. And number 19, Danny Gregory. Umpires today are Sue Redfern and Rose Davies. Match referee is Jason Swift. And our scorers are Lynn Martin and Stu Robinson. So play is scheduled to get underway in just over 5 minutes' time. And we hope you enjoy your time with us today. Many thanks for your support.
I don't think Dan Gregory's got that distinctive hairstyle.
Oh, she got no ponytails?
No, I saw her in the winter.
Oh no, that's the end of the world.
She might have them again now, but she didn't have them the day I saw her. The one you get easy, aren't you?
Right, I'm almost there. Finally. Yeah, that cut that's good. Right, so I've got that there. I don't know if you can see that. That's all right. I don't want to move this stuff around.
That's right.
We'll start in, because we won't start too early.
So I'm just on this one, am I?
You want that one? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want that one? We're all good on that one. Yeah. Have fun, mate.
And you?
You're 45, so go to about 15 minutes.
Put them in the middle if you want to show yourself.
Oh, mate, that felt like a lifetime doing all that. Jesus Christ.
I'm here to click a
Ahead
button.
You'll have to press a button to say go, aren't you?
For an important announcement, cricket across England and Wales must be a game where every individual is treated fairly, with respect, and can enjoy a safe, positive atmosphere, whether they are watching, playing, volunteering, or working in the game.
So, should we start at the same
All
time?
family have a role to play in it.
Ideally. Should we go?
Appropriate behaviour or discrimination. Please know that you can
And welcome to the county ground in Beckenham, where we are just minutes away from the start of this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy game between the South East Stars and the Southern Vipers. The Southern Vipers have won the toss and they have elected to bat first. So we get underway at 10:30. The South East Stars won on the opening round of games last week. They convincingly beat the Thunder. But on the other hand, and right at the other end of the scale, the Vipers, they lost to the Sunrisers, which was a huge result in itself, certainly a huge result for the Sunrisers, and a very big upset indeed. Right, let's give you the news. We're giving you the news of the toss. Southern Vipers have won it and are going to bat first. Let me introduce your commentary team. I'm Kevin James. Next to me is Phil Green, who's manager of Hursley Park Ladies, which is a National League South club down Southampton, Winchester way. We're your commentary team for today. We're effectively the away commentary team. So if we're a little biased towards the Vipers, then I apologise, but not too much.
We'll be totally neutral, won't we?
We will be as neutral as we can be, of course. Right, let me quickly give you the two teams because the South East Stars are walking out onto the pitch. Let's go the Stars first then. They've made 3 changes from the side last week against Thunder. In come Alice Capsey, Tash Farron and Alexa Stonehouse. Out go Emma Jones, Jemima Spence and Bethan Miles. So the home side are Kira Chatley, Rhianna McDonald-Gay, Bryony Smith, Alice Davison-Richards, Paige Schofield, the former Vipers all-rounder, Phoebe Franklin, Freya Davies, Daniel Gregory, and the 3 I've just mentioned, although that's not in batting order, of course. The Vipers, well, they've made 1 change from the side from last week. Out goes Mary Taylor, and in comes Charlotte Taylor. Neither are related. And the Vipers very quickly then: Ella McGacken, Maya Boucher, Georgia Elwis, Danny Wyatt, Georgia Adams, Charlie Dean, Lindsay Smith, Rhianna Southbury, Alice Monaghan, Taylor and Lauren Bell. That's how they line up for this 50 overs a side game. The sunshine is out, pleasantly warm as well, Phil, just about pleasantly warm. And we're about to get underway.
Quite unusual for us this time of the year, so far this year, isn't it, to see some sunshine?
It certainly is. We were sitting outside getting a bit of breakfast coming up from Southampton this morning. We actually did sit outside and we
did.
It felt almost like June. So it's going to be Ella McGacken, it looks like. If you're watching on the live picture feed, it isn't foggy. That is just the camera. I can assure you it's quite clear out there, but the camera is showing something akin to some smoke blowing over across the ground, which I can assure you it isn't. There isn't any, or not as yet anyway. Fairly clear blue skies, and it looks like Tash Farron, from the city end, left arm over, into the side, and she will bowl the first ball shortly to Ella McGacken.
Yeah, the crowd's starting to build up as well. It's always hard to judge the numbers at places like this because they're very spread out, but certainly more, I think, than when we were here last year.
There's not a few, isn't there? A few of the old directors' chairs have been opened and sat down. I'm not sure they're the most comfy seats for 8 hours. But anyway, they're here. Here's Tash Farrant, then left arm over, going to bowl to Ella McGacken. It's full, it's pushed out square on the offside, and we are underway. And that's fielded by Rhianna McDonald-Gay. And the Stars in their familiar yellow tops with horizontal navy blue stripes, and their navy blue, I guess, trousers, and the Vipers in their familiar bright orange tops and dark trousers. Here's Farrant then, coming in and bowls. She's got one slip at the moment. That's worked on the leg side by Ella McGacken. Slight hesitation, and there's a misfield there at short fine leg by Alexa Stonehouse. One of 3 changes for the South East Stars, and that allows McGacken to open her account. And the Vipers are now 2 without loss.
Yeah, it's interesting they are batting first today, because over the years, recent years, Vipers' policy has been to chase if possible, I think.
Yeah.
But change of tactics today, maybe after last week.
Failing to chase down that Vipers total of 280 plus outside the off stump, and McGacken leaves that one alone. Maya Boucher at the far end. She made a half century in that game. Phil, you were there at the Aegeus Bowl to watch that one.
Yeah, they were going one in the chase at one point, at about 100 odd for one, and looking quite comfortable. But then scoreboard pressure contributed as well, and a good spell by the leg spinner Max Sood, who took 5 in the end.
5 for 30 odd, wasn't it? Here's Farrant then, left arm over once more, comes in over the wicket and full again, and almost yorks Ella McGacken, gets the bottom of the bat, and it spews out towards gully, where Bryony Smith is quickly around from slip and fields, and there is no run. The South East Stars have never beaten the Vipers in this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. 5 meetings in all. Vipers have won all 5. They have met twice in the Charlotte Edwards Cup, the 20-over competition, and the Stars actually won one of those 2 down at the Aegeus.
Yeah, they won the competition, didn't they?
They did, 2 years ago.
Yeah.
They did, that's right, Phil. Here's Farrant again, bowls, and McGacken works that nicely towards mid-wicket. That's a nice piece of fielding. So there is no run there. And I know I was listening to reading one or two articles about the Stars this year. I think it's been fair to say the Stars, certainly last year, for me, on paper, when they got a full side outfield, they're one of the stronger sides, but they just never seem to, for one reason or another, able to put out a full side.
Well, one of the problems in this competition, of course, is with the England players. They sort of are in and out of the team because of availability, and that obviously affects them, but affects other teams as well.
Certainly does. That's forward McGacken quietly out into the covers. That's the end of the first over of the day, and the Vipers, having won the toss and elected to bat first, are 2 without loss.
Yeah, they've got, it's interesting, Alice Capsey's playing today. I think she wasn't allowed to play last week by England. Obviously she's centrally contracted, and they've also got Sophia Dunkley, but she's not playing today, so I guess that's down to England making those decisions. But Southern Vipers, of course, are allowed to call on Charlie Dean and Danny Wyatt. So it's always a little bit unsure when you come to these games which of the internationals is going to be allowed to play. Lauren Bell playing as well. She was allowed to play last week, but only bowled 5 overs. So yeah, it's that all comes into the equation as well. So from the, I think we call this the Crystal Palace end, don't we, Kev? From history?
Crystal Palace training ground
Crystal
end.
Palace training ground end. We've got Phoebe Franklin opening the bowling, right arm, medium pace, bowling to Maya Boucher, and that's wide, not a wide, but wide of off stump and left alone. Sighter there for Boucher. Interesting if Franklin opened the bowling. I don't think she's done that often. They've got Alexa Stonehouse in the side, who is traditionally a new ball bowler, and of course Freya Davis, who's been an international new ball bowler. So it's interesting that they've gone with Franklin. And that's outside the off stump, and left again by Boucher.
I've got to do a very quick 30-second update in a moment, just to sum up the over and a bit that we've had.
I've just been told by somebody local that it's actually known as the Beckenham end.
Oh, it's the Beckenham end, right, okay. Which would make sense because that's the end we came from.
And that's outside the off stump again, the third ball in a row that Boucher has left alone.
So Beckenham end, 70 end. We should know that. We've been here a few times, Phil. We should remember that.
I'm sure we've always called it the Crystal Palace training end
Well,
before.
you have, because you're so enamoured with the fact that the Premier League football team trains just at the hedge behind us.
Yeah.
Right, I'll quickly just interact for a minute, or just take over from you a minute. Here we go. Well, we're into the second over of the morning. The Southern Vipers have won the toss, elected to bat first. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that they failed to trace down the Sunrisers total last week and lost that game. They've made one change, though. Mary Taylor, the seam bowler, has made way for Charlotte Taylor, the spin bowler. No relation, so one change in their side. The Stars have made 3 changes, including England player Alice Capsey back for her first game of the season. The Vipers then are 3 without loss in the second over, having won the toss, elected to bat first.
Oh, that one's just got past the bat of McCacken, and a player miss taken by Chatley behind the stumps. So yeah,
I shouldn't think they're training there today, though. Have they got a game today? They probably have.
Quite possibly. They're in that mid-table sort of situation at the moment, aren't they? Not much going on, I think. Franklin again, this just defended, back down the wicket. Very watchful first couple of overs from the Vipers, and we're on 3 for no wicket from 2 overs.
Let's put it this way, if they were training there would be a bit of a worry because they have a 12:30 home game against West Ham, so if they were still at the training ground they might be late.
I can't imagine, with all due respect to their manager, that he's a particularly up and get early training in the morning at his age, to be honest.
So a fairly quiet start here, just the 2 overs gone, 2 overs of 50. And pleasant day, as we've said, here in Beckenham, in southwest London, isn't it, Beckenham? Beautiful part of London.
Southeast, is it?
Southeast, sorry, yeah, getting my east and west
Yeah.
mixed up. And Maya Boucher is just taking guard. Tash Farrant will bowl.
Nice to see Tash
second
Farrant
over.
playing again. She's had a lot of injury issues, hasn't she, over the last couple of years.
Big time last year, wasn't she?
Yeah, good to see her back on the field. She just got back into the England setup and then got injured again.
She is then bowls, and Boucher just pushes that length ball out square on the offside, and quickly in is McDonald Gay. Yeah, she absolutely injury ravaged year for Tash Farrant.
I think McDonald Gay moved up and opened the batting last week. I don't know if she will today with Capsey playing, but she was primarily a bowler last year, but they opened the batting last week. Sorry.
Yeah, she did open the batting last week, you're right. It's down the leg side, and it's called a wide by the umpire at the far end. Yeah, she made 19 opening the batting. Chatley made 48. Decent opening partnership against the Thunder.
Yeah, Rhiannon McDonald-Gay played in the Under-19 World Cup in the winter of England in South Africa.
She did.
Very highly rated young player.
Exactly 19 years of age, and one of the Kent contingent in this South East Stars lineup. That's flicked away fine by Maya Boucher, and that should be 4 runs. The fine leg fielder is up on the 30-yard circle. Just a little too straight there from Farrant, and Boucher put that away, and she moves on to 5, and the Vipers are on to 8 without loss in the 3rd over. There's a gentleman over there with a lovely grey beard to our right, towards the pavilion.
Oh yeah.
With a cricket sweater on.
Yeah, he's.
Do you know him? You sound like you know him.
You're assuming he's my generation.
he's up there.
I don't think I know him.
Farrant comes in, bowls to Boucher, legs ball. Boucher always seems to have a lot of time, Boucher. It's almost as if Farrant is bowling half a yard slower when Boucher bats. One of those batters that just seems to make time stand still. Others make it look like it's all rushing past them.
The umpires today, by the way, are Rose Dovey at this end, and square leg at the moment, and Sue Redfern at the bowling end.
Sue Redfern, quite a recognisable name these
Yes,
days.
she does a lot of the international
She
games.
does. Farrington, Boucher's trying to flick that away. He goes through to keeper Chatley. It's gone down the leg side. Just to remind you, if you're watching the live picture feed, that there is no fog here, or no smoke. It is a fault with the camera. We can see clearly it's sunny and blue sky.
Certainly the best day we've seen this summer.
Somebody needs to get the lens cleaner out and just wipe that lens. But it's beautiful. It's probably one of the better days of the summer so far. I was up in Northampton last week. It was absolutely freezing. Boucher works that to mid-wicket, half fielded, but there is no danger. Phoebe Franklin it is, who seemed to get a wicked bounce, even though she's fielding on part of the square. Just flicked away off her wrist. Score remains on 9 without loss. Now this Daniel Gregory, look, in front of us, she's still got
she
the
has
long
got
ponytails.
Yeah, I was saying earlier that I thought that I saw her in the winter and she's changed her hairstyle, which is disappointing for us commentators because she's very distinguishable, but she's gone back to her summer hairstyle, which is good.
Farron bowls and it's down the leg side again. Is that called a wide? No, it's not. Oh, it is. That's a late call from the umpire.
That's a late call.
Sue Redfern, who we've just been talking about.
Yeah.
Deciding right at the last minute before the DRS timer kicked out.
I think, to be honest, and if she did what I think happened there, it's actually quite good umpiring. She looked over at square leg, and I assume it was to check if it had flicked her pad, or she thought it had flicked her pad.
Ah, true.
Because the umpires do work together on that sort of thing, and presumably got the no from the square leg and then signalled the wide. If that is what happened,
I think you're right.
I think that's good.
I think you're right, Phil. 10 without loss then. We are 2 balls left of the 3rd over. The planes will go over fairly regularly. There's one that's instantly recognisable as a British Airways. Other airlines available, of course, as Boucher flicks that away quite hard. Bounces just in front of Phoebe Franklin. She does well, gets a body behind that one. And there is no run.
She's probably disappointed she didn't make something like that, because it was full toss, wasn't it, on leg stump, but picked the fielder out.
So fairly standard field here. Don't forget we're also on the BBC Sport website. You just go to the BBC cricket pages and just go across to the right if you're on your tablet to the live games, as Boucher quite correctly on the front foot pushes out towards extra cover, and there is no run. We're also on the live picture feed, as I mentioned. It's myself, Kevin James and Phil Green with you for the duration of this game. I'm sure it will test us if it goes the whole 100 overs. Phil, but as long as it's a good game, that's all we want.
Absolutely, and as long as the sunshine remains with us, that would be good too.
Yeah.
It's interesting, just obviously a very small sample size there so far, but Maya Boucher timing that ball nicely, but hitting it straight to a fielder. And we said last week in the Vipers game that the amount of times that Vipers seem to find the fielders, and in the first innings with Sunrisers batting, everything seemed to go into gaps. Now you'd say that's good placement or good field placing, whichever way, but it just seemed to go that way last week. And we got Franklin again now from this end, the Beckenham end, and that's played out by McCacken into the offside, but no run. Just gently pushed out to Rhiannon McDonald-Gay again, who seems to be in that what is usually considered a specialist sort of position in one-day cricket, backward point. She's doing that on both ends, so obviously seen as one of their gun fielders. Franklin again, and that's defended again. So it's a good accurate start here by Phoebe Franklin. Vipers remain on 10 for no wicket, 3 of which are extras. 3 wides in the last over from Tash Farron.
Played 6 matches in this competition last year, Phoebe Franklin. Picked up 8 wickets, economy rate of 4.5.
It's probably why she's been sort of promoted up to the new ball, if you like. So in again, and that's shorter, a bit more of an aggressive shot this time, but can't get through the field. Again, it's McDonald-Gay who's fielding, moving to her right. That one was off the back foot that time. It's the first time really that she's been forced to go back. Most of well, quite full so far. Yeah, Phoebe Franklin's been around women's cricket scene quite a long time with Kent and in previous guises of this competition. Always in around this team. Bats bowls a bit one of those players who always contributes. That one's short again, and this is cut in the air by McCacken. It's gone over point, and that's gone away for 4. It was aerial, but very safe. She threw the hands hard at it, and I think probably intentionally hit it over the top. Actually, it looked like a sort of uppercut more than a straightforward cut. So that's her first boundary. Score moves up to 14. She goes on to 6.
Just past the outstretched hands of McDonald Gay there, backward point. Always runs away down the hill here, away to our left.
So Franklin again. And this is back to on the defence again here from McCacken. She's very correct and watchful. Had a good couple of years, McCacken, but didn't get any last week, so needs a. I'm sure she'd like a score to get under her belt to get the season up and running for her.
Yeah, made 6 against the Sunrisers last week.
And that's down the leg side and will be called wide. Taken second attempt by Chatley, but good bit of work from her behind the stump. Yeah, Ellen McCacken was one of the examples last week we said about picking out the fielder, and we said at the interval, I bet when Vipers go in, they won't hit the ball in the gaps like that, and she picked out deep square leg, like in the second or third over, straight to her, and that sort of summed up the game in a way. In again, Franklin, and that's wide and cut by McCacken, and she's got through the inner field, but there's a sweeper out on the offside boundary, so it's just a single, but she will retain the strike as the score moves on to 15 for no wicket at the end of 4 overs.
Yeah, McCacken last year 8 innings, 156 runs at 22. I think opening the batting, you'd be a little bit disappointed with that.
Yeah, she had a really good year 2 years ago, and I think that's why they moved her up to sort of permanently open the batting. But as I say, she could do with a few runs right now.
Saw her a few times during the winter when I popped up to the GS Bowl. She was uni in the morning, practicing in the afternoons.
Working hard.
Yeah.
That's one of the great things about having a facility like that nearby, isn't it? The indoor facility at the GS, they can be up there a lot training, as I'm sure all these teams have a similar facility, but possibly not quite as good as that one.
Tash Farrant to continue from the city end, comes in over the wicket, left arm bowls, and McCacken pushes that up towards mid-off, and there is no run. Now mind you, this ground's improved loads over the years.
Yes, a nice facility now, isn't it? Obviously part of the County Cricket Club setup. They're sort of, is it their primary outground, I suppose? They've got one at I can't remember the name of it, Polo Farm as well, that they use sometimes near Canterbury, but I think this is their main second ground, if that makes sense.
Yeah, done a few T20 games here. McCacken works that away, but only as far as square leg, although it's only half field, so they will pick up a single. Nice shot there from McCacken on the front foot. Got power into that shot. Total moves on to 17 without loss now in the 5th over. Just a reminder, the Vipers won the toss, elected to bat first. They've made one change from the side that lost to the Sunrisers last week. Mary Taylor, the seam bowler, making way for Charlotte Taylor, the spin bowler. No relation. I won't keep saying that, but they aren't. Here's Farrant bowling to my Boucher this time. Boucher drives pleasantly, but finds the fielder at mid-off. And 3 changes for the South East Stars, despite that huge 131-run win at the Thunder last week. In comes Alice Capsey, Tash Farrant, who's bowling at the far end, watching her bowl now. Alexa Stonehouse making way, Bethan Miles, Jemima Spence and Emma Jones.
Yeah, that changed. Interesting one of the Vipers, because they're very spin heavy now, aren't they?
They are.
Only actually 2 seamers playing.
Yeah, they're a bit short, aren't they, as Boucher very correctly in behind that one pushes that up to mid-off. Yes, no Paige Schofield anymore, of course. She's changed sides for this season. Got 100 last week as well. She only got her first half century in this competition last year for the Vipers.
And that was the game against the Sunrisers when they looked like losing.
Yeah.
She bailed them out, really. Yes. But yeah, she's and of course Rihanna Southby's come the other way, so they've basically swapped places today.
Yeah, no Carla Rudd for the Vipers anymore. She retired about halfway through last year as Farrant bowls. Boucher drives past a diving Farrant, past mid-on. That's a beautiful looking shot. That's going to race all the way to the boundary at the far end of the ground. That's a lovely piece of timing. I have to say, Boucher this morning, even though she's been very watchful, very defensive, the ball is coming out of the middle of the bat. So anything that's played with a little bit more oomph is, if it's either side of the fielder, then she'll be all right, as she was there.
It wasn't much more than a push, really, was it? It's just
beautiful shot. She looks as though she means business here. She moves on to 9. It's 21 without loss. Last ball of the 5th coming up. Comes in again, still got the slip in as Boucher just guides that to backward a point. They're running a quick signal. There's a misfield. I think McGackin might have been all right, but there was a misfield there from McDonald Gay.
Yeah, McGackin hesitated a little bit. I think there might have been a bit of a struggle if she'd picked it up cleanly, but she didn't, and they got through okay.
Just a reminder, the last time these two sides met here, it was the eliminator, the winning side getting through to the final, which of course was the Vipers on that day, although they lost the final to the Northern Diamonds. But the Vipers won fairly easy that day, with the Stars making just 139 all out. The Vipers passing that for 143 for 4 in the 34th. It was a pretty one-sided game. I'm sure the Stars don't want to see that today.
That was Phoebe Franklin again from the Beckenham end, and that's just played gently back by Boucher. And so the two fielders, only two fielders allowed out, of course, in the first 10 overs are the two boundary riders at the moment. We've got a deep cover and quite an unusual position for a seamer, actually, a sort of deep mid-wicket, almost on like cow corner on this side of the ground. Franklin in again, and that's shorter. And again, nice sight for Boucher, but should have been stopped really, but it's gone through the fielder, and they're going to come back for a second as that sweeper on the offside comes round. That got through Paige Schofield, actually, who we were commenting earlier on, Kev, was it key for Vipers in that very position last year on the extra cover, but that one got through her. 2 more runs to Boucher. Phoebe Franklin again, and that's played in the same area but wide of the field this time, so straight through to the cover sweeper for a single. So as Kev said, Boucher's looking in good nick.
We don't want to say too much
no,
too early.
We don't.
You saw her with the half century last week. Does she look in good nick?
She
there?
did. Very disappointed with herself. Get out as soon as she virtually got her 50, because you know when you're chasing 280, you need someone to go on and get 100 really. Franklin in again. That was left alone outside the off stump. Yeah, it was, while she was in, you sort of thought the 280 chase was perfectly viable. When she went, it sort of went backwards a little bit. But yeah, she was in good nick. So yeah, quite quiet out there today. Usually field is not a lot of noise, and maybe just we can't hear it. Franklin in again, and that's defended again by Beckenham into the offside.
It'll be interesting today from a Vipers point of view, and I apologise because we're both commentating really on behalf of the Vipers. So we are from time to time probably going to slip into a little bit more Vipers mode than South East Stars, but I think after last week's game there would have been a lot of chats this week in the Vipers camp. Yeah,
it was a wake-up call for sure.
Yeah.
Franklin again, and that's that's a play and miss. Reached quite a long way for that one to McCacken. No contact and through to the keeper, but fortunately there was no contact. And at the end of the over, that is 25.
Yes, it is.
25.
Well done, Phil. Yes.
We can't actually see the scoreboard for here. Those that anyone that's familiar with this ground, the scoreboard is to our right, and we have to rely on the screen. And
we do. There's one down there. Actually, there is a scoreboard. Yeah.
Oh, there is.
Yeah, I've just noticed that.
You know what? I'd never noticed that before. That's new this year, isn't it?
That must be new.
It's definitely new. Oh, you're right. Yeah. Okay.
I think everybody on this side of the ground must have complained, and there must have been enough people. They said, you know what? We can't take this anymore. We will get a new board. It's okay. Let's put it this way. It's okay, and it does what it says on the tin, but no more.
Yeah, I can just about see it.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, good. It's not the brightest. It's certainly probably not the most expensive, but it does the job. Here comes Farrant again then from that city end. It's again down the leg side. Seems to be suffering a little bit with that today. Takes the Vipers on to, that'll be 26 without loss, I think it is.
It tends to be the left arm over bowlers, that tendency, because their natural shape is to sort of swing it there. So you've only got to, if they bowl straight really and there's any swing, it's a wide, isn't it? It's quite harsh. I mean, you were a left arm bowler, Kev, but I guess
suffered from that at times.
Yeah, but they probably weren't quite as harsh then, were they? Maybe.
Well, yes and no. It depends who the umpires was. There's Boucher with another correct forward defensive where the ball still rolls nicely up towards mid-off. It depends who's umpiring, how harsh they are, but also as I suppose any bowler finds, that sometimes the ball will swing from straight, but actually when you push it on a line that where you should be bowling because it swings, it doesn't
swing. Yeah.
So then you get caught between a rock and a hard place. So maybe Farrant's having a little bit of problems.
I just think in more recent years that they've asked the umpires to be even stricter than they used to be.
Yeah,
That's my
probably
perception,
yeah.
maybe. So
Anything down the leg side, that is it.
No margin for error. Yeah.
Farrant in again, then bowls. That's 4. He's wrapped on the pad there. Boucher is a shout, mainly from Farrant. She was certainly the most vociferous. She was supported by 1 or 2 of her teammates behind the wicket, but not out, says umpire Sue Redfern. I have to say, even on the horrible angle that we're on, and we're at third man, or third, I probably should say today, that didn't look out to me.
No, it's you always think the left arm over. Obviously, they've got to straighten it, really, haven't they? But it was very full,
Yeah.
so there wasn't a lot of time after it hit to reach the stump. So, but yeah, probably more desperation than anything as a call.
Farrant's into her 4th over here. It's conceded 16 runs so far as she comes in again. That's a length ball which Boucher works to mid-wicket, and that's half stopped, which took the pace off the shot. So there is no run. Score remains on 26 without loss. Phoebe Franklin's got through 3 overs. She's conceded 10 runs in those 3, and of course we are into the 7th over. Vipers winning the toss and elected to bat first. It's the 2nd week of Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy matches. Also happening today, the Central Sparks are taking on the Northern Diamonds. The Sunrisers are taking on the Blaze, the new team there. That's worked down towards a fine leg. Boucher runs the first one quickly. There won't be 2, so she moves on to 14. And Western Storm are taking on Thunder. Those are the other matches in this competition today.
Interesting to see, as I said earlier, that Vipers are batting. They often choose not to bat if they win the toss, but I know last week all 4 games in this competition the team batting first won, and historically in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy that is the trend. I think it's about 70% of wins batting first, so
right?
Perhaps teams are, as they do nowadays, use all that sort of data, and maybe that's a factor.
It's Farrant again then, and bowls. McGacken on behind that one, plays that back to the bowler. I mean, when you are, Phil, you probably found that when you played, and I certainly do. When you are batting second, and you look at the board, and you start off 280 behind, 320 behind, 330 behind, it just feels an awful long way away.
It does.
You almost feel under pressure straight away.
There's definitely scoreboard pressure batting second, but having said all that, the Vipers have had a good record batting second over the years. They're the one team really in this competition that does often succeed batting second. Franklin
again, it's Fuller, and it's driven by McGacken up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Of course, the Stars last week 334 for 5 up at Old Trafford. That certainly would have been intimidating before Thunder came into bat. So it proved 203 all out, and of course last week for the Vipers 288 for 7. The Sunrisers, that proved too much. The Vipers finishing on 162 all out, and they were bowled out in the 36th as well, Phil.
Well, you've got to go at a rate when you're chasing that sort of score, haven't you? But talking about chasing a big score, I saw in the men's test match this week, Ireland got 492 in the first innings. They must have thought they were fairly comfortable. They ended up losing by an innings. After Sri Lanka got 700 and something and then bowled them out again.
I think 490 up there is worth about 150 anywhere else.
So Franklin again now, bowling her 4th over, and that's pulled away by Boucher, and it's going to beat the fielder out there on the mid-wicket boundary. She didn't really look that particularly hard, just sort of helped it on its way, a short ball, but it flew away over mid-wicket. And as I said, that field is in quite an unusual position for a seam bowler. I think you usually expect your fielder out there to be square, but which is where that ball went, but she had to run round from the deep mid-wicket boundary and couldn't get there.
It's too short though, isn't it?
Too short, certainly at the pace she bowls.
Yeah.
No disrespect to her, but it's not the quickest.
Nice action.
Yeah, so 4 more to Boucher, and Franklin again, and this time it's driven, and again, very elegant shot from Boucher out to the cover boundary sweeper for a single. So she moves on to, I was trying to read it off the scoreboard, 19, I think.
Yes.
Although we can now see a scoreboard, I can't see it that clearly, but I think it's 19. And the score's 32 for no wicket, so a good start here for the Vipers. 32 on the board, and reasonably good time into the 8th over. Franklin in now to McCacken, and that's just left alone. Oh, it's a wide, in fact, outside the off stumps. First time we've had an offside wide today. And umpire at this end is Rose Dovey, who I was talking to beforehand. She actually umpired that game last week where they scored the 330 at Leeds. That was the game that she was at. So she's already seen the Stars this year. Close up.
Old Trafford.
Old Trafford, yeah. That one's forced away on the offside, but for no run. Good diving stop at cover. Yeah, it's good to see there's 2 female umpires today. Usually in these games we tend to have 1 female and 1 male umpire, but it's good to see 2 today. It's increasing amount of female umpires on the circuit. Franklin again, and that one's worked on the leg side, off the back foot by McCacken. Comfortable single, there's nobody saving one there, and fielded out on the boundary by Tash Farrant for a single.
Yeah, was it Billy Taylor at the GS last week?
It was Billy Taylor and Sue McClellan. Sophie McClellan, sorry. Yeah, Billy's moved to the States now.
Yeah, he has, yeah.
He's just got to finish his 8 weeks, I think, before he goes full time. Franklin again, and that's played on the front foot, but just runs away down into the gully region. No run. Yeah, he's got to finish his ECB contract, I think, so he's got to come back. He's had to come back and do 2 or 3 months, but yeah, now a resident of Florida, and I think he's going to be involved in that US T20 league over there.
In July, yeah. Another T20 league, Phil, to follow.
Yet another, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there's enough of them, if I'm honest.
Franklin again, and that was driven harder this time by Boucher. And again, she's got it out to that cover fielder who's been kept very busy, that sweeper out there. That's Alice Capsey, I believe. Yeah, Alice Capsey out there. And the single, another single. So ticking along nicely, the Vipers, and up to 35 without loss at the end of the 8th over. 20 to Maya Boucher and 9 to Ella McCacken.
So Farrant's conceded 17 from her 4 overs to date. She's going to... Or is she? Yes, she's going to bowl the next over. She's just readjusting her hair, as they do during the games in these women's matches.
Yeah, it's important to get it right.
Yeah, get that ponytail right. Don't let any hair flop about. As she gets ready, she's at the top of her mark to bowl the next over to Maya Boucher, who's currently on 20. 35 without loss then, the Vipers, having won the toss, elected back first. Low full toss. Boucher strokes that up to mid-off, but finds the fielder there. Throw comes into the keeper, and... well, just as well Bryony Smith ran round from slip.
Yeah,
otherwise that was going to be some
the throw
overthrows.
was nowhere near the keeper.
What was going on there? Throw unnecessary. The keeper not in position. Bryony Smith read it all perfectly, and made a potentially messy situation look okay.
Because there's no one back. There was no one else in sight there to back up.
Farrant again then to Boucher. Oh, it's wide outside the off stump. That's not called a wide by Sue Redfern. Now, last time she called a wide, it took ages. She's still not called it, so I think we can safely say that she's not going to. It was almost an afterthought a little while ago when she called Tash Farrant on a wide, but has not done so here. Beautiful day, as I say. If you're watching the live picture feed, you're just joining. It's not foggy, it's not smoky. That is just a fault with the camera. It's a beautiful day here. Farrant was just about to run in the
Someone
stops.
playing in front of the side screen.
Ah, yes, one of the quite a few young children here today, actually, which is nice to see, and that's one of them who hasn't quite learned the etiquette yet of not going behind the side
Happily
screen.
doing cartwheels behind the bowler's arm.
Yeah, when the bowler is bowling. And she's going to do it now, yeah,
exactly.
just as she lets the ball go. Oh, she's wrapped on the pad there, coming forward. Was there an inside edge onto the pad? Because they started to appeal, and then as they were about to yell it out, they just decided against it.
I don't think it's just the girl that doesn't realise. I don't think her family that are with her do either, because they haven't corrected her.
No.
The umpire's now going over and telling her.
Can you just move away?
Yeah. It's not as if there's not a lot of room here to do that sort of thing. But
I was going to say, there's a couple of fields up the far end, which is plenty of room.
yeah, and there's plenty of room for spectators, so if you're nearby.
Yeah.
It's a lovely day here at Beckenham.
It is.
Pop on down.
There's a few here, though, which is nice. It's got a good atmosphere here as Boucher pushes forward, and that goes up to mid-off. It's 35 without loss then, and we are in over number 9 Boucher on 20, McCacken on 9.
Of course, you always see the parents of the player. I guess you see them at all cricket actually, but they're more noticeable in matches like this because they make up a higher proportion of the crowd, shall we say? But
Yes, they do. Yeah.
Charlotte Taylor's dad's just walked in front of us, and I know Freya Davis's dad is sat just in front of us, and you always see the families around, which is nice to see.
It is. It's what it's all about. I remember when, a couple of years ago, when the Vipers were here, and quite a few of the parents were here. I actually got to talk to one or two of them, which was nice. And that's a full delivery, which goes past the outside edge of Boucher through to keeper Kira Chatley. But yeah, it's nice, and it just promotes a nice atmosphere, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Really, where everybody's quite keen to just enjoy, soak it up, and maybe have a chat to one or two people they don't see often. Just know that parents and relatives of other players on either side.
Yeah, and of course they've ferried them around for years as their cricket's developed.
Oh yes.
They've watched them play loads of times, I'm sure.
Yeah. Finally, they're thinking, yes, it's come to fruition. Oh, she's wrapped on the pad there, Boucher. Not out there. Maybe there's a slight inside edge on that one as well.
Sue Redfern sort of signalled something, didn't she? Her hand went up for a minute, but yeah. Yeah, you get to that age as a parent, don't you, when they actually get to drive themselves. That's a big thing. You've driven them around for years, and then all of a sudden they pass their test and they can set off to cricket on their own. That's quite a key moment in the development, I think. Not that you don't go still as a parent, but you don't have to drive anymore. That's a bonus.
Yeah, you can sit back and say, oh, do you know what? All those hours and all those miles and all that money I put in the petrol and diesel tanks.
Now it's your turn.
Now well, yeah, and also like you can come and enjoy a decent standard that they're playing in, which is what it's all about. Freya Davis, I think, is coming on.
She is. Freya's coming on at this end. England international, of course, been in and around the England squad for a while now, and bowled very well in the white ball cricket for England in the winter. So she'll be hoping to force her way into that Ashes squad, I'm sure. Sussex girl, Freya, so technically in the Vipers region, of course, but obviously that doesn't have to work like that. People can play free to play where they can. But
previously played Western Storm in the old Kia Super League.
She did, yeah. She was at Exeter University, so I don't know if that's when she was there, maybe. But anyway, she's coming on from the Beckenham end and going to bowl to Ella McCacken. This is the last over of the power play, 10th over of the innings. Freya coming in with the long hair, bombing, and that's straight away past the back. Straight away you can see more pace in that.
Yeah.
It's considerably quicker than what's gone before. And that probably beat McCacken for pace, to be honest, I think there. She waved at it outside the off stump, and it's prompted a field change already. They're going to take mid-on out, I think, put her into... there's a major change around. So fine leg has come up to mid-on, and mid-on has gone to gully. So we've now got the slip in the gully, and we've actually got...
No fine leg.
No fine legs. Only 7 fielders on the offside, is it? No, 6 and 3 field. And that's on the offside and driven to cover. A slight misfield, but not enough to allow them through. So, yeah, only... so third man out now, not a cover sweeper. That again showing that the more pace from Freya Davis, that the third man is required. And the leg side boundary fielder is squarer, more traditional field, I would say, on that side, but no fine leg as pointed out, so can't afford to be too straight here. Davis in again, and that's played off the back foot, but can't get through the ring. Another dot ball. So yeah, I think it's Freya Davis must be getting to the time where she's really needs to kick on and establish herself in that England setup. Obviously you've got Anya Shrubsole recently retired, and Catherine Siver-Brunt limiting to what she plays now international level, so there is an opening for a seam bowler. Freya Davis in again, that's outside the off stump through to the keeper, and I suppose the Vipers Lauren Bell will be in that mix as well for that seam bowling spot, and also Freya Kemp when she's back from injury, hopefully soon. So yeah, a couple of places up for grabs probably in the England seam bowling department, and Freya Davis would certainly be one of the names up there.
Interesting though, she's 27.
Yeah, So she's got to make that breakthrough fairly soon, you'd say. In she comes again. That's down the leg side. That is a wide ball and given as a wide. Yeah, I think Kate Cross is probably a few years older than that as well. I'm not sure, but so yeah, she needs to kick on. But as I say, she had a very good winter with England. In again now. Nice aggressive run up, not too long, but she uses it all, and that's nicely played away by McCacken. And it's it all happened very quietly. They went for 4. I assumed it'd gone to the cover sweeper, and then realised there wasn't one. She just stroked it through with her very comfortable 4, actually. So a really good shot from McCacken. The same shot that's been played a lot for a single, but there's nobody out there now. And after this over, that will be corrected, I'm sure. But of course, at the moment, they can only have 2 out. So very welcome boundary for Ella McCacken. And again, a shot without a lot of effort, and you certainly get your value for the shots here. Davis in and doesn't let go of the ball that time. She goes through her action, and I don't know whether she lost her footing or it looks like she's sort of scuffing up the mark where she landed. But if that is what happened, she had the foresight to not let go of the ball at the last minute. There was no question of her looking for a mankad or anything like that. It was genuinely just couldn't bowl the ball, I believe. So we'll have to reload that one. And she's
talking of mankad, nice to see Charlie Dean here.
She's in again, and this time does let go of the ball, and it's played out on the offside. Yeah, that's certainly been a talking point over the last every time Charlie plays anywhere now. So end of the open. Vipers are now on to 40 for no wicket at the end of the power play. So even I can work out that that's a scoring rate of 4 and over.
Brilliant, Phil.
Yeah, and the field can now be readjusted, and no doubt will. And it looks as if we might have a change of bowling too.
So Tash Farrant is going to take a break. 5 overs, 1 for 17. Phoebe Franklin's spell, 4 overs, none for 18. So steady stuff from both bowlers. Didn't really cause too many problems. Boucher particularly looks good out there, looking very strong, even defensively. Just looks as though she's building herself up to a long innings. I'm sure that's one of the discussions the Vipers had during the week after that defeat to the Sunrisers, because they were in a good position at one stage, but they lost Boucher and Wyatt in very quick succession. Alexa Stonehouse is the new bowler for the Stars.
Like for like replacement.
Yeah, that's pulled away by Boucher. There's going to be one bounce down towards deep square leg. She moves on to 21, and it's 41 without loss in the 11th over, or the start of the 11th over. Yeah, so we've got left arm seamer for left arm seamer. Last
year we covered a game at Hove, Kevin, if you remember, where Alexa Stonehouse had a real struggle with the new ball, didn't she? Controlling the swing. It swung amazingly, and she, unfortunately, as we were saying earlier, just swung down the leg side a lot. She conceded a lot of extras, but actually bowled pretty well, but was quite unlucky.
She comes in again and bowls, and Boucher just works that. Sorry, it's McGacken works that towards mid wicket. Yeah, I mean, listen, I can understand why Farrant's opening the bowling. I mean, she does, to be fair, straighten the ball as well. Maybe there just isn't a lot to swing out there today, but for me, on what I've seen, Stonehouse would be a bigger swinger of the ball than Farrant. Might she have opened the bowling? That's an interesting one. Here's Stonehouse again, bowled down the leg side. Here we go again, Phil.
Yep.
We thought, yeah, I forget how many it was at Hove, but it
was a lot.
It must have been almost double figures.
Yeah. She was another member of the England '19 squad in the World Cup, I believe, Alexa Stonehouse.
Yeah. She's got the slip in as well. There's still Bryony Smith.
Yes.
Loves to field in the slips, Bryony Smith.
And they haven't put a third fielder out, even though they can. Well, they actually have got 3 out, yeah, but nobody out on the offside. Just a third man.
Comes in again, runs towards us and bowls, and forward is McGacken. Very watchfully plays that up to mid-on. Alexa Stonehouse, yeah, 18 years of age, almost a 19th birthday. That's coming up next month.
Yeah, it's isn't it good for these girls at that age to be professional cricketers? I mean, it's something that never been dreamt of when she was growing up, even. It's a very new thing, but it's a fantastic opportunity for them.
That's what it's all about. Here comes Stonehouse again, and bowls wrapped on the pad there, and it's ricocheted down towards third man. Daniel Gregory comes in off the boundary.
Bit high, that, I would have thought.
Yeah, looks a decent delivery. That will be called a leg by. The Vipers move on to 43 without loss. Just having a look at some of her figures in that under-19 World Cup. Alexa Stonehouse, 2 for 19 in the game against, I think that's Rwanda, in the under-19 World Cup. West Indies, 2 for 15. Pretty decent figures.
Yeah.
Never picked up more than 2 though. She wrapped on the pad there. Definitely ball's coming back a fraction here.
Yep, every ball's beating the inside edge, I'd say. It's over.
If you're watching the live picture feed, just take our word for it, because around the line that she's bowling will be the most fuzzy part of the lens. As I say, it's a very clear day, so don't take that as though what on earth, how the batters can see the ball. It's very clear. If they can't see it today, they never will. That's flicked away in the air, but safe through mid-wicket by Boucher, and that is going to be picked up not quite on the rope. Full, about leg stump, swinging down the leg side. Boucher just picked that up. She loves that shot.
Yeah, it's one of her go-to shots, and the shape that the left armers bowl, that's in her arc, really, isn't it? If they're a bit full.
Phil, do you want a break? Phil Green's going to have a break. Have a break, Phil. Have 5 minutes. Right, I've turned you off. That's all right. We'll get you right for that one, because that's in there like that. So Phil's going to have 15 minutes off. You're going to have to put up with me for the next 15. Nattering away, just picking up 1 or 2 things that are going on. I'll bring you up to date with what's going on in the other games. In this second round of Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy matches, the third round is actually Monday. I haven't looked to see if all the teams are playing, but I can tell you the Vipers certainly are. They are playing the Central Sparks at Wormsley, and there will be live commentary on the BBC Sport website of that one as well. Here's Freya Davis right arm over bowls. That's cut away by McGacken, only goes towards a point, and there is no run. So I'll bring you up to date, as I say, with the other games going on in this competition today. We also have the Sparks are playing the Northern Diamonds. That's at Worcester, New Road. Davis bowls. In behind that one is McGacken. She remains on 13. Northern Diamonds batting first there. They are 50 for 1 in the 11th over. Winfield Hill, Lauren Winfield Hill, big wicket. She's the one to have gone for 42, bowled by Izzy Wong. Izzy Wong last week didn't pick up a wicket in the Central Sparks game. They lost to the Blaze last week. As a nice shot on the up through extra cover. There is no boundary fielder here, so there's a bit of a chase for Paige Schofield. She will pick it up just away to our left. They pick up 2. They're going to take the throw on. They have to hurry here, and that's a good call in the end. It's quite a long boundary, and that is the 50 up for the Vipers, as you may have just heard in the background with the ground announcer. That's come up in the 12th over. So Lauren Winfield Hill, the batter to go there for the Diamonds, 42. Stuart Callis is 6 not out. Holly Armitage yet to get off the mark. Northern Diamonds 50 for 1 in the 11th. So exactly 50 here at Beckenham. There's Maya Boucher. Face Freya Davis, and that's down the leg side past the diving Kira Chatley, and that's racing towards the boundary. What's that come off? That's off the bat. So runs here in these couple of deliveries here from Davis. The Sunrisers are taking on the Blaze today. The Sunrisers are batting first. Well, they had a good win against the Vipers, and they've started well against the Blaze. 55 without loss in the 13th there. Grace Scrivens, who the Vipers thought they had caught behind early on in the game last week. Not that I'm biased, I wasn't there. Scrivens is 33 not out, and Griffiths is 20 not out there. Good start from them. What a difference they already look this year with the Sunrisers, as Boucher pushes that out into the offside. And the other game taking place today is Western Storm against the Thunder. Of course, Thunder, we know, lost to the South East Stars last week, and the Western Storm lost to Northern Diamonds. So both those sides looking for their first win of this year's competition. The Thunder are batting first in that game. That's down at Cardiff. Thunder 48 for 2 after 12. Davis bowls. That's cut away, and she's found the gap there. Boucher back with a point. That's going for 4. That's nicely timed as well. Boucher is just starting to move up half a gear here. And she moves on to 33, 58 without loss. The Vipers now after 12 overs, that is. 58 the score. And let's give you the details of the Thunder innings so far. Emma Lamb is still there. She opened up. She's 28 not out. Naomi Ditani, who moved from Sunrisers last year, she's gone for 1. Morris is out for 1, and Ellie Threlkeld, the wicketkeeper, is not out on 9. Thunder there 49 for 2 in the 13th, as I say, that match being played in Cardiff. This Freya Davis this end. Sorry, I got the bowlers mixed up, didn't I? What am I talking about? Let's start a new over. And that's pushed out on the offside. Did I get the bowlers round the wrong way? I think I did. Apologies, everybody. Alexa Stonehouse from that far end, doesn't it? Yes. How can I get them wrong? Alexa Stonehouse's left arm. Nothing like Freya Davis. Oh, I did get them right. Yeah, I did get them right. Yeah, sorry, I'm confusing myself. That's pushed away on the leg side by McGacken. They get just a single. 59 without loss. Good opening partnership here now from the Vipers. McGacken moves on to 17. We're at the start of the 13th. Just a reminder, Vipers winning the toss, electing to bat first. Just the one change. Charlotte Taylor, the off-spinner, coming in for Mary Taylor, the seam bowler. That's another ball on the line of leg stump. Raps Boucher on the pad. She wants a single. No, says Ella McGacken. The Stars making 3 changes. In comes Alice Capsey, Tash Farrant and Stonehouse. Out to go Bethan Miles, Jemima Spence and Emma Jones from last week's game against the Thunder. There was County Championship men's games going on as well today. I'll bring you up to date with some of those. Stands by low full toss, and that's a nice drive through extra cover from Maya Boucher. No doubt about that, going over the rope at the far end of the ground. When you look at the far end of the ground here, it feels like a bit of a farm, because you have this lovely sort of wooden sort of fence that you almost associate with a fence going round a farm, and it's a field. I suppose you just about call it a field. I'm not sure what constitutes exactly a field, if there's dimensions or whatever, but it looks like it. Cars parked in the distance beyond it. It just looks like it's ready for about 30 or 40 sheep. As Boucher pushes that out square on the offside, and there is no run. Looks ripe for that. You can almost imagine a sheepdog running around that pen, gathering up sheep. Yeah. A paddock. Do you say paddock there, Phil? Yeah, sort of a paddock. Anyway, it sort of gives, it reminds me of that. It's almost like we're out in the country somewhere when you look over the far side. Actually, there is a dog over there. It looks like a bit like a sheepdog at the far end. Left arm over, Stonehouse again. That's cut away. Oh, Boucher picks up more runs, but there is a sweeper out there at deep cover. So this time it's just a single. And that is Freya Davis doing the duties. At the top end of the ground, it's there's a slight slope right to left as we look. A slight incline as that completes another over. That's 13 overs completed. And the Vipers have started rather well. They are 64 without loss. Just a reminder of the stats here. These two have had 5 meetings in this competition since it started in 2020. The Vipers have won all 5. They have met twice more in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. Stars did win one of those 2 years ago. Went on to win the competition that year. But the Stars have never beaten the Vipers in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. They'll be looking to put that right today. But the Vipers have started well. McGacken 17, Boucher 38. Still to come, Georgia Elwis, Danny Wyatt, Georgia Adams, Charlie Dean, Lindsay Smith, Rihanna Southby, Alice Monaghan, Charlotte Taylor and Lauren Bell. Davis comes in and bowls outside the off stump. And there is no run. Boucher is quite happy to leave that one alone. So also today, as I say, the men's county championship continues. If you just fancy being kept up to date with those, only a couple of matches in Division 1 this week. Middlesex and Kent. Kent, of course, has a bearing on this, part of the South East Stars region. That's cut down to third man by Boucher, picks up a single, 65 without loss. Kent is 56 for 2 in their second innings against Middlesex. They lead Middlesex by 13 with 8 wickets remaining. Warwickshire taking on Surrey. I suppose it's quite relevant, those two games, really, isn't it? Surrey, the other region of the South East Stars. Start there, excuse me, delayed by rain. That's day 3 up at Edgbaston. As Davis comes in, right arm over and bowls. Boucher drives, pushes at that one a little. Sorry, it's McGacken. Just goes backward of point down towards a squarish third. And McGacken will pick up a single. Just reached for that a fraction. Ball was in the air momentarily. Moves on to 1866 without loss. The position in that game, Warwickshire 150 all out, Surrey 211 for 8. So start delayed there. And in Division 2, 3 matches going on today. As Davis comes in, runs away from us. Boucher very correctly with a straight bat plays that back to the bowler. Durham, Derbyshire. Derbyshire 108 for 5 in their second innings. Trailed Durham by 179 with 5 wickets remaining. Gloucestershire, Sussex, that's been affected by weather. Gloucestershire men have had a horrible start to this season, affected by weather. Sussex 324 for 4 there. That's the only innings so far on day 3. Looks like that's heading for a draw. As Davies comes in again and bowls. That's nice, deftly cut by Boucher down to third. She moves on to 40, 67 without loss. Leicestershire, Glamorgan. Glamorgan 186 for 5. Trail. Yeah, Glamorgan 186 for 5. Trail Leicestershire by 221 with 5 wickets remaining. As Davis comes in again and bowls, and McGacken works that towards mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Phoebe Franklin, and that is the end of the over. So 14 done here at a sunny Beckenham, with the Vipers 67 without loss. Farrant's completed 5 overs, none for 17. Franklin 4 overs, none for 18. They're the 2 bowlers that opened up at their respective ends, and we've had 2 overs from Stonehouse, which have cost 12, and Freya Davis has completed her 3rd over, and she's conceded 19, which you'll be a little bit disappointed about. Freya Davis, just been talking about her. It was at the T20 World Cup semi-finalist. That was back in February in South Africa. Bryony Smith is having a word here with Stonehouse. Smith has now come out from slip, and she's gone towards mid-off. Slightly more defensive field now, because that reflects the situation here with the Vipers, who haven't lost a wicket yet. 14 overs completed. Good start from them, 67 without loss. I have to say, it looks a good wicket. A quickish outfield as Boucher comes forward to Stonehouse, gets wrapped on the pad, and there is no run. Me and Phil were talking coming up in the car. Phil will be back with us at the end of this over, about how many games locally, and I'm sure it's the same up this way as well, and probably around the Stars region, where, you know, even now, games over the weekend, both men and women, the games have already been called off. They haven't even cut wickets, the grounds are so wet. Games tomorrow, even Monday, already off. Stonehouse bowls, and Boucher just waits for that one, opens the face and works that down to third man, where Daniel Gregory throws. Ball just bounces in front of Chatley. Wicked throw for a keeper, but she didn't take it cleanly, but still did well. 68 without loss. When you look around here today, the conditions, although it's quite soft underfoot, walking across the outfield, this ground is in a fairly good shape. Has to be said, the wicket looks a good one as well. Stonehouse comes in again, left arm over and bowls. That's flicked away there by McGacken. You heard the thwack on the bat there as it works all along the ground out towards deep square leg, And the Vipers move on to 69 without loss here in the 15th over. Nice smattering of cloud as we crowd was a bit of a smattering of cloud as well, but groups of 3 and 4 scattered around the boundary edge in their directors' chairs. Director chairs doing a good trade here. So that's pulled away by Boucher this time down to deep square leg. And she moves on to 42 now, 70 without loss. Couple with sun hats on. I suppose it's just about sun hat weather, even with the sun out. It doesn't. It's warmish. Let's put it that way. It's not cold. It's pleasant. Nice for a bit of a stroll round the boundary's edge. Sit in the chair for an hour or two. Open the coffee flask. Have a couple of biscuits. Nice afternoon for that. Stonehouse in again. Bowl short, and it's pulled away by McGacken. Bounced a bit on her as well. Couple of bounces down to deep square leg. I think McGacken got surprised there by the height of the bounce, but played it well. She moves on to 20 now, 71 without loss, with 1 ball left of this 15th over. Good start here from the Vipers. Laid a nice solid base here for the likes of Danny Wyatt and Georgia Adams and Charlie Dean to build on this. Stonehouse comes in away. It's pulled and she's caught at mid-war, dropped. She's been put down. That was a chance. Maya Boucher pulling that away at mid-wicket, and it was in the air, and I'm sure that carried to mid-wicket. And she's put down. It wasn't an easy chance, but I think the fielder just got her fingertips under that. Phil, you had a good view of that. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I think it definitely carried. It wasn't easy. It was dying on her a little bit. But it's Phoebe Franklin at mid-wicket, and definitely goes down as a chance, I think.
So Boucher dropped on 42. How costly will that be?
It's interesting what you say about all the directors' chairs. You're right. I mean, they're all bringing their own seats. There's actually a lot of seating here at the ground, bank seating over the far side from us, but not many people actually sit there. They seem to prefer to bring their own.
Yeah.
Davison at this end, bowling again to McCacken, and that's defended onto the offside. Yeah, they all seem to be self-sufficient, the spectators, largely. Another thing I'd have to say about Sydney today, we always say that you sort of look after your keeper in the field, but they've given her quite a tough time in the returns, haven't they? They've been over her head or some at her feet. They've not been great. Davis in again, and that's driven, nicely driven, but can't pierce the field. McCacken, there's 4 in the ring on the offside now. They need to stop it because we've still got no boundary rider out there, so they need to cut those out, and they did the job. So still on 71 for naught. Good sound start this, as Kev said, setting up a good base for the very powerful middle order. Davis in again, and that's just slightly misfielded and allows a single on the offside to McCacken.
I'll just take over from you in a minute, Phil, but yeah, going back to those throws, I think sometimes it warrants a flat throw, but sometimes it just warrants a loopy throw.
Yeah.
But I don't think we've sometimes seen the difference here. There's been a bullet throw, whether there's no worries or not.
Whichever throw it is, it just needs to be to the keeper rather than all over the place, to be honest.
I'll just take over Phil for a moment. I'm going to do a quick 30-second update as Davis comes in. Length ball to Boucher, pushes that up towards extra cover, and there's no run. Well, a good start made by the Vipers, who won the toss and elected to bat first, probably with half an idea of what happened last week when they couldn't chase the Sunrisers total. They are 72 without loss here in the 16th over with Maya Boucher. She started well. She's 42 not out. Ella McGacken given a good support. She's 21 not out. So a nice solid base here from the Vipers. They make one change from last week. Charlotte Taylor, the off-spinner, comes into the side from the seamer Mary Taylor. And the Stars have made 3 changes, including England players Capsey and Farron playing their first games of the season. The Vipers then 76 without loss.
Yeah, a really good shot from Maya Boucher there again down the ground. Again without a lot of effort, but straight past mid-off for 4. And well, we won't say too much, but she's good, looking a good nick. And Davies going for a few runs here. In again now. That's shorter, but just forcing Bouchier back onto the back foot, but no run on the offside. The end of another Freya Davis over, and Vipers now to 76 for no wicket.
I've always thought with Maya Bouchier, and you know, we've watched her a lot over the years, but I just think she should score more runs than she does.
She doesn't tend to convert a lot, does she? I mean, even last week when she was batting like this and got to 50 and then got out straight away. Don't recall her going on making a lot of really big scores. She gets lots of good 30s and 40s, 50s.
Yeah.
And especially if you're opening, you've got the chance to bat the time you need to be kicking on from there a little bit. But she's a quality player, without doubt. And the England selectors obviously recognised that and brought her into the fold.
Yes, she has played. She's at the non-strikers end at the moment. We've got a bowling change.
Bit
This is
of
Bryony
spin,
Smith with a bit of spin. First spin of the Vipers innings. Yeah, 19 T20 internationals for Bouchier. And Bryony Smith then from that city end, far end as we look. He's going to bowl some off spin to Ella McGacken. Comes in now and bowls, and McGacken on the back foot just steers that into the covers, and there is no run. But yeah, Bouchier only played in the World Cup warm-ups, didn't she, out in South Africa? Didn't actually make...
Didn't make the final cut.
No. That's nicely flighted and brings McGacken forward, who plays that back to the bowler. But she's recently been in Pakistan, playing in that Women's League exhibition series out there. Danny Wyatt was out there too. Smith comes in and bowls, and McGacken on the back foot steers that into the covers. It's Freya Davis in quickly. I'm just looking at, so Bouchier's played a couple of games for Hampshire in this year's county championship. T20, 27-15 against Sussex. That was in the first week of the competition. Didn't play the next round. Down the wicket, in the air, and almost caught at extra cover. Boucher's living dangerously. Sorry, it's McGacken. McGacken living dangerously there. Just used her feet. Didn't quite get to the pitch of the ball. Just pushed it that a little bit. And that almost carried to extra cover. I think that's Tash Farron out there. Almost carried. 77 without loss. And that brings that does bring Bouchier back on strike. She played 5 matches in this competition last year. 128 runs at 25. Again, she'd be disappointed.
You just think it should be better than that.
She's almost double, worth double that. Smith bowls, that's short, and Bouchier works that up to deep mid on off the back foot. The Vipers move on to 78 without loss. Yeah, 25, I mean, that again, she's 100% better player than them. 100%.
Yeah.
I know we're biased, but even a neutral, I think, would almost agree with us.
Well, as I say, she's got England selectors recognised it, haven't they?
McGacken works that towards mid-wicket. It's a fairly quiet over there from Bryony Smith, which is exactly why she would have brought herself on. And we've had 17 overs here at Beckenham, and the Vipers are at 78 without loss.
Yeah, so just accelerating a little bit, not particularly that over, but over the last, or since the end of the power play, they've just stepped everyone right up a little bit. And we're going to have Freya Davis again. She's been a bit costly, worked up a good pace, but she has gone for 24 in 4 overs. She has now got a cover sweeper out, so got a third man and a fine leg and a deep square and a deep cover, so utilising the 4 permitted fielders. And that's full and driven again nicely by Bouchier, but straight to that cover fielder. So just a single, and this time the throw did come in to the keeper's satisfaction. She gives a little clap to the fielder, sort of grateful applause for having one in her gloves. And she's now up to the stumps, interestingly, the keeper. And brought into action there, taking that as McGacken went for that outside the off stump, but not a very convincing shot really, but interesting to see keeper up to the stumps, and this is probably the quickest of the bowlers we've seen, but I think it's only to McGacken, so it's obviously specifically for her, I think, at the moment. We'll see what she does when Bouchier comes back on strike. Davis in again, and that's nicely worked through the leg side by McCacken. They'll come back. Oh no, they don't need to come back for 2 because that's actually run away from 4. For 4, it is a really quick outfield, Kevin.
It is, yeah.
You get full value for the runs, and she just flicked that through mid-wicket, and deep square leg couldn't get across to it, and it's 4 more. 4 runs to Ella McCacken, moves her up to 26. And doing a really good supporting role here for the more extravagant play of Boucher. Davis in again. And that's driven nicely down the ground, but not quite timed, and it's not going to beat Bryony Smith at mid-off. But yeah, McCacken's ticking along at a strike rate of about 50, which is okay when you're in a supporting role. And doing a good job for the team. Once again, the boundary fielder sent out should come up for that ball, but back now. Davis in short of a length, and McCacken goes for the pull there, doesn't get hold of it. It hits her somewhere on her person and drops down in front of her. And the keeper, who stood up, as I say, has just come round in front and picked the ball up. A very highly rated keeper is Kira Chatley. I know there's a lot of talk of her as a potential England keeper or understudy keeper in time. Yes. Davis in again, and that's well fielded, driven to mid-off. It's Paige Schofield. Familiar to Vipers followers to see that bit of fielding at extra cover. Yeah, I think one of the things I've noticed over the last 2 years, the standard of wicket keeping in this competition, really good, I would say. So it's the end of the over with Vipers now on 83 for no wicket. I think there's a lot of good keepers around, and obviously Amy Jones is the established England keeper and does a really good job, although her batting has been a little bit hit and miss in the last couple of seasons. But as a keeper, she's top draw. But there's a lot of good backup that I've seen in on this circuit, and this is certainly one of them. Kira Chatley.
It's pulled away. Start of a new over from Bryony Smith as Boucher picks up a single down towards deep mid-wicket, moves on to 49. Ellie Threlkeld's also a highly thought of keeper up at Thunder.
And Heath, Georgia Heath. She Northern Diamonds, I think.
Bess Heath? No, that's Georgia Heath, is it?
Yeah, it might be, yeah, you might be right, sorry.
You got me thinking now. Here's Bryony Smith. Definitely off spin. Oh, she's down the wicket and she gets an edge there. McCacken, she wasn't quite there. She tried to heave that over towards mid-wicket, and the ball's going to trickle over the rope. But that could have so easily been a number of scenarios there. One called it deep mid-wicket, one where she missed and it would have been stumped. And there's another one there off a thickish outside edge as the ball rolls down to third man. And she picks up a boundary. A little bit of luck there for McCacken. He moves on to 30, 88 without loss. Just deceived in the flight there a little bit by Bryony Smith, who's bowling again. McCacken, that's a little bit more of a confident shot as it worked towards mid-wicket along the ground. And there's no run. Just came down the wicket there, Phil, and just sort of hit through the line anyway, no matter what. That's always a risk when you're not quite at the pitch of the ball. Came across it a fraction as well. She works that one away behind square on the leg side for a comfortable single. Moves on to 31, and this opening partnership now for the Vipers has moved on to 89, and we are in the 19th over here in Beckenham. Just a reminder, if you're watching the live picture feed, that it is not foggy at all. You think, oh, even if it's foggy, it would have burnt off by now. It isn't. There never has been any fog. Low full toss as Boucher works that up to deep mid-on. Singles coming fairly easy here now. And that's the half century for Maya Boucher. 56 balls and 8 fours, you may have heard from the ground announcer. And a second half century in consecutive games for Maya Boucher.
So far, successful move to the top of the order. She was coming in at 3 mostly last year.
That was another thing that me and Phil discussed on the way up from Southampton today about the Vipers batting order, and that's clubbed away. Flat bat by McCacken down towards backward a square leg. Another single here. Vipers moving on to 91 without loss. With all the success that the Vipers have had in both competitions, especially this competition over the years, with Georgia Adams at the top. And now we have Maya Boucher at the top. We have Georgia Adams in the middle. Danny Wyatt's dropped down to the middle, I know, because that's where she bats in ODIs for England, but you just think, you know, the Vipers, with all the success they had, and they're just changing things, changing things around, which, you know, is fair enough, and I'm sure there's lots of good reasons behind it, but if you just look at it in plain black and white, why would you change a batting order that has worked well for a club?
We've got Paige Schofield coming on there, at the Beckenham end against her former teammates. Didn't bowl a lot in the last couple of years for Vipers. I think that was mainly because of injury, but certainly bowled last week for the Stars, and she's getting a go again this week. Sixth bowler used by the Stars, and there's still Daniel Gregory and Alice Capsey who haven't bowled yet, so could well see at least 8 bowlers today, I would have thought.
4 overs, 1 for 10 from Paige Schofield last week up at Old Trafford.
And she is now keeper up to the stumps, and she's bowling to McCacken, and that's down the leg sides. Not a good start. Goes through for a wide. So Paige Schofield, medium pace, no more than that really. And they're swapping. They're not actually changing the field. They're just changing the position of 2 fielders, swapping around. Fine legs going to cover, and covers going to fine leg. Schofield in again, and that's outside the off stump this time, and attempted cut from McCacken, but doesn't make contact, and through to Chatley. So far we've had 1 on each side of the wicket from
not the tightest of starts we've seen.
No.
But she's always good for a few overs for the Vipers, isn't she?
Yep. That's tucked away to wicket for a single this time. Nobody on stopping one there. Fielded by Tash Farrant, coming in off the mid-wicket boundary. So a single to McCacken.
11 wickets for Schofield for the Vipers last year in this competition.
Okay, yeah. She bowled more than I thought from memory then, yeah.
Economy rate of 4.7.
Again, been around the circuit quite a while, played for Sussex for several years. Schofield in the game, driven by Boucher, sort of typical Boucher shot with a long flowing flow of the bat. It goes out to the deep extra cover boundary, where fielded by Alice Capsey, but not quick enough to prevent 2. So 2 more to very confident looking Boucher, 52 off 57 now, which is an excellent strike rate. Schofield in again, and this time just played gently on the leg side for an easy single. Virtually a single any time you make contact on the leg side of this field. But yeah, Boucher really be looking to convert this way. Just reminded me, Alice Davison-Richards just running towards us in the field. Another bowling option for the Stars. So they've certainly got 9 bowling options. I'm just trying to look at who's the one who isn't, to be honest. Keeper would be one. There must be another one somewhere, or maybe there's 10. That one's just played out on the offside for no run.
Capsey.
Well, Capsey bowls. I mean, she's bowled in internationals. McDonald Gay's certainly a bowler, so I think there are actually 10 genuine bowling options here in this side.
Yeah.
So Schofield in again, and that was played on the offside to square cover, but no run. And that's the end of Paige Schofield's first over against the Vipers. Having bowled for them for several years. And at the end of it, the score's now moved on to 96 for no wicket.
Yeah, made a debut for the Vipers in 2018 in the Old Kia Super League.
She was in it all the way from the start, I think, yeah.
Bryony Smith to continue then from the City end. 2 overs, none for 10 for the Stars captain and off spinner. Comes in again and she's bowling to Boucher. Boucher comes down the wicket, almost yorks herself. Now that I think from memory last week, you were there, Phil, I wasn't. She come down the wicket as well and yorked herself to the spinner last week.
She certainly was yorked, yes. I know she might have been advanced a little bit. She's
just come down a pace or so.
Yeah, she needs to say she'll really be looking to convert today.
She has to, isn't she? She's in command here. She's playing it the way she wants to play. It's at her pace. She does not look in any trouble at all here. Smith bowls. She's on the back foot. Just plays that back to the bowler. You know, it's very easy, of course, when you're sitting here on the boundary's edge, and but when you're out there in the middle, of course, it's different thought patterns. But if ever a batter here is set for 100 without actually getting into 5th gear, That's cut away past a diving Gregory at point. There is a fielder behind her, Freya Davis. That's a single to Boucher. She moves on to 54 now, and the Vipers on to 97 without loss in the 21st. Remember, 50 overs aside. This competition expanded this year, 14 group games instead of the 7 of the last previous years, as McGacken comes down the wicket, and unlike the last over where she went through with an attacking shot anyway, this time decides to defend, pushes it out into the covers. A couple of times she's coming down the wicket to Briley Smith and not quite getting to the pitch of the ball. That's a better option there, just getting in behind that and just accepting you're not at the pitch. She's on the back foot there, steers it, doesn't find the gap, square on the leg side. And there is no run. But you know, you always, I mean, I've played in lots of sides, I'm sure you have, Phil, where, you know, I know the game's changed, of course it has, and I would never claim otherwise, but, you know, we always said that if your opening batter opens the bat and gets 100, you've got a massive score there somewhere along the line. That's driven out towards extra cover. That's a good bit of fielding.
Well, you should have, of course, yeah. I mean, people should be able to bat round it.
Yeah.
Well, there was an interesting scorecard in the one of the Sunrisers warm-up games where Grace Scriven's got 100 and nobody else got double figures, and I think the total was about 160. So they didn't actually bat round her that day. But yeah, generally speaking, you're right. You look for one of your openers, particularly if you've got a start like this. You look for one of your openers to go on and get 100, don't you? And
yeah.
And then you're guaranteed a decent score.
Sure,
yeah.
And you know, for an opener, scoring at 2 and over, you know, once you're in.
Yeah.
But of course, you know, these days that's, you know, that's nothing for an opener.
So Schofield again now. Field getting spread now. We've got a long on down in front of us here, and Schofield's in, and that's just pushed back to her. So we've got on the offside, we've got a short third man, a backward point, extra cover mid-off, and a sweeper on the offside boundary. And on the leg side, we've got 3 out on the leg side boundary now, and just a solitary fielder in the ring at sort of short fine leg. Schofield in, that's a full toss, and worked away on the leg side, but didn't get hold of it fully. But as I keep saying, it's a single every time you hit it on the leg side, basically. And there's another one.
It's almost off the bottom of the bat there.
Yeah. Mid-on, long on now coming up to mid-on for McGacken. So one more fielder in the ring. Schofield in again. That's just worked nicely away off her legs. Out to deep square leg, Freya Davis fielder, and yet another single. Runs coming probably too comfortably from South East Stars' point of view, I think now. It's looking a little bit easy, I have to say, out there. That one's just played down to backward point, and no run. Just had a slight cough there, had to go off air, unlike our colleague Amy Lewinser last week, who sneezed on air, which got a few comments on Twitter. She forgot to turn the mic off. Had a sneezing fit. Anyway, that's turned into the leg side by Boucher, and singles just coming very easily now. And that's the 100 partnership for these two. So fantastic start for the Vipers, having decided to bat first today. 100 on the board. And in good time in the 22nd over.
There haven't been too much. I can't remember too many plays and misses for
no, not really. That one's just pushed back to the bowler. There's the one chance at mid-wicket that Boucher gave, but as you say, not really much gone past the bat. It looks a decent deck. The end of the over, it's 100 for no wicket from 22.
Well, this was a pitch last year. I did the men's 50 over game here, Hampshire and Kent, and Hampshire scored their record 50 over total here.
Oh, right, yeah.
Admittedly, it was a very, very hot day.
Is that when Press got a lot of
Press
runs?
got 100 and the highest individual this day score for a Hampshire player as well. So it is well known here for being a high scoring ground. Briley Smith, whose last over only went for 1, she's bowled 3 overs, none for 11, will continue from that city end, and she's bowling to Maya Boucher. Comes in and bowls. Boucher down the wicket, goes through with a shot. It's in the air, and it's spewed off a thick outside edge into the gap on the offside. But that wasn't a controlled shot.
And I said it before, but this is almost like deja vu from last week, but the other way round. In the first innings there, when Vipers in the field, a lot of balls went into gaps like that, and didn't in the second innings.
McGacken always misstumped. Oh, that was a chance, and Boucher was calling her through for a single. That would be a bye. McGacken came down the wicket, missed, went for the drive, and Kira Chatley, I'm afraid, did not pick that up cleanly. Bounced out of her gloves, and the Vipers picked up a single.
Need the physio on there because I think it hit the keeper on the helmet.
Ah, right.
The umpires have called for the physio check.
Did it flick off the glove? Or was it straight at the helmet?
She gave a bye.
Yeah, so... But
off her glove, you mean, sorry, yeah.
Because it didn't bounce that high, did it?
No.
Oh, I don't think it did anyway. Might be just a deflection, but McGacken has a life. So both these batters now have had a life.
Yeah, as you say, it probably bounced a bit on her, but you always think as a keeper, offside stumping you should really be getting, but it's easy to say from here.
Well, I mean, to be fair, it may just have bounced a fraction.
The fog might have put her off. I was just looking for the screen, but the fog might have put her off on.
I was going to say, yeah, don't look at the screen for any answers.
No.
Because you won't find too many there. You'll just about make out the players in the middle there through the. As I say, it's not misty here. It's beautiful. It's just on the lens. So we'll just take our word for it anyway. Right, she's okay, and Smith will come back and bowl. Boucher's going to pick up a single there. Have to hurry. The throw will come in at McGacken's end.
Yeah, wrong end.
And it was the wrong end. You're right. That was a throw there from Donald Gay. Thought the throw was going to Boucher's end, and I think Boucher thought that as well, running towards the bowler. And the Vipers move on to 101 without loss. Here's Bryony Smith again. Bowling to McGacken, goes through a reverse sweep, and she's got that very fine indeed. That's well executed. That's going to run all the way. Daniel Gregory isn't going to pick that up, just has to stop before she goes into a little group there with their director's chairs, many of those here. I wish I'd had a director chair outlet on the ground here, although most of them, of course, would turn up with them. But just in case,
yeah,
it would have been worth £10 a pop. Might have made myself a few quid. 102 without loss. I think that might be a few more than that because that went for 4. Anyway, did I get that wrong? That's a nice sweep shot. Oh, and it's gone past the diving fielder. That's 2 boundaries for McGacken in 2 balls. I thought it was 101. Oh, maybe I got that. Well, it was 101 after the boundary. Now it's 100. Is the scoreboard?
Scoreboard's wrong, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's on 102 now, but it's not. It's more than that, obviously.
Yeah, I think it is. Well, just wait for everything.
We've had 2 fours successive balls, and
yeah.
So
we think it. Well, I think it's somewhere around 107, 106, but. We'll wait till we'll see what the adjustments are. They're still intact, both these openers, despite having given a chance each. Now McGacken goes aerial. It's gone over mid-on, and that bounces. That may just plug, but as it does, it still has enough on it to take it over the rope. And the Vipers just getting stuck in here to Bryony Smith in this over. The previous over from that far in went for 1. That went for a few more. We'll wait exactly to find out how many. In fact, it looks like it has adjusted.
Yeah.
115.
Yeah,
and that's right. After 23 overs.
Yeah, big over that. We're up to 5 and over now. And yeah, Bryony Smith not very happy herself. She, I'm not sure if she dropped her cap when she was given to her, or she actually threw it on the ground. But it certainly ended up down there, and she didn't look very happy. So she'll have to have a little bit of a rethink. They got after her that over. McGacken 3 boundaries, and all to different parts of the ground, which is good to see from a batting point of view.
14 off that over.
Yeah. So the acceleration on. Schofield in again. Bowling to Boucher, and that's driven down to Alice Davison Richards at long on. Again, with another bowling option, as we said. Usually bowls in this competition, but obviously also a frontline batter. Schofield in again. That's just played on the leg side. I don't know about you, Kev. I just think it's too easy there. I know they put the boundary fielders out, but you can't just give them a run every time they play it on the leg side.
It's standard practice now, though.
It does seem to be, and I don't quite get it. Not against these two. Well, certainly not against. Well, no, neither of them really. I would have somebody stopping it anyway. That's only me. Schofield. Oh, and there is a wicket, and Boucher again has gone out having just reached 50. unfortunately, I think she's dragged that on. It's bolder. She was trying to force it through the offside, and the leg stump is knocked back, which suggests to me that she's dragged that on because she was playing that from outside the off stump. And again, unfortunately, Bouchier looking really good, but not quite kicking on. She made a second successive 50 in this competition this year, but has fallen for 58. And the first wicket for the Vipers at 117 for 1.
Yeah, actually, it was 59 actually in the end, Phil.
59
of
sorry.
69 balls,
Yep.
and that included 8 fours.
The incoming batter for Southern Vipers, number 28.
So
Danny
117 for 1 then in the 24th, and it's Danny Wyatt.
Yeah, it's changing the order here because she was carded coming at 4, but she's coming in above Georgia Elwes, which I imagine is based on the start they've had. But Georgia Elwes is a pretty good player herself, obviously, so I'm sure she could have done a job at 3, but they've gone with Danny Wyatt at this stage, and sort of platform set for her really to play a typical Danny Wyatt innings, you'd think.
24 off 25 last week.
Yep.
In that defeat to the Sunrisers, and it was the quick dismissals of Boucher and Wyatt last week, wasn't it, really, that set the
And
Vipers
Adams
back.
went for naught at around about the same time, so the 3 of them, yeah, in one small spell. Was the game changer, really. So Paige Schofield will be pleased with that, with the wicket against her former teammate. Made a very successful start with Southern Stars, obviously with 100 last week off 80 odd balls, and now getting a key wicket, an important wicket to just put a bit of life back into the South East Stars, because I said it was just looking too easy, and now we've got that fielder in on the leg side, saving the 1, and the field is tighter in general, as you'd expect for the new batter. Interestingly, the keeper's now gone back. She's been stood up to Schofield till now. But Schofield in now to Wyatt, and that's accurate and just played gently. Wyatt just seeing off her first ball, getting a feel for it.
Nice little cutter there from Schofield. That's what she's very good at, wasn't he?
Just taking the
seam
pace
up,
off, yeah.
and then just cutting the fingers across the seam, just holding the ball up in the turf. Just mixes it up that way. Ice cream vans here, Phil.
Always a good sign. Always know it's summer. That's a lovely little late cut from Wyatt. Just left that very late. Ran it down to 3rd man, which is Danny Gregory. Even though she's a long way away, as we said earlier, we can always tell her for a distinctive hairstyle.
That's always my highlight, seeing an ice cream van on the ground.
Yeah.
Phil, to be honest, for me, that beats a big 6 or a really good wicket or a great piece of cricket. It's seeing the ice cream van.
Yeah. Yeah, totally agree. That one's played on the offside to cover for no run. It'd be even better if it was actually parked right next to us and we could just order it from here. Kev.
Well, it would be easier. I mean, I think somewhere along the line I'm going to have to get us one if we got time at the break.
Let's hope it stays there.
Well, let's hope there's not too many of the crowd go over there at the break. Otherwise, we won't have long enough to get over there, queue up, have our ice cream, and get back in time.
Yeah, maybe they do online orders. I'll find out. It's 118 for 1 anyway at the end of the 24th. I'm saying that as sounding like I'm someone that would know how to do an online order for an ice cream, but I'm certainly not one of those people. But I'm sure I might be able to work it out.
Bryony Smith then to continue. 4 overs, none for 25. That last over was particularly expensive. But since then, the Vipers have lost the wicket with Maya Boucher. That's last over from Schofield went for just 3.
Yeah, it's a very important wicket for the Stars. It was
yeah.
starting to run away from them a little bit, wasn't it?
So Smith from the City end bowling to Danny Wyatt. Bowls forward, pushes that out quietly in the offside, and there's no run. Wyatt is on 1 and McGacken is on 47 at the non-striker's end. Danny Wyatt will be looking to keep the the rate going and the momentum going as she slog sweeps that one on the leg side, in the air but safe, into the gap, over square leg. They're going to run 2. Wyatt's got her skates on there. She's running well there.
She's quick between the wickets,
Isn't she? It was very noticeable how quick she was coming for that second running towards us. She moves on to 3, 120 for 1 now, the Vipers, and we will be halfway through the innings at the end of this over. Deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square leg for Wyatt. She goes for the slog sweep, but again, it's only just over the square leg fielder. And that'll be just a single this time. Just enough legs. Danny Wyatt there, and just Bryony Smith just having a little chuckle at the far end.
I think she had to fetch that from quite a long way outside off stump, actually, which is why it sort of went where it did, behind square.
So it wasn't in complete control, but it's 121 for 1. As Smith comes in again, this time bowls to McGacken. McGacken goes for the reverse sweep again, gets it very fine. Past a diving Chatley behind the stumps. I think that come off the glove. Just waiting for Sue Redfern's reaction. There is none, so it was off the glove. Took the pace off the ball totally. And McGacken moves on to 48. 122 for 1. The Vipers. Is it me, or has it just got a little chillier? Just feels it. The sun's still out though, that's the main thing. Oh, she's playing a missing, or has she got an edge past Chatley? Maybe Chatley got a little glove on that. Difficult, of course, when you're standing up to stop any deflections. 2 runs, and that may just have been an edge. It was. An edge off Wyatt's bat. Keeper standing back with a snap of that, no problem, but with a spinner on, you ain't going to be standing back.
You're not. And she's gone down the wicket twice on this over already, Danny Wyatt, so she's not hanging about. She's always been sent in with a specific role, I think, here with the score as it is, and she's going to have a go, that's for sure.
Run the ball 6 at the moment as she faces Smith again, and that's just a forward defensive. Wasn't quite there to play the drive. She realised that at the last minute. Horrible throw from Gregory again to Chatley. Chatley doesn't even bother running around from the stumps to collect it. And that is halfway through then, 25 gone, and I think we're going to have a drinks break here with the Vipers on 124 for 1. Ella McGacken out there on 48. That's come off 74 balls with 7 fours. Danny Wyatt is 6 off 7, and that 1 wicket that's fallen. And the 24th, Maya Boucher, bowled by Schofield for 59, 69 balls with 8 fours. The bowling figures so far for the Stars. And Tash Farrant opening up 5 overs, none for 17 with 1 maiden. Phoebe Franklin 4 overs, none for 18 with no maidens. Freya Davis 5 overs, none for 29, no maidens there. Quite a surprise there, Freya Davis. Alexa Stonehouse 3 overs, none for 16, no maidens there. Bryony Smith none for 31 off 5, and Paige Schofield 1 for 11 from 3. Freya Davis 5 overs, none for 29, expensive.
Yeah, she was, and probably the case again. There was a bit more pace on the ball, which gave them. Every shot seemed to go to the boundary. I'm still not sure she had her field set quite right, to be honest, because 2 or 3 of the fours were shots through the offside, which you sort of expect there to be a fielder out nowadays in this form of cricket, but they just went to the boundary, and it just seemed a bit easy. First couple of balls she got past the bat, but after that she didn't look much of a threat at all, to be fair. And I don't think the batters minded the pace on the ball at all.
Yeah, England's Freya Davis was part of the T20 World Cup squad that got to the semi-final in South Africa back in February. Well, still got a few overs, of course, to get those figures back in order. Still, the Stars having a drink, just having a catch up, and
as we were saying, they've got if a couple of bowlers are having a bit of an off day here, they've got plenty of bowling options. By my reckoning, all 10 of the fielders can actually bowl and have bowled in this competition, so plenty of choices for Bryony Smith.
Yeah, no Alice Davison Richards yet. We know she bowls brisk medium pace.
And so Capsey certainly bowled for England. It may be that she's not allowed to bowl for some reason. As a spinner, I wouldn't have thought they'd have restrictions on her, but it can be the case. But Danny Gregory certainly plays primarily as a bowler. I think she bats 11, so she's playing as a bowler. McDonald Gay certainly bowled last year for them.
Gregory, 7 overs, 2 for 36 last week with her leg spin up at Old Trafford.
So she is. I would expect her in the attack fairly soon. Right, but at the moment there's no change. It's Paige Schofield again, as you'd expect, having just taken a wicket. And she's going to bowl to Ella McCacken. Is 2 away from what would be a very welcome 50 for her. Oh, actually, is it 48? I'm not sure.
She is on.
It is 48.
48,
yeah. Yeah. So she is 2 away, and she's facing Schofield. Field spread out a little bit again. Schofield in, and that's played on the offside to backward point. No run. Danny Gregory doing the fielding.
Do you think she's ever cut her hair ever, Danny Gregory? Since she was about 2?
I'm not sure. It's a good talking point, if nothing else, isn't it, for us? But it does help having someone with that distinctive hair anyway. That's straight from Schofield and just pushed back past her. Sorry, not past her. Straight back to the bowler is what I was trying to say, but not very well. No run again. So McCacken probably got one eye on the scoreboard for 50. I know it's a team game, but you always look at these personal milestones, and I'm sure she'll be keen to get these next 2 runs. Schofield in again. That's shorter, and she's trying to turn that on the leg side, but strikes her on the pad, and no run again. So it's a good spell, this, from Schofield.
It is.
She's put the brakes on, both in terms of economy and, of course, making the breakthrough, getting the wicket, and she's doing a good job for her new team. In again from the Beckenham end, and that's flicked away by McCacken, but it'll only be a single. That's protection on the leg side, and again an untidy throw, and the keeper can't pick it up cleanly. They need to sharpen up that a little bit, but I think as an ex-keeper I look at that always specifically. I always like to be looked after by my fielders, and they're not doing a very good job for her today.
Important.
It is important, but it's a single to McCacken anyway. It's 125 for 1. And now we've got Danny Wyatt on strike. Having a good look round at the field, which has changed a little bit. And down the track. It's interesting, and just driven to mid-on for no run. It's interesting the keeper stood back for Danny Wyatt, who is going down the track to the medium pacer, but he stood up to the stumps for McCacken, who isn't going down the track. Or perhaps that's why she isn't going down the track, to be fair.
Yeah.
But she's gone straight back to Danny Wyatt, who comes down the wicket all the time. But anyway, in again, and that's just turned on the leg side, but no run, so good again from Schofield. That over's just gone for 1. So important spell here, clawing it back for the home side. And at the end of the over, it's 125 for 1 off 26.
Yeah, Schofield has now completed 4 overs, 1 for 12. Good effort from her.
It is in the context of this
mixture
game.
of cutters and seamers that just go off a little quicker, and the cutters which just bite into the wicket a fraction, and just gives the batter a little bit to think about.
Yeah, she's just one of those good cricketers, isn't she, who contributes in all 3 aspects of the game.
3-dimensional.
Yes, exactly.
That's what they call them these days, Phil.
Indeed.
We're out of date. Oh, I am anyway. Here comes Smith again, flighted forward. Is McCacken well forward, pushes it out into the covers. Yeah, what did I hear the other day? 3-phase cricketer. And I thought, what on earth is a 3-phase? I know 3-dimensional. It used to be called an all-rounder, but now you're 2-dimensional or 3-dimensional. I get that. There's Wyatt goes, McCacken goes aerial slightly down towards square leg, and that is a half century. You might hear an applause now. There it is.
From 80 balls, including 7 fours.
80 balls and 7 fours, you probably heard in the background. And that's a good innings from Ella McCacken, who picked up her first full contract this year.
She did. And proving her worth today, certainly.
Yeah. So 3-phase. I happened to be listening to something the other day, and I thought, no, this is another management speak type thing that's come into cricket. And apparently, Smith comes in and bowls down the wicket, and she's got an edge there, has White. She's going to get away with that as the ball trickles down the boundary at third man, and that is going to be 4 runs. Again, she's taken a pace or 2 down the wicket, gone for the swipe across on the leg side, just caught the top edge, which just took it out of Chatley's reach. And White moves on to 10, 131. So apparently bowler 3-phase, which means they are almost equally as effective bowling at the start and in the middle and at the death.
Okay.
You probably knew that as I was.
No, I didn't. No, never heard that expression before.
Never
no,
me.
Not
no.
in that context.
Yeah,
no.
so there you are. So the next time somebody says to you, Phil, that's picked up in the air but into the gap on the leg side by White, runs the first one quickly. I don't think she's going to risk the second. Doesn't, as the throw comes in from Paige Schofield down on the boundary away towards that new scoreboard. We think it's new, down the far end. And the Vipers move on to 130, 133. So somebody then offers you a player at the Hursley Park Ladies next year, Phil, and they says, do you know what, this player is a 3-phase. You'll be able to say, stop that, I know what that means. And there's a nice little sweep shot by McGacken out on the leg side. They're going to come back for 2. Quite a lot of work there.
So it's a 3-phase bowler, that's what I'm saying.
Well, I think it's more bowling, yeah,
yes.
where they're. Well, I suppose you could apply that to a batter.
In bowling, yeah, you could do.
Somebody who's very good at the start, somebody who's good in the middle, and great at the death. So you could say that about either. Yeah. So there we are. 3-phase cricket.
It's 3 phases of the game. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, I didn't realise there was only 3 phases, but perhaps there are only 3 phases. There's the sweep shot there from McGacken, all along the ground out to deep square leg. She moves on to 53 now. It's 134.
I was listening to the IPL earlier this year, and they actually changed the definition of death bowling by the amount of overs. I wasn't even sure there was a clear definition previously, but they said they've now extended death bowling to more overs than it used to be before.
Oh right. Yeah.
And I just totally lost interest in the conversation, to be honest, because I really don't know what they were talking about. But it was all around. It was around that, you know. It's what they used to call the death overs is now the sort of super death overs, and now abnormal death overs or something. I don't know.
Mega death.
Yeah.
Take a break, Phil. Have a break as Paige Schofield comes in. Phil's going to have a little break for 15 minutes. It's just going to be me, Kevin James, for the next 15 on my own, as that's worked out on the leg side. And the Vipers move on to 135 for 1. Wyatt has 11 off 11. She was faced the next delivery. McGacken is 54 off 83. Maya Boucher, who made 59, the only wicket that's fallen. The score then was 117 for 1. That was in the 24th over. Schofield bowls again, and forward is Danny Wyatt, plays that out square on the offside, and there is no run. I've seen 1 or 2 people actually was taking my eye, I don't know why, on crutches here. I suppose you expect to see the odd one maybe with sports teams around, and maybe somebody in the squad that can't actually play because they've had an operation or whatever it is, as Wyatt looks for the single on the offside, doesn't find the gap, and there's no run. But I've seen at least 2, maybe even 3 people on crutches, which is a slight worry. That's always an occupational hazard. I think 1 is part of the squad. I think the South East Stars, I think I've seen 1 with a tracksuit on, and I'm presuming they're part of the squad. But I've seen somebody else further along also with crutches. So yeah, just reminds you, pro sport can be hard work, as that's pushed out into the covers, and there is no run. Score remains on 135 for 1. We are coming towards the end of the 28th over. Vipers winning the toss and electing to bat first. McGacken at the non-strikers then, just looking around as the field changes. There's now a deep mid-wicket for Danny Wyatt. There's 4 fielders on the leg side, all on the boundary. No, 1's coming in at fine leg to save the single. Can't have too many fielders out, otherwise you'll break the rules. You have to have a number of fielders inside the circle, which is 25, I think it is, for women's cricket. That's pushed out. There's the gap on the leg side for Danny Wyatt. Easy single for her. Moves on to 12. And the Vipers on to 136 for 1. I'll bring you up to date in the other games in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy taking place today. Do that in a minute. As Schofield has 1 ball left of her 5th over. It's gone for 14. Done a really good job for the Stars. Up from about 7 or 8 yards, comes in and bowls a slightly slower ball as McGacken pushes that out into the covers. Looks for Danny Wyatt for acknowledgement if there may or may not be a single. There isn't. That's the end of the over. That's 28 overs gone here at Beckenham, sunny Beckenham. 136, just 2 runs off that Schofield over. So the other game's taking place in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy today. The Central Sparks are taking on the Northern Diamonds at Worcester. The Sparks last week lost to the Blaze. The Northern Diamonds beat Western Storm. So the Diamonds looking to make it 2 wins from 2. The Sparks looking for their first victory. The Vipers go to the Sparks on Monday. Bryony Smith to continue. I'll come to that in a moment. She comes in from that city end. It's short and it's hammered away by Wyatt. In fact, she was onto it so early with a cross bat. She's worked that out towards mid-on. Rather unusual area to be playing pull shots, but it was along the ground. It was perfectly safe, but only a single. Moves on to 13 now, Wyatt. So the Northern Diamonds, after 23 overs, are 113 for 3. Winfield Hill, 42 she made. That was much earlier in the innings. A quick 42 from her. That's played out for a single by McGacken. 138 for 1. Stir Callis made 16. Holly Armitage is not out on 28. Bess Heath is 13 not out there. So 113 for 3 in the 24th. Couple of wickets there for Izzy Wong. Forward is Danny White. Just opens the face of the bat as it goes out on the offside, but can't find the gap. Sunrisers against the Blaze. Well, we know the Sunrisers, we mentioned it several times already, beat the Vipers last week. The Blaze, as Bryony Smith comes in, that's cut away, and it's half stopped by Gregory, but they'll still come through for a single to pick that up cleanly. Sunrisers batting 106 for 4. Grace Scriven's out for 39. Griffiths out for 43 there. 4 wickets for Glenn. Is that Sarah Glenn? 4 for 22. She's bowled out for 10. Yeah, thanks, Phil. Bryony Smith. Down the wicket comes McGacken. Hits it wide of mid-on. And it's going for 4. Nice shot. Picked her spot there. Ella McGacken. Didn't go too straight. That's where the fielder was. Just a hit wide of mid-on. And that's gone for a boundary. McGacken moves on to 59. And Western Storm against Thunder. The Thunder 156 for 3 in the 29th. Smith, low full toss, McGacken as she comes down the wicket. Works that to mid-wicket all along the ground. Moves onto 60 now. And the Vipers onto 144 for 1. Emma Lamb's still there, opening the batting, 74 not out. Deandra Dottin, the West Indian, is 37 not out. Ellie Threlcold out for 27 there. In fact, Dottin's just moved on to 41. So the Thunder 160 for 3 after 29 overs. Here we've just completed the 29th with the Vipers on 144
Danny Gregory
for 1. And here's Danny Gregory for the first time today, the 24-year-old Surrey leg break bowler. Yes, with those ponytails still there. 2 for 36 from 7 last week up at Old Trafford. Has come into the attack. She's going to be bowling from this Beckenham end, our commentary end. We are at deep mid-on, just wide of mid-on. We can see Alice Davidson-Richards on the boundary. She's just slightly to our left. That's the position we're watching the game on. And Danny Gregory then comes in. Just 2 or 3 paces and bowls short and cut away by McGacken into the gap on the offside. And McGacken moves on to 61 now. That's come off 88 deliveries with 8 fours. Brings Danny Wyatt back down to on strike, 14 off 18. Don't feel Danny Wyatt's quite got into her stride yet. But she's still there, which is the most important thing from a Vipers point of view. County Championship matches taken on. Men's day 3 of 4. Bringing you up to date on those as well. All those matches live on the BBC. There's Danny Gregory. Again, it's quite short, pulled away in the air, but it's gone down towards deep square leg. Fielder comes round from deep backward square. I think that's Freya Davis, throws it in, keeps it down to 1, does well there. She had quite a lot of work to do on the boundary. White moves on to 15 not out. McGachan back on strike, 61 not out. Faces Gregory, hasn't quite got her length right yet. That's better, and she's cutting, missing that one. Chatley doesn't take it cleanly. Ball just bounces behind her, and there is no run. That was slightly better pitched up there from Gregory. Just taking a couple of balls to get it right. Comes in again, quite deliberate first couple of paces. Down the wicket comes McGachan. Can't find an angle as she hits it out towards extra cover, no run. Couple of matches in Division 1 this week, so a few teams not playing. Gregory quite deliberate as she waits between balls to come in again and bowls. There's a little reverse sweep there from Ella McGachan. That's a lovely shot. It's gone very fine. I don't think the fielder's cutting that off. Almost as if McGachan had made her mind up there straight away, almost as the ball came out of the arm. And that is 150 up for the Vipers at the end of the 30th. Not quite the end of the 30th, I tell a lie. We're in the 30th, but 150 for 1 then here. And McGachan has moved on to 65. Kent 87 for 2 in their second innings against Middlesex. Lead by 44 with 8 wickets remaining there. Down the wicket comes McGachan, drives out onto the gap on the onside, and there is quite a few gaps. And between Farrant and Alice Davidson-Richards, they keep it down to just a single. And Surrey 278 for 9 against Warwickshire. Surrey lead by 128 on the first innings with 1 wicket remaining. That is the end of the 30th. And the Vipers 151 for 1. 7 runs coming off that Danny Gregory's first over. In Division 2 of the Men's County Championship, Derbyshire 178 for 5 in their second innings against Durham, trail by 109. A bit of trouble there with 5 wickets remaining. Sussex still batting on day 3 in their rain-affected game against Gloucestershire.
Number 29, Rhiannon McDonald-Gay.
Rhiannon McDonald-Gay is another bowler having her first bowl in this game. 420 for 5 Sussex in their first innings. That's all that's happened in that game so far. And Leicestershire Glamorgan 224 for 6 in their first innings, trail Leicestershire by 183. Here's McDonald-Gay. He's trying to pull that one on the leg side, gets wrapped on the pad, does Ella McGachan. So McDonald-Gay is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th bowler used by the South East Stars, and as Phil says, there is probably every bowler that can be used and probably will get used. She's bowling right arm medium paces. That's worked away by McGachan out square on the leg side, and that takes the Vipers on to 152 for 1. Now there is a Vipers person here walking through with what looked like a child's toy, but might actually be something that measures yardage. Quite why they're walking past us in front and measuring something, I don't know, because they're well past the boundary. Oh, they're measuring out some... Oh, God, that's what they do now with cones. See, in my day, we just used to walk out, place a couple of cones down and do whatever. Now they have yardage charts, yardage machines. So that's cut away by Wyatt. That's a lovely shot backward of square. I don't think Gregory's going to get that from third man. She isn't. That's a beautifully timed shot. Short just outside off stump, and Danny Wyatt, that's her area. Just opens the face of the bat. Lets the ball hit the middle, uses the pace, and that is 4 run. Perfect placement. White moves on to 19, 156 for 1. Quite unbelievable how all the cones now are just placed in a strategic position. What I wouldn't want to do now, Phil, is just walk out and just kick that cone a yard, because that will throw out...
I'm tempted to.
I know you are, so am I. As White bowl just plays forward, just opens the face of the bat there, slight outside edge as well at the same time. There's another horrible throw from Gregory, which bounces short and to the right of Chatley, who can't gather it up. I think if I was a fielder with Chatley keeping, I would definitely be on my toes towards backing up. It's not always her fault either. 157 for 1. We are so tempted to kick that cone 2 or 3 yards. It's about 4 or 5 yards in front of us. All leading edges in the air. It's going to be caught in the covers, and that is the second wicket down. And it is Ella McGacken who's trying to turn that away on the leg side. Just turned the face of the bat a little too quickly. Got a leading edge. The ball just ballooned out into the covers, and McGacken goes for 67. Paige Schofield in the wickets again. She picked up Maya Boucher bowled, and this time she's caught her old mate, Ella McGacken. And she goes with the Vipers on 157. And the second wicket goes down in the 31st over. So another batter for the Vipers, gets in and gets out. But well done to Rihanna McDonald-Gay, or RMG as they say in these lands. It's much easier and it's much quicker, because sometimes by the time you said it, the delivery has already gone and she's ready to bowl the next over, the next ball. So we'll try and say RMG, but if a lot of you say we will, of course, from time to time just say yes, it's Rihanna McDonald-Gay. So the new batter for the Vipers, I think, is Georgia Elwes. It is. A nod of approval from Phil next to me. And just a slight change in the Vipers order, with Elwes and Wyatt changing positions, 3 and 4. But another experienced batter out, 31 years of age. Former ECB, centrally contracted. I think it was last year she only lost her ECB contract, but picked up the Vipers contract. And here's McDonald-Gay, and that's down the leg side, and that is a wide. 4 tests for Georgia Elwes, 36 one-day internationals, 14 T20s. She's been a big servant for England and for the Vipers over the years, and got 100 against these guys at Hove last year in this competition. That's pushed out back with a square. No, says White, and then says yes, with Tash Farrant not being able to pick the ball up cleanly. It went to her left hand, so you can understand why White was hesitant, but Elwes was off. Probably just as well that Farrant didn't pick the ball up cleanly. In the end, the single was a comfortable one, but it may not have been had Farrant picked that ball up in her hand. 159 for 2 then. 31 overs gone. 8 runs off that, but Ella McGacken did perish in that over. Phil will be back at the end of this over with me as we come towards the back end, or certainly the sort of last third of the Vipers innings. 31 gone, 19 to do. And Gregory will bowl to Georgia Elwes. Yeah, the game I'm talking about, July last year down at Hove, Elwes made 115 and the Vipers total of 306 for 9. Well supported by Emily Windsor, who I think I'm right in saying this is the second game she's missed, Emily Windsor, but may just be fit for the game on Monday. I think that's something she's working towards anyway. But Elwes 115 on that day, July last year. Vipers winning that one comfortably, as that's flighted. That's a bit of length, but a nice drive there from Elwes through extra cover. There is no fielder on the boundary, and that is 4 runs. That's a beautiful piece of timing from Georgia Elwes on the front foot. Just waited and just leant into it. Used the body weight as well as the arms through the shot. That's perfectly executed. Don't think you're going to see too many better extra cover drives than that today. Vipers move on to 163 now for 2. As Gregory comes in and bowls, and that's pushed away by Elwes to mid-wicket, and there's no run. She just seems like she's found a slightly better length here. Janiel Gregory in her second over. She was a little bit short in the first over. As Gregory comes in again, that's slightly short, hammered away by Elwes through mid-wicket. Farrant comes in off the boundary, always eager, isn't she? Always busy in the field, Farrant. As if she takes it as a personal affront to anybody that even thinks about taking 2 to her. And the Vipers move on to 164 for 2. It brings Danny Wyatt back on strike. She's 20 off 21. Virtually run a ball and has been throughout her innings. coming in at number 3. As Gregory comes in again and bowls, and she's down on one knee already, trying to just help that away on the leg side, but it's a wide anyway. Daniel Gregory, fairly expensive here. There's 5 runs off this over in total already. The first one was a little bit more expensive than that. That's just come back a fraction at white. She's trying to find some room, can't. Hits it out backward a point, and there is no run. The wicket takers so far for the Stars: Paige Schofield 5 overs 1 for 14, and McDonald Gay 1 over 1 for 8. Those are the 2 wickets that have fallen. Gregory again and bowls. That's flighted, and Wyatt, lovely drive. There is a deep extra cover fielder for Wyatt, so it's just a single. And the Vipers move on to 166 for 2, coming towards the end of the 32nd over. Now there is a fielder going out deep on the offside for Elwes. Gregory waits to bowl the next delivery. Comes in again and bowls. That's almost a Yorker there, as Elwes digs that one out, plays that out on the offside, and that is the end of the 32nd over. Vipers winning the toss and electing to bat first. 166 for 2, 7 runs off that over, and Phil Green is back in alongside me.
Yep, hi Kev. Yeah, wicket falling in my time off air then, but it's one of those days, you get days, don't you, where you think you're watching the... Oh.
Might just have to interrupt you because I'm going to do a quick 30-second update. Oh, so I'll bring you back. Have another breather, Phil. That was a mammoth effort. So we're going to continue from that far end. Who's bowling that in? I can't remember.
McDonald Gay.
Oh, it is McDonald Gay, yeah. Comes in with a right arm seamers, and Danny Wyatt cuts that down to third man. That's a better throw from Danny Gregory. Needs to keep it in that area. Chatley didn't have to move too far with that one, and the Vipers move on to 166 for 2. As McDonald Gay comes in the game. Quick 30-second update. Coming up, bowls again. And the Vipers are 167 for 2 now in the 33rd over of 50. 2 relatively new batters at the crease. Danny Wyatt is 22 of 24 balls. Georgia Elwes is 6 off 6. So the 2 batters that were scoring all the runs are now out. Maya Boucher in the 24th over was bowled by Paige Schofield, the former Vipers all-rounder. Boucher made 59, and Ella McGacken, the recent one, out in the 31st over. She was caught in the covers off the leading edge for 67. So the Vipers here are 167 for 2 in the 33rd. All yours, Phil.
Thanks, yeah. So McDonald Gay coming in from the far end, and that's got past the outside edge of Elwes's bat. No run. Yeah, I was going to say, Kev, that it's one of those days where the wickets came like as a surprise. Sometimes McDonald Gay in again, and that's down the leg side, and that's a wide, given a wide down the leg side, signalled by Sue Redfern. I've got the radio here. That one's, there's a shout for LBW there. They look quite keen on that one, but no interest from Sue Redfern. No, sometimes you have wickets where you sort of think a wicket's going to happen any time because the batsmen are struggling, but today it's the other way round. It's like the wickets just came as a surprise to me. You know, neither of them looked like getting out. McDonald Gay in again. That one's again down the leg side, and again that's going to be called a wide. Good take from Chatley. Always harder, obviously, down the leg side when you stood up, but still another run to the total, and the ball has to be re-bowled. So it's a couple of times this over that RMG has drifted down the leg side. That one's just played back to the bowler. So we've got RMG and ADR, as we know, as well on this side today. That's the end of the over, and Vipers are now on 169 for 2.
We could just do a commentary in what's the word for
acronyms.
That? Acronyms. That's
Yeah.
the one, yeah. That would be fun, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it could be those commentaries that only we know what we're talking about, but there again, that might often be the case anyway, I'm not sure.
You could have a situation in a county game, although you can't actually because they both play for Kent, but you could have RMG, LBW, ADR.
Yeah, that would be a collector's piece, wouldn't it? It's a bit like the Wokes Court folks, Stokes, or whatever, isn't it? Essentially. So now we've got our 9th bowler of the innings.
And it is ADR.
It is ADR. We've got ADR and RMG in the attack at the moment.
So we've got ADR from the Beckenham end, and we've got RMG from the City end.
Yeah.
So there we go. We've got it in about as much as we can get in the acronyms. We've got them in. So she bowls brisk medium pace.
Yeah.
Alice Davidson Richards, or ADR, comes in the game, runs away from us and bowls, and it's down the leg side. Good carry, but it's the wrong line, and that is a wide to start things off. Alice Davidson Richards, 28 years old. Only had 3 innings in this competition last year with the bat. Did well actually, but she's another one in the England frame. 1 test, 4 one-day internationals, and 8 T20 internationals.
And got a century in the only test that she played.
Oh yes, was that one at Taunton?
Yeah, I think it was
last
Taunton.
year,
She got a century, yeah.
Comes in again and bowls to White. White gets a length ball. She's trying to find the angle but can't in the end. Has to play with a straight bat.
Yeah, she got runs in that game that Elvis got the 100 in last year, didn't she, at Hove? When we were there, she got 70 or 80 then, I think, ADR.
Right, yes, good player. I'm doing a bit of commentary with her in a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah, she often
go
does
down
that.
to Kent.
She did a spell in this game here last year.
Yes,
in
she's
box.
good.
Yeah,
Does a bit of TMS as well, doesn't she?
Mm.
A good all-rounder as she comes in again. Or 3 fades. Oh, that's cut straight to point, and that's out. And Danny White goes to bash the ground with a bat. She made a huge mistake there. ADR picking up a wicket in her first over, and White goes for 22, and the Vipers 170 for 3.
Yeah, that was a bit of a loose shot, really, wasn't it? It was a sort of nothing ball, and she didn't really hit it. She almost guided it to backward point, just about carried.
But again, players getting in on the Vipers and getting out again.
Yeah, it's sort of looking a bit like last week when they're 1 down for not many, and then all of a sudden there's 3 or 4 down. Georgia Adams coming in now, and she got a duck last week, so she'll be looking to put that right.
Well, I tell you what, we have virtually got what we wanted there, because Danny White, I don't know what her middle name is, we could go D something W, caught RMG, bowled ADR for 22. There we go.
Yeah, it's
Actually, what is Danny's middle name? I don't know, actually.
it's D.E. White, isn't it? Is it? Oh, I might
No,
make it
Daniel
up.
Nicole
Oh,
White.
Nicole White.
So DNW, caught RMG, bowled ADR for 22. There we go.
It's going to become a thing for commentators in the future, because there's so many names now where the family names put their surnames together. So you have these, we used to call them double-barreled names. I don't even that's what they're called anymore. Even they're not even hyphenated sometimes. But so names like Davidson Richards, McDonald Gay are becoming much more frequent.
Siver Brunt.
Yeah, Siver Brunt, and yeah, there's lots of them, and it's just a thing that happens now, isn't it? A lot of couples just combine their names.
Double barrel, are they double barrel? They're not double barreled because they're made up now.
Yeah, double barreled used to be sort of when it. Well, I don't know exactly what double barrel. I mean, it was always considered a sort of upper class thing, wasn't it? But it's not really as anymore.
No, it's a little bit more common now, isn't it? ADR. Is it me? I can't remember. Yes, I think it is. It's Adams.
Yeah.
Georgia Adams, the Vipers captain, is the new batter in, and she pushes that out into the covers. And there is no run. Georgia Adams last week. You were there, Phil.
Out for naught.
Out for naught. 8 balls she faced. Yeah. Last year in this competition, 8 innings, 218 at 27. Again, for me, that's an average that should have been slightly better.
Certainly was not up to standard for a previous season.
First season in this competition, 500 runs, which was immense. As That's a length ball. But she's another player that's just playing in a slightly different position in the order. Started batting in the middle order last year, and that's carried on through to this year. Very much her and Ella McGacken in the first year of this competition, 2020. A steady opening partnership, was a good opening partnership, but that's been broken up since.
We're now seeing why the cones are put out. I think there's some training routine going on now.
Yeah.
Obviously set distance. That's Ailish Cranston who's running up there.
Ah, is that who it is?
Yeah.
Short outside of the off stump, and Adams decides to leave that alone and then practices the cut shot after the ball is into the hands of Kira Chatley.
Yeah, I'm guessing Ailish Cranston is on some sort of fitness return or something, because she looks like she's
I think I read something.
been put through some paces there.
Now, I mean, knowing that the way that the cones were put out,
yeah,
with
it's very
such
precise,
precision,
wasn't it? Yeah.
the way they were running there, did it need to be?
No, because she didn't actually come right to the cone anyway.
No. There we go. Richardson short. It's a deliberate ploy, and she's trying to pull that one. Is Adams? It goes through to keeper Chatley. Quite a deliberate plan of attack there, it appeared, from the last couple of deliveries there from Davidson Richards. 173 for 3, and we've had 34.
It could be slightly cynical here, Kev, not it's in my nature, but that sometimes all the support staff have to sort of justify their roles and,
100%.
and do a job.
100%.
And I'm sure they do very valuable jobs, before anyone tweets in or anything, but it's very much a case of there's something I need to do, so I better be seen to be doing things, you know.
Thank you to Thomas Sutcliffe, who just says that Danny Wyatt's middle name is Nicole. Thank you, Thomas. At Silent Sport, if you want to tweet.
We've got the Vipers hierarchy walking in our direction right now.
Oh,
Adam
quick, be
Carty
quiet.
and
Yeah.
Ian Cox.
Whisper.
And at far end we've got
Oh,
McDonald Gay, and that's a pull in the air by Elvis, but it's in the gap and it's 4 runs down to backward square leg. Aerial for quite a while, but perfectly safe in the end. And that's 4 off the first ball of RMG's most recent over, current over, and that's 174 for 3. The score's now moved on to. So Elvis, a couple of boundaries under her belt already as Ailish Cranston comes through for another sprint in front of her. She does reach the cone this time. Maybe that's the test, just to reach it. And again, and that one's struck on the pad. Looks like it's a bit more of an effort ball there from McDonald Gay. Seemed to get through her action a bit quicker, and beat Elvis for pace possibly, hitting her on the pad. She tried to turn it to leg. So yeah, RMG in from the London end. Oh, that's really wide down the leg side, and that's going to be, I imagine, yeah, it is going to be 5 wides, the wide and the 4 boundary, and really no chance for the keeper there. To be honest, stood up to the wicket, and from our angle, as Kev said before, we're not in perfect line, but we're at sort of third man, but it looked like it was very wide, that. And
that's the sort of ball that would make you give up as a keeper.
yeah,
That's horrible.
it is horrible. I'd have given up about 10 overs ago, all the throws that were coming in personally, but yeah, you're right.
Would you have walked off?
Possibly. RMG and again, and that's pulled away by Elvis straight to the fielder at fine leg, which is Lexa Stonehouse, just a single. I don't know if I'd have walked off, but I'd have probably been more vocal than she appears to be about it.
Yes, I probably you, like, or me like you, would know of some keepers that would literally stand there with double teapots or shout something.
Yeah, I think
wouldn't like.
I think I would. I was one probably. Yeah.
Would you? Would
Yeah.
you have stood there with a double
Yeah.
teapot?
Yeah. And a few expletives. So RMG and again, and this time it's just played by Georgia Adams gently into the offside, fielded by Tash Farron, who, as Kev mentioned, is always very lively in the field, and must give the whole side a bit of a lift when you've got a fielder who's that sort of effervescent in there. In the ring now, but even when she's on the boundary, she's just very live wire. And again, Gay, and again down the leg side, not as wide this time. It's taken by the keeper, but a wide again. So this is going to be another protracted over. There's been a couple of those, been quite a lot of wides today.
A couple in this over.
Yeah.
One from Davidson Richards last over. and one in
Tash,
McDonald's games previous.
and Tash Farrant had a few at the start as well. So in again, McDonald Gay, and that's on the leg side again, but this time played away by Adams. I think there's a bit of bat on that, sort of bat and pad, I think. Yeah, so that is 1-2 Adams, and she'll be pleased to get off the mark, having failed to do so last week. But she's now underway. The Vipers captain, batting in this more or less familiar role down the order. And McDonald Gay in again. And that's again down the leg side and called a wide, and it's beaten the keeper. And I think she got a glove on it which took the pace off it, so it's drifted down to the fine leg fielder, but that's a wide, and they've come through for one, so 2 wides. Proving a bit of an expensive over this one now, just from extras.
Yeah, she hasn't quite got into a rhythm, has she?
No.
Played in the Under-19 World Cup, didn't she?
She did. Yeah, she did indeed. And bats at the top of the order for the Stars now. She opened last week. I know. In again, and that's again down the leg side, and again a wide. She's really lost her line here. And as we keep saying, they've got so many bowling options that I don't think she'll be given a lot of chance to correct this. I think this could see the end of her spell. I know she's got a wicket, an important wicket in this short spell, but seems to have lost her line a little bit now. And
she bowled 2 wides in 7 overs last week at Thunder. 7 overs, 2 for 40. So that, I mean, relatively, that was an expensive spell.
Yeah. And again, now that's outside the off stump, and Adams plays at that and misses, but she's got through to the end of the over. She had quite a long chat with ADR, so again, going back to what we were saying, we had RMG talking to ADR for quite a time there, giving her experience and trying to help her and get her through the over, which she's done, and the Vipers are now 185 for 3.
Sounds like we're commentating in code. Great, isn't it?
Yeah.
So 15 overs left. Potentially, of course, if Vipers keep all their wickets intact, or most of them. 185, yeah, that was a very expensive over. 15 in total from that one.
What sort of score do you think Vipers would be looking for at this stage, Kevin? What would Lottie be saying we ought to be getting? You should be getting 100 from here, 100 more, do you think? 15 overs? Wickets in.
Thought so, wouldn't you?
So 285 sort of region, I would say.
I heard Lottie's comments after the game last week. Obviously, she wouldn't have been happy losing that one. Here's ADR, low full toss, which is worked to mid-wicket by Elwis, and there's no run. You know, she was saying, last week, you know, sides were getting 280, 330. Obviously, the Stars got a big one last week, 330. You know, quite easily now. You know, 280s plus. I wouldn't say they're nothing,
it's
but
the new
they're
250,
the
isn't it?
Yeah. So you would have thought here it's got to be a minimum in this situation, 3 down. Although you haven't got an established bat in terms of somebody who's been there for a while. That's worked away behind square by Elwis. 12, she's on 186 for 3. You've got plenty of experience out there. And
2 experienced
come,
batters and Charlie Dean to come in international.
But in terms of somebody that's been out there for 25 overs and working it around easily, you haven't got that out there at the moment. But there's no reason to think that 300 is certainly achievable. Which sounds a lot and is a lot.
It's a lot when you have to face it.
It is. Bowls, that's worked from leg stump out behind square on the leg side. Lovely shot, Georgia Adams. Should pick up 2. Farrant comes in, falls over as she throws it in, and I think loses the pace of the throw, and the ball eventually makes its way to Chatley. Yeah, she's doing a few exercises in the field, is Farrant. Now we know she's had a lot of problems with injuries over the last year or so. She's up.
That was just precautionary, I think.
Just felt something in the. Just want to work out what exercise you're doing. Calf around that area. Yeah. Stretching a calf out a little bit. Gets a drink as well, handed to by one of the squad members of the South East Stars. 188 for 3 then in the 36th over as Davison Richards comes in again, and Adams pushes forward with a straight bat out towards extra cover, and there's no run. Adams is 3 not out. Elwis has 12. Those batters out so far. Maya Boucher, bowled by Pace Schofield, looked like he'd just gone through between bat and pad. Was out for 59. That was off 69 deliveries. 8 fours in that one. That was 117 for 1 in the 24th. Then Alan McGacken went in the 31st. as Davison Richards comes in short, and Adams on top of that one cuts that away out into the deep on the offside, and she moves on to 4, and the total on to 189 for 3. Ella McGacken got a leading edge to Rhiannon McDonald-Gay, trying to work it on the leg side, just turned the face of the bat a little too quickly, and the ball just ballooned out to Paige Schofield in the covers. McGacken out for 67, that was 157 for 2. McGacken had faced 95 deliveries as the sun just disappears for the first time today, as there's a quick single as Elvis pushes that out into the covers, and that's 190 for 3 now, the Vipers. And then Danny Wyatt, who just cut Davison Richards to McDonald-Gay at point. She was out for 22 of 26 balls. That was 170 for 3 in the 34th. That's the end of the over. 36 gone, then 190 for 3.
Yeah, fairly quiet over from the Vipers' point of view, that one. Good over for the Stars, just 3 coming from it, I think. And we've got, as expected, we've got a change of bowling at the other end, but rather disappointing. We haven't got our 10th bowler. We've got someone coming back for a second spell. It's Bryony Smith coming on, bringing herself back on. I'm guessing Alice Capsey maybe isn't allowed to bowl at the moment. It was interesting when 8 different people had bowled at the 2 that hadn't, both bowled in international cricket, Capsey and ADR, but ADR has bowled now, of course. And Bryony Smith back on from the City end, and that's short and pulled away by Elvis, but not going to get past the deep mid wicket. It's coming in. Paige Schofield out there. That's just the 1 run.
7 overs for 48 to Bryony Smith.
Yeah, she started off well, didn't she? First 3 overs, and then there was that 1 over when McCacken hit her for 3 boundaries. Sort of ruined her figures somewhat. Now there's a field adjustment here with the cover coming up into the ring and mid-on going back. And Adams is down the wicket. And one of the reasons, of course, that we're told that Georgia has moved down the order is because she's a good player of spin, probably the best but better player of spin in the Vipers, and so she's got a chance to prove it now with Bryony Smith into the attack. She's down the wicket there, but I think Bryony Smith saw her coming and fired it in a bit quicker, and Adams could do no more than just push it to extra cover. Smith in again, captain to captain here. Down the wicket again, but again a good length from Smith, and all she can do is push it back to the bowler. So a good little couple of overs here for the Stars, just pulled it back a little bit. Obviously fall of wickets always helps slow the run rate. And again an adjustment, this time cover coming up and long off going back, so we've now got a long off and a long on. And again similar sort of action replay almost, as Adams takes a couple of strides down the wicket, but can do no more than just push it out on the offside. Another dot ball. So good stuff this from Bryony Smith at the moment. And yet again Adams down the wicket. This time she does manage to get it past the bowler, so she'll get it out to long on for a single. And that's the end of the over. Adams keeps the strike at 192 for 3. Georgia Adams on 5 and Georgia Elvis on 14.
2 runs off that one, Phil.
Yeah.
It's
yes.
not a bad time.
Good comeback over.
Yeah. So
good to see the captain taking responsibility when something needs doing.
Yeah.
Do the job yourself. Bring herself on.
Yes.
As we keep saying, there's a lot of bowling options for her, which is, I suppose from a captaincy point of view, it's good in one respect, but actually a bit of a problem in another if you've got too much choice. I mean, if it's a club game, you sort of have to feel you have to give everyone a bowl, don't you? Because they're paying their match fee and they need to get a game.
Yeah.
Obviously, it doesn't apply at this level, but there's, you know, if you've got a lot of options, it can be a bit confusing as a captain.
Yes, I think as they're all getting paid, it's a little different.
It is, absolutely.
Here's Alice Davison Richards then with her right arm medium paces. Forward is Adams, and it goes out into the covers. And there is no run there. Score remains on 192 for 3. And we are into the 38th over here at Beckenham. The sun has stayed out. I think only for a couple of minutes have we lost the sun during this game. The rest of the time it's been out.
Importantly, though, we haven't lost the ice cream van yet, so let's
No,
hope
it's
it's still there at the interval.
Yeah, there's nobody queuing up at the moment.
No.
Which is bowls,
Oh,
and that's
it's
forward.
dropped.
No, it's into the ground.
Oh, was it? Sorry.
Yeah.
My eyesight.
Yeah, if you're watching on the live picture feed, you probably wouldn't have worked that out because that mist is still hanging around on the picture feed. And it has not been misty at all. It's been anything but. It might be a fraction chillier now than it was when we arrived on the ground.
There's a bit of wind now coming in here, isn't there?
But it's still lovely.
Yeah, very
It's
pleasant.
still a lovely
Certainly not complaining after the 2 weeks we've just had.
truth. As Alice Davison-Richards comes in again. And bowls and short, and it's pulled away, kept down nicely by Adams as the ball rolls out to Farrant at deep square leg. Definitely a deliberate ploy, isn't it, to Georgia Adams from Davison-Richards. Bowled a number of short deliveries.
That was very short, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That was a genuine bouncer. I think she's just been told that's a one for the over. That's a genuine bouncer, that one.
Certainly was. 193 for 3 then, halfway through the 38th. As Davison-Richards comes in again. And bowls to Elwes this time. Elwes tucks it away behind square on the leg side, only a single. Elwes is going along quietly. That's 15 off 18 for her. Adams has 6 off 18. This pair coming together at the fall of Danny Wyatt's wicket in the 34th at 170 for 3. So they've put on 24.
They've got long enough to bat that they can establish themselves for a few overs before they have to really put their foot down. So not a bad position to be batting in.
Still to come, Charlie Dean, we would imagine, would be next. That's pulled away through mid-wicket now. That could have enough legs on it. It does. Now that's short, but it didn't bounce, and Adams was quickly onto that one.
As you
No
say,
chance
Kev, it
for
looks like it's a
Farrant there.
plan there, doesn't it? Because that was dug in again to Adams.
No bounce, was there?
Yeah, you've got to be a little bit quicker to try and bowl that.
Yeah. Well, she has got it high, hasn't she, on a few
Well, the first one
occasions?
did,
but
that one
wasn't.
didn't. That just asked to be hit. Really.
That was please hit me. Adams moves on to 10. Alice Davison-Richards in again and bowls. That's a length ball, but turned nicely behind square on the leg side by Adams. Again, Farrant in. Busy fielder she is. And that will be the end of Davison-Richards over. 7 runs off that one. 199 for 3. The Vipers, and Davison-Richards now 3 overs, 1 for 13.
Yeah, so bit better over there for Vipers, but they'll still have that 300 in their sights. I think that's 101 required, which I think would be the target, or thereabouts. And as Kev said earlier, if you get that sort of score on the board, whatever the wicket and the conditions, 300 is, or there approaching 300 is a daunting target still, even though the scoring's gone up nowadays. So it's Smith in again. And Adams turns that away on the leg side, and Elwes calls her through and gets through okay for the single as the throw comes in from short fine leg.
A couple of dogs in front of us that didn't exactly see eye to eye. 300 up, sorry, 200 up for the
200,
Vipers.
yeah.
I think some of us would wish that was 300.
You've seen, as we were saying, Ailish Cranston in front of us having some sort of fitness test. We've just seen Freya Kemp from the Vipers there as well. Obviously coming back from injury. I don't know if she's working out a little bit today. That one's just dropped on the offside by Elwes, but they came through very quickly. The two were in tandem then on the running, and they both set off straight away, and comfortable single in the end. So yeah, Freya Kemp, I think they're hoping to be back for the Charlotte Edwards Trophy matches, and obviously England will be hoping she's fit for the Ashes series. Bryony Smith in again, and Adams down the wicket, more fluently this time, out to long off, but there is a long off back and a long on for Adams, and there's a single there. Long off now comes up for Elwes, and cover goes out, so obviously they see in different scoring areas for these two players, but There's nobody in that scoring area, which is an outside edge from Elwes down through the vacant slip area, and she'll pick up a couple as Stonehouse retrieves it and throws in left-handed, and not uncommonly today, not anywhere near the keeper, to be honest. It's been a bit ropey there, throwing, I have to say.
Throwing, certainly, yeah.
Yeah. That one was just defended back down the wicket by Elwes. Smithfield's off her own bowling. So she's into her 9th over now, Bryony Smith. Looks like she's going to bowl her full quota probably. And that one's again defended by Elwes. A very correct textbook defensive shot. And she retrieves her cap from the umpire and ends the over at 204 for 3.
So the biggest partnership of the innings, the 117 between McGacken and Boucher, opening up. That's the highest so far. Just a reminder, if you want to, well, if you're listening to this game, you're doing it by one of two ways anyway, but if you're moving around today, then we're on the BBC Sport website. Just go to the BBC cricket pages, flick across to the live action, and the Stars against the Vipers is on there. And also we're on the live picture feed, both on the South East Stars cricket Twitter and the Vipers KSL Twitter feed. They'll both give you links to where you can find the live picture feed. Myself, Kevin James, and Phil Green bringing you commentary all day as ADR comes in and bowls to the Vipers captain Georgia Adams, who works that away hard on the leg side, but straight to Tash Farrant at deep square leg, and that will be a single which takes Adams on to 18 now, and the Vipers on to 205 for 3 in the 40th over, so just 10 overs to go after this one. Alice Cranston has now got a mauve bib on over a South East Stars tracksuit. She's gone off to do something else. She's given up on the jogging that she was doing in front of her. She's now got a couple of weights.
Cones have been removed.
Yeah, the cone has gone. That took so long and meticulously placed. As that's a quick single placed on the offside by Elwes. Good running by those two. A little bit of extra bounce there by Davis and Richards outside the off stump. 206 for 3. Sounds like we've got a helicopter going over us somewhere. Can't quite see it. The usual traffic of planes. Been a bit quiet today actually. Normally when I'm up here, the traffic of planes going into, I presume, Heathrow or Gatwick probably.
Yeah.
Sort of right to left is constant. It hasn't quite been like that this morning. We had a few, not that many. The field on the leg side's been strengthened now for deep mid wicket for Adams. And Davis and Richards wants the short third man, or short third, to go a little finer, which he's got.
Shorter again, I think.
Might very well be. Comes in again. Now it's a length ball. Probably a double bluff there as Adams pushes back to the bowler. And there is no run. So yeah, nice conditions considering what's been around for the last week or so. Pitch looks fairly dry. I haven't been out there this morning.
No,
I haven't looked at it, but it looks dry.
It's obviously, I mean, we were saying earlier about club games being called off.
Yeah.
There's obviously a lot more staff and facility here to facilitate games.
Yeah, there is a dedicated ground staff here. That's worked on the onside by Adams for a single. Quickly in from deep mid wicket is Paige Schofield.
Typically at clubs you have like one person who does it part-time, don't you? Whereas places like this you've probably got 2 or 3 full-time staff, so you can understand why club grounds aren't ready.
So it's a Kent Cricket Club administered ground now, isn't it? Which
it is.
the South East Stars use as their main venue. Yes, ADR gets ready to bowl the next delivery to Georgia Elwes, and Elwes works that to mid wicket. And now there is a standard mid wicket in there now. Schofield has come up from deep mid wicket, and that is a position which often brings a single, especially at this stage of the game. But now they've plugged that gap.
With a sort of specialist one-saving fielder, you see, Paige.
She's superb in that area. We've seen that many, many times. Her on one side and Maya Boucher on the other are quite intimidating. A couple of fielders either side of the wicket. That's a quick single push to point. Throw comes into Charlie. That's right over the top of the stumps. That's a nice throw, but Georgia Adams is home. And that is the end of the over, so Elwes will keep the strike. And that is 40 overs gone. And there's an echo around 208 for 3 then. The batter's out, Maya Boucher for 59, Ella McGachan for 67, Danny White for 22. A wicket each for Paige Schofield, RMG and ADR.
Yep. And now we've got...
we need to invent...
Right. Well, we can't say we've now got BS from the far end, can we? That,
yes, doesn't quite,
that wouldn't be right, no.
Now we're going to have to invent some 3 initial names in the Vipers over the coming games, Phil.
It's, while we do that, it's Bryony Smith bowling from the City end, and that's pulled away by Elwes, but pulled it fine, but straight to the short fine leg fielder there, Alexa Stonehouse, and no run.
I think the Stars won't be too happy with this situation. I don't see the Vipers really sort of making huge inroads.
They haven't kicked on the last few overs. No, that one's driven down to long on for a single. The way they're batting, it's almost like the Vipers are quite content at the moment. They're not really trying to step it up too much. No. And as you say, I think the Stars would be quite happy with that situation, or happier than they were. Because they could have been looking down the barrel at a really big score when Boucher was still in, I think. Smith, that's bowls again, that's driven by Adams, and she's beaten the short extra cover of the fielder this time, so it's going to be retrieved by Freya Davis running around the boundary, but not before they can get through for a second. So that's 2 for Georgia Adams. Smith in again. And this is cut away by Adams. She's made a bit of room for herself there and forced it through the offside for a single out to Davis. So picking up a bit in this over, which is Bryony Smith's last over. She's already gone for 59, so fairly expensive. And now to Elwes. And that's again driven down the ground to long on, so a comfortable single, and just starting to pick the rate up again here, Vipers. I think they'll still have 300 in their sights, but they'll have to accelerate a bit to do that. Smith in again to finish off, and that's flighted up a bit more. Bit slower that ball, and Adams just pushed it into the offside for no run. And you probably heard on the tannoy there, Smith's bowling figures very, very quick. They announced it virtually as she bowled her last ball, but it was 10 overs for 60, so a tad expensive, but she's got through her spell now.
Yeah, am I surprised she's bowled 10 overs?
Given all the options, yeah. I mean, maybe she just wanted the variety of spin, because there's only been her and Danny Gregory as spin options.
True.
The rest has been a bit samey. I know 2 of the bowlers are left arm, but been a lot of seam bowling.
So we're going to have Fred Davis.
Schofield coming back.
Oh, Paige Schofield back, yes. So Alice Davidson Richards is taking a break. Freya Davis, who's fairly expensive actually in her opening spell, is going to come back from this Beckenham end, our commentary end, and she's bowling to Elwes. Elwes drives, plays it back to the bowler, and there is no run. I'll just give you the figures at the moment for ADR. 4 overs, 1 for 17 she was. Schofield comes in, and that works up to mid-on. That'll be a single. Schofield 5 overs, 1 for 14 before the start of this over, as the Vipers move on to 213 for 3 in the 42nd over. I'm not sure we'll see too much more of Freya Davis. 5 overs, none for 29. She was.
And the opening bowlers haven't come back either, have they?
No, they haven't. They've got a few overs to do if they want. That's outside the off stump. Another little cutter there from Schofield, and Adams trying to cut that away on the offside, doesn't time it, and there is no run.
It looks like Tash Farrant's warming up, ready to bowl, but then, as we said earlier, she always seems to be doing something in the field anyway, so it might just be just naturally keeping active, but
A bit of a live
she
wire.
was going through her action a bit there.
Schofield with a right arm medium paces, that's full, and that's worked off middle and leg by Adams down towards deepish square on the leg side. 214 for 3. Adams moves on to 19. Yeah, the most expensive of the Southeast Stars bowlers, RMG, over 8.5 and over off her 3 overs. Daniel Gregory 7 and over off her 2. Here's Schofield. Nice drive there from Elwes through the gap in the covers, but there is a fielder out in the deep away to our left. And Elwes moves on to 24, 216 for 3. Bryony Smith 6 and over. Just under 6 and over Freya Davis, I mentioned. They've been the most expensive economy rate-wise. As Elwes pushes out square on the offside, there's no gap. End of the over from Schofield. Schofield's doing a good job here for the Stars. That over cost just 3.
Yeah, she's probably been the standout bowler today, I would say. With her variety, variations that she bowls. And not sure we're going to get now at the far end. It's we know it has to be a change, and it is going to be Tash Farrant. So that warming up was for this reason. She obviously got the nod from the captain previous over.
Well, she's the second best economy rate behind Schofield.
Yeah.
Just under 3.5. Her 5 overs at the start, none for 17.
She did bowl a few wides, but didn't go for many apart from that. And she's going to bowl now from the same end that she bowled at the start, from the city end, coming towards us. From the end where all the seating is, the banked seating, as we've said previously. Most of the people seem to be in their own seating that they brought, a variety of Kev describes as directors' chairs.
You'd do that, wouldn't you? If you were coming here, you'd bring one, wouldn't you?
Well,
or would you?
I probably would now. Last year, if you'd asked me, I'd have said no, probably, because I didn't own one. This is Tash Farrant coming in at the far end. That's pushed back to her, and well fielded off her own bowling by Farrant, prevents the run. But at the end of last season, the girls at my club actually bought me a chair.
Did they?
Yeah, as a sort of end of season present.
Oh, that's nice.
And it's a real all singing, all dancing director's chair. As I say, it's got like a little umbrella he put up for the sun, and it's got a drink sing in it. And it's anyway. That's played back again to Farrant. So yes, I probably would bring my own now if I was coming. Not something I've done much in the past, because I've always tended to walk round a bit when I was at games rather than sit still, but I don't tend to walk so much now, so it was a very timely present, which I will be using this year, no doubt. Haven't been able to get it out of the car yet. That's Farrant in again, and that's a back cut from Elwes. Well struck, but couldn't pierce the field. Stonehouse fielding that short third man.
Good stop.
It was a good stop, just moving to her right. She's a left-handed thrower, of course, so not to her natural side.
See, I think if I knew I was coming to a ground with any sort of seating, like there's that bank of seating at the back there, the green seat, I would think I don't need to bring anything. Just come and sit down. I don't have to think about putting anything away, carrying anything.
There is that. But that one, she just chopped that under edge there and just chopped it, and it's bounced up over the stumps, I think, to the keeper. So it's a good over this from Farrant, good comeback over. Yeah, I get what you're saying about having to drag it all in, but I am looking forward to this chair that I've got. Looks really nice, but I haven't really tested yet.
Have you not used it yet?
But back end of last season, I got it out for one game, but it didn't last very long, the game, so I didn't really experience it. That one's pulled down too long on. I say it was a pull really, although it's gone quite straight. And that's a single to Elwes, so still a good over this for Tash Farrant. Just needs to get out of it with the last ball. Just gone for the one so far. And she comes again, left arm over. Oh, but that's a full toss. And it's picked up by Adams. This has gone all the way, I think. Yeah, it's gone for 6 over deep mid wicket. The fielder got there, got a hand on it, but it was already over the boundary at that point, I think, and parried it over anyway. She's now confirming to the umpire that it went for 6. It's nice to see from the fielder, because there's obviously no television to sort out that sort of issue, but the fielder confirmed it was 6, so that's a good end to the over for the Vipers. Tash Fran wasn't able to get out of the over with only 1 at that stage, but 6 off the last ball. And George Adams now up to 25, both on 25, both batters. And the score's 2-2-3 for 3.
And that's the 50-up partnership between these two.
50 partnership for these two experienced players in the middle order.
Came together in the 34th over at the fall of Danny Wyatt's wicket. So here we are, 43 completed. So it's taken 9 overs. And 7 overs to go with the Vipers, 7 wickets in the bag. So what can they do?
It's a bit
from
surprising that Paige Schofield came back and bowled 1 good over and she's off again. It's Freya Davis in the attack now.
Well, we were just saying we'd be surprised if we saw much of Freya Davis again, but here she is.
Yeah.
Economy rate of just under 6 from her 5 overs. Needs to bowl a little tighter this time round. Right arm seamer. And she's going to be bowling to Elwes with the keeper standing up. Comes in, Elwes guides that into the gap behind, backward of a point. 2 fielders after it. They should pick it up in front of the rope. They do. 2 to Elwes. Takes the Vipers on to 225 for 3. Now 6 and over here for the last 7 overs. Is the sort of are up around the 280, just under.
Yeah, I think they'd probably take 280 now, but
yeah,
that's probably a minimum they'd be.
Yeah, it looked at one stage 300 was on, didn't it? It might still be. There's a nice little thrash through the offside square, and that's going for 4 runs off the front foot. Georgia Elwes got pace into that shot, in the air but safe past a diving Daniel Gregory backward a point. And I'm afraid Freya Davis again.
Proving expensive again.
She is. It's a big move. Space Schofield still has 4 overs to bowl.
Yeah, and she just bowled a good one from this end. It's just a 1 over spell, wasn't it?
Yeah, 6 overs, 1 for 17.
Yeah.
Why would you not? Maybe they've got other plans. Maybe they've got bigger plans for her.
Maybe she's injured. You don't know. I hope not.
Davis comes in and bowls, and that's pushed on the onside where there's a gap. Single to Elwes.
She's certainly still out there because she's just sprinted in off the boundary, so it doesn't look injured.
See, what Schofield offers you is it's the variation, isn't it? It's medium pace, so you think, well, yeah, that could go, but it's the seamers and then mixed up with the cutters, so the ball's coming off at different paces. That's what she offers you, and that's what makes it a little bit more difficult to just throw the bat at the ball.
Yep.
Davis is just bowling. Slightly slower, that one, but it's drivable. Up towards deep mid-off. Lovely shot there from Adams, but it's where a fielder is, and Adams moves on to 26. That's come off 33. 1-4 and 1-6 from Adams. Elwes is 32 off 39. 231 for 3. So theoretically, Davis is going to be slightly easier to hit, you'd think.
Yeah, the pace on the ball, certainly, yeah.
Down the leg side, that's a good take from Chatley, but that's a wide. So
yeah, she's certainly not at her best today, Freya Davis. I've always been impressed when I've seen her over the years, but she's not having her best day today.
No. So, as we mentioned earlier, part of the T20 World Cup squad in South Africa in February. Played in that semi-final again down the leg side. Again, Chatley's done well. They didn't actually pick it up cleanly, but she's smartly down the leg side to make sure there's no chance of that ball disappearing down towards the boundary. But Freya Davis isn't making her life particularly easy.
No, I just think it's a strange bowling change.
It is. Very strange, Phil. You're right. 2 wides in this over already. 8 runs. It's conceded. There's a slower ball, and that's hit by Elwes past the diving extra cover, and that should be 4. Lovely shot, Georgia Elwes, and again Freya Davis is offering up a bit of a mixture.
That was at the back of the hand, I think. It was certainly a much slower ball.
It was, wasn't it? But it was in the slot in the end, and Elwes waited for it.
Didn't deceive her, did it? She just waited for it and hit it.
36 off 40 now for Elwes with 4 boundaries. And these two have taken the Vipers through to 237 for 3. Bit of acceleration here in this over, which has already gone for 12. And will be an 8-ball over effectively, as Elwes drives, and it's just to the left hand of extra cover once more. That's Phoebe Franklin, but the fielder out deep can get around, has time. And Elvis will keep the strike with the Vipers at 238 for 3. Big over there.
Yeah, that's put a bit of momentum back into it, hasn't it, at this stage? And important to the Vipers. And we've now got 2 established players, established at the crease, been in for a while, and should take full advantage of these last 6 overs, you'd think.
Well, the momentum has shifted a little bit more in their favour, hasn't it?
Yep.
You think they might be able to feed off that, the batters?
But Tash Farrant bowled a good 5 balls last time round, but the last one went for 6. But let's see what she can do now. She's in. Oh no, she was in from the City end, but stopped her run up halfway through. Something obviously not quite right. I know bowlers sometimes just realise they're slightly out of step of their run up and stop at that point, and that's what she did. And she now walked back to the end of her mark and going to try again. Left arm over the wicket. Bowling to Georgia Elvis, and that's leg side, and again a good take by Chatley, but again the umpire stretches her arms and signals a wide, and there has been a lot of wides today. That might come back to hurt Stars in the final adding up.
Tell you what, Chatley's kept well. Oh, she's been okay, but the last few overs
she's been really busy. Little chat between the batters mid-crease there, I don't know what that was about, but once again Farrant stops in her run-up and goes back. I think she's having a little bit of a problem with her run-up here. She sort of jogs back here. I don't know if they're on the time, tight on the time restriction, but she sort of ran back to her mark there. Now she comes in and she lets this one go in. That's Elvis pulls that away in the air, but well short of deep square leg fielder. Capsey out there. He returns it on the bounce to Chatley, and there's another single to Elvis. And again, change the field, the different field for the 2 different players here. This time, boundary fielder comes up from the covers, but goes back at long off. So we've got long off and long on. And 2 fielders out on the leg side boundary as well. And she's coming round the wicket, so a change of line from Farrant. Adams pulls, and this is going to beat the field. That's another 4. A loose ball really from Farrant, and Adams just basically helped it run its way past short fine leg. And they're looking a bit struggling to know exactly what to do here. They're changing the field most balls and don't seem to quite have their plans working just at the minute, Stars. Farrant again coming in round the wicket, and that's a better ball and just defended by Adams. Farrant fields off her own bowling. Yeah, they're looking busy now. So they had a chat mid-wicket in the middle of the over there, the batters, so I don't know if there was some sort of plan they've changed or something, but it's unusual to see that in the middle of the over. So that one's just chipped in the air by Adams, a little bit airy on the leg side, but nobody anywhere near that, so an easy single.
I don't know if it's me, but Farrant looks like she bowls slightly quicker coming round the wicket than she does when she's over the wicket. It seems like she floats it a little bit more coming over the wicket.
Yeah, I think you might be right. It's certainly, it does appear to have come on a bit quicker this over. She's back over the wicket now, so obviously just round the wicket for Adams, over the wicket to Elvis. And you're right, really, Kev. Yeah, that did seem a bit floaty, but it's flicked away to square leg and finishes just about by the square leg umpire, as does Tash Farrant in her follow through. Always eager, she's chased after it herself and didn't actually pick it up in the end because the other fielder got there first, but she's always very, very lively in the field, which is good to see. And it's another single to Elvis, and she's going to come back round the wicket to Adams. She's definitely dug. Oh, she dug that. That's actually out. Yeah, that's going to be out. So it looked it from here. That was a short ball, and Adams went to pull it, but it kept low and hit her on a about the knee roll, I would think, and finger went up pretty well straight away. It was one of those that even from our position of not being in line looked pretty adjacent, I have to say. So Adams out LBW for 31. LBW to Tash Farron, and the score now 246 for 4. And Charlie Dean now in, England's Charlie Dean, in at 6, and she's got 6 overs, or 5 and a bit overs, to make a contribution here. A good knock from Georgia Adams in the situation, and got the score moving again in that good partnership with Georgia Elwes. But we now have Charlie Dean at the crease. A long discussion with her batting partner.
76 they put on.
76,
those two,
yeah.
for the 4th over in 11 overs.
So in the end, good partnership. It was slow at the start, but it built up nicely.
Yeah. So Charlie Dean.
And that was the end of the over as well.
Yeah, and it looks like Elwes is going to be on strike, and he's paid Schofield.
Schofield again.
Yeah, should have been there all the time, really, shouldn't she?
And a change of bowling at the
Because
replacing Freya Davies.
Because Freya Davies' over went for 13.
Yeah.
That last one. The Vipers, so an over 43 went for 7. Over 44, Freya Davies went for 13. Even though Farron picked up a wicket, that went for 7. And with 5 overs left, 246 for 4. As Schofield bowls, he goes aerial, does Elwes over extra cover.
Safe.
It's plugged. It's a lovely line iron, but it's perfectly safe out in the deep over extra cover. And Elwes will move on to 41. Was it 39? 39 to 46 for 4. So even 8 and over here will give them sort of up around 290.
Yeah.
So yeah, anything around 300 here by the looks of it.
That's what they'll be looking at.
Yeah. Dangerously looking at 280 a while ago. It's a low full toss, which always doesn't time it. It goes out on the leg side. It should only be a single as in comes Franklin, yeah. Out at deep mid wicket, and Elwes now moves on to 42. That's off 45. So Adams is 31 off 37 with 2 4s and a 6. Sorry, Phil.
No, I was just going to say, that's good strike rate, really.
Yes.
Nearly 100, as they describe it nowadays. Batting 100.
Yeah, there'll be a new phrase for that soon. I'm sure that's coming. I'm sure there's people that sit around thinking of new phrases for cricket. Schofield bowls. That's cut away by Dean. She's off the mark straight away.
Unlike people who just sit around thinking up new acronyms for players, like we've been doing for the last half hour. Yeah.
The Vipers 250 is up in the 46th. Yes. That run rate is just a fraction, or as good as 5.5 and over, which isn't particularly bad, to be honest. There's a nice drive now. Alice Davison-Richards is going to dive into that one at mid-on. I think she's done well. Or has she? No, has the ball slim? It's gone for 4.
It's gone forward.
Couldn't quite crane my neck around the tent.
She sort of got there, but I think she actually might have overrun it slightly. Went sort of past her.
Nice piece of timing again from Georgia Elwes, who is a runner ball 46 as of now. 254 for 4. The Vipers really should be looking for 300 as a minimum now. To come after Charlie Dean, Lindsay Smith, Rihanna Southby, the former SC Stars player, Alice Monaghan to come, Charlotte Taylor, Lauren Bell. Nice drive from Elwes, quickly up to Bryony Smith, who does well, right on the 30-yard circle to field. No danger of getting that in time, so it was a single. Elwes on to 47, brings Charlie Dean back on strike to face her second delivery. Schofield conceded 9 in this over so far. Has one more ball left of it. Slower ball. Dean pulls that away on the leg side. That'll be a single. 10 off the over. And after 46 overs, the Vipers are 255 for 4. Phil, you going to take a break? Do you want to take a break? It's up to you.
Well, no, I'll go through the innings now.
Sure.
It's nearly done, isn't it? But yeah, without being wishing to be Mr. Pedant, but I'm sure we might get a comment in just to point out that the fielding circle in
Was it 25?
women's is 25.
Sorry, thank you, Phil.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to pick you up on
No,
it,
you
Kev.
can. Of course you can.
I know there's
Of course you
people that will be listening that will, because they like to point out the differences in women's cricket.
Yeah,
but
no.
yeah, it is a 25-yard circle, that's distinct from 30. Not quite sure why. I guess it's just a historic thing, because it was always thought that, or always been assumed that there's slightly less mobile in the field for some reason. But it's a 25-yard circle in women's cricket. We've got another change of bowling. I think is this RMG back on, is it? I know it's Freya Davis then, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes, it's Freya Davis changing ends, and her first ball from the city end is played by Elvis into. Sorry, no, it was Charlie Dean, wasn't it? Yeah, into mid wicket for a single. So Dean up to 2. So again, we got long on, long off back. And Davis in. That's a slower ball, which is clubbed down the ground at one bounce down to long on for 1. So 40. Is that 49 there to Elvis? I still can't see that clearly.
It is 48.
48.
Actually, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to do a quick 30-second update.
Kev's now on the update. I'll pass you over.
Thank you. Freya Davis bowls. There's a drive, but mid-on is up. They're still going to take a single. Dean has to run the bat in quickly as the ball gets thrown in at the bowler's end. And that takes the Vipers total now on to 259 for 4, halfway through over number 47. So Georgia Elwes is continuing that long line of Vipers batters who have got in and got decent scores. Elwes' time at the crease is running out, of course, with the number of overs being capped at 50. As Davis comes in and bowls, Elwes swings away and hits that down towards deep mid-on. Dean runs the first one quickly, wants 2, but there isn't 2 there. And here's this quick update coming up. 260 for 4. Here we go. There goes. Well, the Vipers' innings coming towards a close. They are 260 for 4. We're in the 47th over of this 50 overs aside contest. Basically, it's been a story of all the Vipers' batters getting in and then really getting themselves out again. Maya Boucher, the first to go for 59. Ella McGachan made 67. Danny White, 22. And Georgia Adams, the captain, 31. And Georgia Elwes is out there. She's 1 short of a half century. She's 49 not out. And just as I speak to you, Charlie Dean, the England player, has just got out for 4, so she's the first Vipers player with single figures to get out. Vipers, though, going along nicely, 260 for 4 in the 47th.
Charlie Dean was caught by Phoebe Franklin off the bowling of Freya Davis.
Tell me that was Dean out. Yes, it was, yeah. You know when you look up and you look.
Yeah.
So Dean goes caught by Phoebe Franklin off the bowling of Freya Davis for 4. That was off 5 balls. And you would think now it might be a little bit of a procession as the Vipers try and eke out and try and score as many runs as they can off these final couple of overs or so.
I've just had a text referring to the live feed, Kev, as you've mentioned several times. It says, watching from Australia, Charlotte Taylor's #1 fan. Can you clean the camera lens, please? That's from Vans. So just pointing out, Vans, that if you're listening as well, that it's not actually down to us. We can't do much about that. I assume she can be listening from Australia. There's no reason.
Yes, we're all over the place.
Worldwide, aren't we? Yeah.
I think we're on the BBC Sport website. I think that is worldwide, and also on the live picture feed. I think it's the same. Yeah. So, yeah.
Vans is actually the nickname for Carrie Ann White. I can tell you that. He used to play in England, but now emigrated to Australia. And we've got Freya Davis coming in at the far end, and down the leg side, and yet another wide. So Lindsay Smith's first ball, and she gets a bit of a sighter there.
Lindsay Smith back at the Vipers.
Yeah.
After spending a few seasons at the
second
Northern
spell there
Diamonds.
with the Vipers. has been on England duty, of course, in the past, and we'll be hoping to get back into the frame again, I guess. She's played a big shot at that one and managed to get it down to long one, but certainly aggressive intent. Yeah, Lindsay Smith played in the T20 World Cup for England in the West Indies a few years ago. I remember that.
Yeah, last international 2019.
Yeah, that's the end of the over, and it's 262 for 5 off 47. So 300 probably looking a little bit out of reach now, but you never know.
He was playing for Otago in the Women's Super Smash tournament in New Zealand during the winter. Played a few games.
Yeah, I know she goes abroad most years. Yeah.
Actually played 4 matches for him, didn't pick up a wicket.
Okay.
Not a single wicket.
She's another one who's converted in relatively recent terms into a spinner from. She was originally a left-arm seamer.
Oh, was she?
Yeah.
Number 24, Alice Davidson-Rich.
So, certainly bringing the changes here.
Gosh, aren't they just? 9 bowlers used, not the 10 that Phil's been demanding, and which they could very easily use. So ADR's back round the wicket with her right arm, brisk medium pace. Lindsay Smith drives to extra cover, who's fairly deep, and a good throw over the top of the stumps there from Freya Davis. But Georgia Elwes comfortably home. She's 1 short of a half century, a runner ball 49, and Lindsay Smith a runner ball 2. Takes the Vipers on to 263 for 5 at the start of the 48th over.
I might be asking for a 10th bowler, but there'll be a lot of people scoring out there. Certainly in the old scorebooks, who'll be praying there's no more bowlers because they would have run out of columns some while back, I guess.
Are there not 10 columns in those?
I don't
those
think
old green scorebooks they used to be.
but most of them score online now, don't they? It doesn't matter, but yeah, in the old scorebooks, I think you only had 8 bowlers at the most, if
Is
that.
that right?
Yeah.
Oh dear.
So they'd be pulling their hair out when a 9th bowler came on.
I used to score in my young days for a club.
Yeah.
It used to be my regular weekend job, earn a couple of quid. That's turned away, and that's Georgia Elwes' half century has gone out towards deep mid wicket. And there'll be a round of applause again for the 3rd Vipers player past the half century mark. 50 of 50 deliveries with 5 fours. Georgia Elwes coming in at number 4, having been expected to come in at 3.
She's been a good run scorer for Vipers in recent years.
Very steady player that
Very
goes with
good
that
player.
100 that she got here. Sorry, at Hove against the South East Stars back in July last year as Davis and Richard bowled short. Lindsay Smith tried to pull it away on the leg side, gets wrapped on the pad. I think that was the shortest delivery and a bit of a cutter. The ball just seemed to hold.
Slower ball bounces to the balls.
Held in the surface, and Lindsay Smith was through the shot before the ball arrived.
So did you say you used to get paid for scoring at your
I
club?
think I did actually.
Really?
I can't remember. Did I get a free tea or something?
Yeah, that's probably it.
You might be right.
My first job when I did the numbers on the board, tins before we had these electronic things, and that was my job always. But I certainly didn't get paid, but I might have got the odd ice cream or something.
I'm probably looking back with wishful thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course, I was very young when I started doing that. Over the wicket, and Elwes hits that in the air, over mid-off. That's a lovely shot. That should be just 1 bounce.
Yeah, just short.
Into, I think, is the side screen. I can't quite see.
Couple of yards short of the boundary.
So, good shot, Georgia Elwes, who moves on to 54, and the Vipers 269 for 5. I used to use all the colours, all the coloured felt tips.
They do, don't they? The scorers do, yeah.
All the dots,
the really serious scorers do.
Yeah, I enjoyed all that.
Yeah, but nowadays it's all done on a laptop or phone.
Yeah.
And it is easier, I have to say, it is easier.
Well, a laptop.
On this play cricket scoring, yeah.
Other systems available, I'm sure. That's
Yes.
pulled away behind square on the leg side by Elwes. Just a single throw.
It's just a single entry, you used to, in the book you obviously put the score there and the bowler and then the total, but the play cricket, online scoring, it's just one.
Shares in place.
It's just one entry. It's the only system I'm aware of, but there might be, as you say, there might be others.
270 for 5. Lindsay Smith facing ADR, who's round the wicket again. Smith drives, misses outside the off stump. Gets good carry. Alice Davidson-Richards.
Yeah, she bowls at a reasonable pace, doesn't she?
She gets it through. 48 gone, 2 overs to do, potential 12 balls, assuming there's no extras. And the Vipers inching up towards that 300. Will they do it? They need 15 and over if they do. On average of 15 on over, of course.
I think we've got
Could be 20
Schofield
off
at the
one.
other end now.
She's switching ends for the first time.
Yeah. She's going to bowl the 49th.
She's not going to bowl out. I find that incredible.
No,
1
she's
for
not.
27 off of 7. She,
I think it goes back a bit to what I said. Sometimes, if you've got too many bowling options, you can actually sort of almost confuse yourself. You know, if you just got 5 bowlers, you know they're going to bowl 10 each. It's pretty easy in your head, isn't it? But when you've got so many options, it's maybe difficult. Anyway, Schofield in over the wicket, and Elvis made a bit of room for herself then, but Schofield followed her, bowled at her legs, and all she could do was work it away on the leg side for a single.
I know it's difficult for a captain because, I mean, you know, you don't look at run rates when you're out in the field. You
No.
probably have an idea.
Yeah, in
you
your mind.
know, but you don't think, hang on a minute, this bowler's going for 0.2 less
Yeah.
than over the other one. So you don't, but Schofield is the most economical bowler, and she will not bowl out.
Yeah, you know when you're out there that you sort of, in your head, you think that she's leaked a few or whatever.
Yeah.
And, of course, they do have it on the scoreboard nowadays. They've got the advantage they can look up and see what the bowling figures are at any point. But, yeah, you're right. It's easier from here, as are most things. There's an appeal for a stumping this time, as Chatley was very sharp on the offside there, not out. Smith stretching, but obviously not stretching quite far enough from Chatley's point of view. But good bit of work again. She's done well today out in.
She has been very tidy.
In difficult circumstances. I won't go on about it anymore. Schofield in again this time. Much more fluent shot from Smith, but straight back to the bowler. Schofield feels a firm bowl. So another dot ball, and this is where teams always suffer with a new batter coming in a little bit, don't they, at this stage? Ideally you want to establish batters for the last couple of overs, but obviously not always the case. But I'm sure Lindsay Smith will work this out. This one's, and she has worked that out, she's hit that well over the offside. That's going to go to 8 for 4. Nice shot from Lindsay Smith. Just again, I think made herself a bit of room and hit it over extra cover. Went the aerial route and directly over the fielder on the circle. And if you go over the fielder on the circle, then it invariably goes for 4 because there's not somebody behind them, as a rule. So, very welcome 4 to Lindsay Smith. Left-handed batter, of course, left-handed batter and bowler. Schofield it again, and that's turned away, and she'll come through for a single. In fact, they'll get more because there's a misfield from Stonehouse, and she's had to retrieve it, and a not very good throw again. That they got through for 2, and it's 2 to Lindsay Smith. Just a bit of pressure being put on by the first run being taken quickly, and possibly just took her eye off the ball a bit there. So Schofield in again, and that's short, and Smith's going to pull it. It's going to come down to the fine leg boundary. I don't know if she's made contact with it, or yes she has. She must have got a bottom edge, I think. That's gone through for 4, so a very productive over for Vipers. Not quite the, or was it the 15 that they were looking for?
It's 11.
11, is it? Yes. So 19 now, leaded off the last over if they're going to reach that 300, which, as we know, doesn't make a difference between 299 and 300. There's not a lot on the board, but there's always a sort of psychological thing, isn't there, if you get to 300 rather than 299. So let's see if they can do it in this last over.
So we've got Elvis on 56 from 53 deliveries, and Lindsay Smith 12 from 9. And it's going to be Elvis to face the last 6 deliveries, and they're going to be bowled by ADR, whose previous over went for 7, which wasn't a bad effort. Over number 48. She's going to be over the wicket to Elvis. Comes in and bowls, and Elvis tries to swing away on the leg side, misses, goes through to keeper Kira Chatley. Just gave herself a little bit of room there, Elvis, and length ball.
It
went past, heave that away on the leg side.
Past the leg stump, didn't it? I think.
Yeah. Just moved outside the leg stump.
She moved one away.
Dot ball, first ball of this last over here in Beckenham. Comes in again and bowls. Slightly slower ball, and that's heaved away on the leg side by Elvis. They'll look for 2 here. Bryony Smith comes round from deep mid on Lindsay Smith running to the danger end, easily home. And Elwes picks up a couple, moves on to 58, 283 for 5. Looks like the Vipers are going to have to settle for a score around the late 280s, maybe 290. I say settle, I think they would have settled for that at the start.
Yeah, but it normally settle for that sort of score.
But it could have easily at times been 300 plus. Elwes comes down the wicket, hits in the air, doesn't really time it. It goes, bounces just outside the circle. They want 2. Lindsay Smith sends Elwes back. And it'll be Smith that faces the next delivery. Always coming down the wicket, hits it high, but not out of the middle of the bat. She's 59 now. And it's 284 for 5 with 3 balls left. Now the South East Stars need to get the field right here. May want to keep Lindsay Smith on strike if they can. There's an extra cover. Mid-off is back. There is a backward point and a short third man. The extra cover. Oh, now they're bringing the cover up in the circle as well, and they're going to move the leg side fielder down to deep backward square.
This is by some distance the highest score of the 4 today in this
is it?
Competition.
Nice shot, Lindsay Smith, but the fielder who just come in has fielded that one, so it's just a single. That's Phoebe Franklin.
Yeah, just running down the other scores. Northern Diamonds 161 all out. Sunrisers 159 all out. Thunder 214 all out. So the best batting performance today is by the Vipers here.
Big scores last week, not so big scores this week. Maybe that reflects the weather during the week that we've had. Here's ADR. Now it goes in the air. Now Bryony Smith's under that, a deep mid on, simple catch. Head height. And Elwes perishes for 59. And the Vipers lose their 6th wicket with a score on 285.
Yeah, good contact that, and I think it would have been a 6 had Bryony Smith not been positioned there, but she said gave a comfortable catch, just took it about head high with the Australian method, as they call it, with the hands facing upwards.
The incoming batter for Southern Vipers, number 20, Alice Monaghan.
Alice Monaghan gone up
Ooh,
ahead
so
of
Rhea
Southgate,
yeah.
but just for a couple of balls. But she will be on strike, of course. In the old days, I'll say old days, a couple of years ago, they crossed and it would be Lindsay Smith on strike. But
here's ADR then to Monaghan, who swings that away, hits on the onside. Now she doesn't really get hold of that. They should get 2, and they do. It's one of those where with everybody on the boundary and the ball just about making it to the 25-yard circle, 2 quick batters out there, pick up 2, and that was the last ball of the innings. So the Vipers close on 287 for 6, with Monaghan not out 2, Lindsay Smith not out 13. The chief batters for the Vipers, Maya Boucher made 59. Ella McGacker was a second batter out for 67. There was 22 from Danny Wyatt, 31 from Georgia Adams. Georgia Elwes, the last batter out for 59. And as the batters make their way off the pitch, followed by the South East Stars fielders, the bowlers, there were a mixture of wickets really. 2 wickets for Ellis Davis and Richards, who picked up 2 for 30 off her 6. A wicket for Rhianna McDonald-Gay, 1 for 26, but she was expensive. That was off 3 overs. 1 for 38 from 8 from Paige Schofield. The pick of the bowlers, really, although in the end she wasn't quite the most economical. That was Phoebe Franklin, 4 overs, none for 18 at the start. Again, never got another go the second time around. 1 for 32 from 7 for Tash Farrand. 9 bowlers used by the South East Stars. Myself and Phil Green will take a rest. I think it's about half an hour break in this, isn't it?
I think it is. I just I'd say on that, I think it's one of those situations, Kev, where both teams would be reasonably happy, because I think the Vipers would settle for that sort of score. You always would, but I think the Stars would be quite pleased that, thinking it could have been more, and they pulled it back quite well. So I think both would be quite happy at this stage.
We'll be back in just under half an hour's time.
Danny Gregory, 2 overs, no maiden, none for 14. Rhianna McDonald-Gay, 3 overs, no maiden, 1 for 26. And Alice Davison-Richards, 6 overs, no maiden, 2 for 30. 30 minutes between innings. If you're looking for refreshments, then the bar in the upstairs of the indoor school is serving drinks and snacks.
Walking though. What I'm on it though. Office. Now it's okay. Yeah, someone commented on Twitter on that.
there'd be literally no money you could give them. But
I bet you
no, I bet you there would be. There's literally no money you could give them.
We did the England half for the Derby during the lockdown. That was obviously outside as well. So right now I'm doing statsy stuff. Yeah. We'll do a match report of the international everyone stuff. So we tend to alternate. So one of us is alright by one of us will write the report. Sorry, the other one write the report in the car. So you guys write examples. We might do. See how we do it. Are you doing the reporting now, right? Yes. Okay. Yeah. We do that occasionally. We do it when other people are away. So we do that this week.
Could actually be true. হ্যালো, কেমন আছো? হ্যাঁ, ভালো আছি। আমি খেলায় মাঠে আসছি, দেখো সুন্দর একটা মাঠ। সেখানে মেয়েরা ক্রিকেট খেলতেছে। মেয়েদের ক্রিকেট, হ্যাঁ। হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ, আগে তো টিভিতে দেখি করি না, এটা একেবারে খেলা মাঠে বসে দেখি। এতক্ষণ করলাম তো, আম্মু কই? ওর আম্মু কই? তাও কথা বলবো না। আচ্ছা, নিয়ে যাও মো। মানুষের কুলে কাজে
দেখে বিরক্ত হচ্ছে মাঠ দেখো আমার খেলা শুরু হয়ে যাবে আবার ওই যে প্লেয়ার নামতেছে দেখো মেয়েরা লাস্ট টাইম ব্রেক ছিল আর কি ব্রেক থেকে বাকিটা করে একবারে বাকি চলে যাচ্ছে দেখো কত সুন্দর মাঠ হ্যাঁ আমার শ্যাডো ওই যে আমার শ্যাডো এই যে আমি
After today, South East Stars have 5 more matches at Beckenham across the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy and Charlotte Everett's Cup this summer. There are also 2 fixtures at Guildford, and for the first time, 2 T20 double-headers alongside the men's Vitality Blast, one at the Kia Oval and one at the Spitfire Ground, Canterbury. Full details of all the team's fixtures in both the 50-over and T20 competitions are available now from the Stars' brand new website, www.southeaststars.com.
এটা কি বলো মা দাঁড়াও লাগতেছে তো সেইরকম লাগতেছে তাই তো দেখছি ডেঞ্জারাস ওগুলো আসলে লুকায় যেতে হয় না আবার খাই আমি আবার অসুবিধা নেই আমি উইনার মানে হচ্ছে তুমি উইনার ঠিক আছে এখন রাখো তোমার আমি কোথাও তাহলে আমি খেলা শেষ করে তবে ফোন দিব না
Right.
Straight on eBay,
Haha. Honestly, they get few and far between now because nobody's old enough to remember. It's been nice, isn't it? For that first half of that game, it was beautiful.
Yeah, best weather we've had
Oh,
all
yeah.
season.
What?
He just went round to the crowd saying, "You saw my book as well." Well, yeah, thanks for that.
Very nice.
All the players knew him.
Please welcome back our umpires, Sue Redfern and Rose Dovey.
Right. That went quite quick actually for us, even though it was a long one. They didn't feel it. Some of them feel long. Probably 'cause it's still early in the season. Right. It's all working.
The Southern Vipers fielding side led by captain.
Was everything all right
Yeah,
first half?
perfect. Yeah, absolutely fine. The only thing we've had is one of the cameras has got
I know, I didn't see it on there. I know. I keep saying, don't worry, it's not.
And with their side requiring 288 runs to win
This is
at 5.76 runs per over.
Yeah.
Southeast Stars openers number 20, Kira Shatley, and number 26, Alice Capsey.
No, thank you, genuinely.
That's brilliant, as long as it's all right, as long as you guys are happy.
Honestly, I'm happy it's just working. So it's just a headache we could have done without, but we've got a month to sort it, so we'll be fine. But no, genuinely, thank you.
No problem.
Huge
Thanks,
thank you.
Right, welcome back to the county ground in Beckenham, where we're about to get underway. The South East Stars reply to the Southern Vipers total of 287 for 6 off their 50 overs in this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy group match. And this is the second round of fixtures. The Vipers innings underpinned by several batters. The top scorer with 67 was Ella McGacken. There was also half centuries for Maya Boucher and also for Georgia Elwis, and a couple of wickets for Alice Davidson Richards and a wicket apiece for Rhianna McDonald-Gay, Paige Schofield, Freya Davis and also Tash Farrant. I'm Kevin James. Next to me is Phil Green, manager of the Hursley ladies cricket team down our way in September, Southampton and Winchester. And yes, we are travelling commentators. I don't think we have been that biased towards the Vipers anyway. Here we go. Here's Lauren Bell to bowl the first delivery, and it's outside of the off stump. That's a pacey delivery there to Kira Chatley. Phil.
Yeah, considerably quicker that looked already, didn't it, than anything we saw in the first innings?
Yeah, it did. That raced through. Lauren Bell, who was only allowed to bowl, what, 5 overs last week?
Last Saturday, I don't know if that's the same.
By the ECB. And there's another acronym, ECB, ADR. We were doing all that earlier. Anyway, here's Bell from that city end, right arm over, bowls, Chatley cuts that away, the ball just came back into a fraction. As the ball makes its way out towards back of the point. Danny White who made 22 in that Vipers total. The sun is back out, although the temperature has dropped a little bit since earlier on this morning. It was lovely when the game started at 10:30.
Bit of a
Just
wind now,
fraction,
isn't there?
yeah, just a fraction, but it's all good. And the South East Stars then chasing 288 victory to make it 2 wins from 2. The Vipers losing to the Sunrisers last week, looking for their first victory. Remember, this competition has expanded to 14 games instead of the 7. That's cut away. That's a beautiful shot through the covers, and that will be 4 runs for Alice Capsey, the England player, who is one of 3 changes to the South East Stars for this game. Capsey, Tash Farrant and Alexa Stonehouse coming in for this game, and Bethan Miles, Jemima Spence and Emma Jones making way from the side that beat the Thunder last week up at Old Trafford. The Vipers making 1 change. Mary Taylor, the seam bowler, making way for Charlotte Taylor, no relation, in the Vipers side from last week. Here's Lauren Bell bowls, and Capsey turns that away from fairly straight down towards fine leg, and she will pick up a single. She moves on to 5, and the South East Stars total in this first over is 6 without loss.
Alice Capsey, of course, got a IPL gig this year, didn't she? The women's IPL.
Yes.
That first time that event's been held, and she was one of the players who got picked up in the draft for that. So I'm sure she had a great time over there and did very well. Did very well in that competition.
Yes, she's had a busy year or so, I think it's fair to say, as that's turned away on the leg side by Chatley this time. That's through mid-wicket. Runs off this first over, getting the Stars underway here, and they're thinking about 3, but 2 they'll settle for as the Stars move on to 8 without loss. I'm just having a look at Capsey's scores in that WPL. Couple of 30s in there, in fact 3 30s in there. She was playing for the Delhi Capitals, the women, in that competition. But it's Chatley facing, Bell bowls, and Chatley's trying to work that away on the leg side. Wraps on the top of the pad. That's the end of the over. First over, which has been a good one for the Stars, replying to that Vipers total of 287 for 6. They are 8 without loss.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I'm guessing that they're going to open with spin at this end, because there's not a lot of seam options for the Vipers. Only really 2 seamers playing today, and it's going to be Charlotte Taylor, who didn't play last week but has been brought into the side today, and she's going to open from this Beckenham end. So
To open the bowling from the Beckenham end.
had a lot of success in this competition over the years. Of course, player of the match in the final in 2020.
And she also picked up 4 for 21 here when the Vipers beat the Stars in May 2021, when the Stars were bowled out for 137. Charlotte Taylor, 4 for 21, and I think, if I remember it off the top of my head, Sophia Dunkley was one of those.
Quite possibly, yeah. She's had a really good run in this competition. And she's into bowl to Capsey, and that's short, and Capsey's hammered it through the offside. I think this will get it for 4. This, yeah, it's a forlorn chase from Elwes. That was just a bit short and loose, a bit of a loosener from Taylor, and Capsey took full advantage.
They've got away to a good start here, haven't they?
Yeah.
The Stars.
Capsey, if she stays in for Walls, she always scores quickly, doesn't she? She will get runs on the board, that's for sure. Taylor in again. That's short again and cut away again, and it's the same result. Afraid from the Vipers' point of view, that's just hammered through the offside for 4. Not the start that they wanted. Last week they opened the bowling with Georgia Adams, actually, but Taylor doing it this week.
She's just it's too short, isn't she?
Her bowling, you mean, not her
Yeah,
general
yes,
height.
yes.
She's quite a short girl. That one, same sort of ball, but this time Capsey doesn't pierce the field, but still too short from Taylor. And they're now adjusting it and putting the cover back, bringing up deep mid-wicket into the ring, Danny Wyatt. But yeah, she hasn't really been the right length yet. Let's see if she can do better this time. That's fuller, and that's better. And just played gently out on the offside by Capsey. So that's a much better delivery from Charlotte Taylor. She needs to pull this over back. hardly any run up at all, just walks up then a couple of paces. Again short, hammered away on the offside, but protection there now. I think that's Alice Monaghan out there on the boundary. She usually does a lot of boundary fielding. Emily Wins usually does that when she's playing, but not playing today, so Monaghan's out there. We've now got a deep square leg going back for Chatley. There's Charlie Dean going out there, and Taylor into Chatley. That's pushed onto the back foot, but just forced away on the offside for no run. So 9 coming from that over, and after 2 overs, Stars off to a good start, 17 for no wicket.
Yeah, 8 and 9 off the first 2 overs. That's ideal start from a Stars point of view, and not completely ideal from a Vipers point of view. So already, I think the Vipers are under pressure here. Spoke to one or two in the Vipers camp at the lunch break, and they were reasonably happy with that total. I mean, it should be 287 for 6 is 287 for 6, no matter where the ground is and what have you. But I don't know. I just suggested that, you know, perhaps 300 was on, but I think they reckon that 287 is about par here.
Yeah, that's what I spoke to Paul Pritchard. I think we both did, and he said one of the Vipers coaches, and he said he thought that was about what they thought they would look to get at the start of the innings. That was their target, that par score. So, as I said before, I think both teams would be relatively happy at the end of the first innings.
So it's going to be Capsey to face Lauren Bell then. Right arm over, comes in, steams in short. Capsey pulls that away on the leg side. There is a fielder down there. I think that's Monaghan down there on the deep. But she's racing in, Lauren Bell, but she's not quite getting the ball in exactly the right areas.
It just certainly looks quicker than anything we saw in the first innings, or with the naked eye anyway.
Looks quickest on show so far, that's for sure.
Two slips in now as well.
Yeah, from that city end, comes in again. And bowls to Chatley. And Chatley's pulling that away on the leg side as well. Monaghan again in the action down at fine leg. Chatley moves on to 4. Capsey has 15. Could start from the home side here as they chase down that 287 for 6 in the second round of this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy competition. Bell was back to her mark. Be interesting. I didn't get a chance to ask if Bell is restricted with her number of overs today. We'll find out, of course, as she comes in again and bowls, and that's down the leg side again. And Capsey works that away. One bounce down to Monaghan.
Monaghan's busy down there.
She is. She's very well placed as well, but probably too many balls going down to her already. Bell, we know, swings the ball into the right-hander, so that's always an area that it's going to be easy for the batters to work off their legs and off that, but at the moment it's probably a little too straight. There's Chatley facing, she's on 4. As Bell comes in and bowls, Chatley just works that quietly towards mid-wicket, where Maya Bouchier fields. Maya Bouchier made 59 before she was the first wicket to fall at 117.
Yeah, second half century of the season.
Yeah.
In the first 2 games.
Steady start from Bouchier. There's Chatley facing. There's down to 1 slip already. She comes in again and bowls, and Chatley's on the back foot trying to find room. Goes out square on the offside. Danny White fields. Danny White, who made 22 off 26 before she was the 3rd wicket to fall in the Vipers innings. Is it me? I just feel a bit cold today now.
It is getting a little bit
feeling it.
Chillier.
I'm just a bit worried after about 45 overs or so, Phil, later. Could be really chilly, even though the sun's still out.
Yeah, we'll be all right.
And despite the camera still showing that it might be foggy. Comes down the wicket, gets wrapped on the pad, ball goes out, short fine leg. Shout mainly from Lauren Bell. And that will be a leg by signal. I didn't actually see.
Yeah, it was a leg by. Yeah.
Redfern Field. So that's the end of the over with the South East Stars. Good start from them. 21 without loss after 3.
Just had a first appearance on the field today from BBC commentator Emily Windsor, I think that is, isn't it? Just run out with a sweater.
She hasn't even come over to say hello. I'm really disappointed with
her
that,
just
Phil.
ran out, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is, yeah.
Disappointed she didn't come over and see.
But she was hoping to be back on Monday, just coming back from a injury over the winter. Taylor again, Charlotte Taylor in from the Beckenham end, and that's cut away again. That's just short of a length from Taylor, but Chatley can't get it through the field. It's no run. He had a quick conversation with Ailish Cranston, who was doing a fitness in front of us. First things, it's actually again short again from Taylor and hit out to deep extra cover for a single. It's actually a elbow injury she's coming back from.
Okay.
I thought it was something else because she was doing a lot of sprinting and running, but that's just to get match fit apparently. She's recovering from an elbow operation, hopefully playing next week. So Taylor in again, fuller length, and that's just pushed gently by Capsey into the offside for no run. It's better over from Taylor so far. That one's cut away off the back foot again, but the protection there now, Monaghan. And that's a single. And long off comes up for Chatley, and square leg goes back. So in different fields for different batters, as you'd expect. Taylor right arm over the wicket, and that's swept down to that fielder that's just been put back there. So good field placing, you could say. Single to Chatley, and long off goes back again for Capsey. Very dangerous player, Capsey. Vipers will be looking to get her wicket early on. That's short again, hit hard. Long off will come round and prevent them coming back for a second. Just a little bit short over the 2 overs.
It's too much,
yeah.
and you know there hasn't been one drive of her bowling yet, which for a spinner is, if you've bowled 12 balls and there hasn't been one drive off the front foot, and yet you've been continually picked off the back foot, that's not ideal. It's the ball just seems to be standing up for a little bit as well, doesn't it? Really, there doesn't seem to be anything off the surface for her. Not so much spin, but just something that takes the ball on to the bat. It just seems to be hitting the surface and standing up. So of course her length has got to be very full at the moment, and it's not.
She's not a big spinner of the ball.
No, never has.
It's more
drift
and the way drifting that actually gets her a lot of her wickets. She's not, by her own admission, she's not a big spinner of the ball. It's more say drift and things like that, but you're not going to get the drift and that sort of effect if you're bowling short, are you? You've got to bowl full to get full value for that. But I'm sure it'll come. There's only 2 overs in. It's her first game of the season.
Probably a bit nervous as well.
Yeah.
So Lauren Bell is going to continue from the City end. So the Stars 25 without loss from just 4 overs. Are well over the run rate required. It's just under 5 3/4, and they're already 6 1/4. There's Bell then to Capsey. Comes in now and bowls. Capsey drives. That ball just comes in a fraction as she pushes up towards mid-on. That's exactly right there from Lauren Bell. Capsey's on 18. That's come off just 13 deliveries. Good start from her playing the first game for the Stars this year. That ice cream van, we never made it, Phil.
We didn't. It wasn't, as you say, it wasn't as hot as we thought, was it?
No.
I went out there and I thought, yeah, it's not really ice cream weather. If there has to be a certain weather for ice cream or not, I'm not sure, but it wasn't quite there.
No, if it was doing hot chocolate, I think we might have been done there. Down the leg side, that'll be a wide, taken by Rhianna Southby, formerly of this parish. Southby making the move during the winter and has been rewarded with a, I think she's one of the 5 summer contracts, they call them, not they, that the Vipers have handed out. They left it late, didn't they, to announce. They were going to announce, as I understand it, they were going to announce 3 full-time contracts in February, but actually delayed it until April and gave out 5 instead. So 5 6-month contracts.
Yeah.
She's one of those. That's short, and Capsey ducks underneath that one, and that's called 1 for the over. Bit of pace there from Lauren Bell.
Yeah, it was. It's nice to see sometimes a duck, isn't it, in the game, in some respects.
Yes,
Under
don't
a
see
ball.
it too often.
No, you don't.
As Phil says, and as is the case, the Vipers have not got too much seam options. Only Alice Monaghan to go alongside the bowler we're watching now. Comes in and bowls. And, Capsey's forward. Nice delivery there, following up that short delivery.
That's
That
assuming
goes out in the covers.
Sorry, that's assuming Georgia Elvis can't bowl. I think.
Well, she hasn't bowled now for
no.
about a year.
No, but I mean, she was
Probably longer.
She was a seam option, wasn't she?
Yeah. But I know she had some back problems last year, and she didn't bowl last week, did she?
No.
I wasn't there, but
No.
which would suggest.
Yeah, with what
she's
happened
still
last
gonna
week, you thought if she was going to bowl, she would have been brought on at some stage.
So that looks as though that's carrying on. Doesn't affect her batting, fortunately. Oh, bowled! Oh, through the defences there of Alice Capsey, and that's comprehensively bowled with the off stump coming out of the ground. And Bell picks up the first wicket, and it's a big one. Capsey goes for 18 with the Stars 26 for 1. It doesn't come much better than that.
No, from a fast bowler's point of view, to see the stump cartwheel in, the stump's carried back about 5 yards from now being collected by the umpire, and that's a great sight for a bowler, particularly, as you say, when it's a batter of the standing of Alice Capsey, who could have made serious inroads into this run chase if she stayed around much longer. But she's gone.
18 of 16 deliveries for Alice Capsey. First wicket to fall with a score on 26. And it's last week's opener is coming in at number 3, Rhiannon McDonald-Gay, or RMG, as I'm sure we'll call her most of the time.
We will. If she bats for a long time, it'll definitely be that. But that looked a really good delivery from her, because it was, she was playing an orthodox defensive shot, and her off stump's cartwheeled out the ground, so I'm assuming it's come back. I mean, that is the shape that Lauren bowls, isn't it? If she started outside off stump and nipped back, but I'm guessing that was her top delivery.
And I'm sure the short ball in that over had something to do with it a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe Capsey's not quite as in behind that, maybe not quite as confident in defence as she normally would be. She certainly looked okay, she certainly seemed to play it okay from where we were, but sometimes a short ball in that over beforehand does make
There's a ball on the pitch which... Oh, it is actually the match ball. Emma McCacken picked up a ball just inside the boundary and was just going to throw it off thinking it was a practice ball, and it's actually the match ball that nobody had bothered to collect off the stumps. And it's now back with the umpire, as it should have been. She's approved it and passed it back, but that's quite unusual, because normally you have to get it back to the umpire, but it was obviously just sitting on the outfield.
So Rhiannon McDonald-Gay to face her first delivery, and it's Lauren Bell now has 2 slips back in as she comes in. It's full and she's wrapped on the pad. They're asking for LBW. She's gone first ball. LBW, and she's on a hat trick. Lauren Bell.
Batter doesn't look very happy, but then they rarely are when they're LBW. But she doesn't look very happy at all. Maybe suggesting that she hit it from her reaction, but. It's a great start for the Vipers.
Yeah, she definitely, I wouldn't say made it known she wasn't 100% happy with the decision, but you could see that she wasn't.
Clearly not, no.
Ball's probably swinging in, as we know that's what Lauren Bell does, but she did play across it.
I thought she might have just indicated to her bat, but again, you never know. Batters have different ways of reacting, and we all know some that have never been out in their lives in any shape or form. I think it's a no ball and it's bowled them and that sort of thing.
Well, fortunately on our angle, we have no way of saying,
no.
Do you know what, that's not a great decision, or yes it is. We can only say what's happening.
All we can safely say, I think, is it wasn't going over the top.
Yes.
It was sort of Yorker length ball, wasn't it?
So Bryony Smith, the Stars captain, comes out on a hat trick. Lauren Bell. And this is one of those moments in a game that everybody just puts down everything and just watches certainly this next ball intently to see what might happen. So Bryony Smith charged with keeping this ball out as Bell comes in on a hat trick, forward on, she's worked that away on the leg side, and she'll pick up runs straight away. Bryony Smith, she's taking on the throw of Alice Monaghan, and 2 runs it is. Well, Bell gave herself a chance.
Absolutely, yeah. Interesting that even in this modern day and age, they still bring everyone in for the hat-trick ball, don't they? Like all the close fielders in. It's good to see that those sort of things still exist with all the changes that have gone on. But 28 for 2 at the end of the over, Stars. So good from the run rate point of view, but obviously not so happy with the 2 in the wickets column.
No, that's a big change around after they got away to a fast start, the Stars.
Adam Carty, Regional Director of the Southern Vipers, just
looks a bit
front
happy.
of us with a big smile on his face. Obviously
That's
happy.
Gunner as well. That's Ian Gould, isn't it? Gunner. It is Mr. Ian Gould.
Hello 3 times on 3 laps and you've had your head down ever since.
Have I really? As usual, when I was batting, I was like that as well.
That ball was turned away by
By
Chatley for a single on the leg side, and
never short of a word.
Kev just spotted his former teammate and then an umpire, test umpire Ian Gould, walking round in the crowd.
I haven't seen him for a while because he's retired now as an umpire, I think.
He has, yeah. Taylor in again, and that's played by Bryony Smith. You won't recall, I guess, Kev, but I actually played against both of you in the same team for Middlesex. So you were in the Middlesex side, Hampshire against Middlesex game in the whenever.
Is that right?
And you were both playing for Middlesex on that day.
Okay.
Yeah. That 3 days.
Good guy. Always used to get on well with him.
Taylor in again. This is to Chatley, who plays it into the offside. Taylor a bit fuller in this over. Probably helped the confidence that Capsey's not at the other end. He was scoring freely off her, but she looks a bit more at her normal self this over. But this time the sweep from Chatley and hit hard, and Danny White did well to get a hand on that. Really, was it Danny White? I think. Yeah. And she probably stopped the 4 at the end of the day, but it still went nearly to the boundary, and they came back for 2. That was a good hard sweep from Chatley into the ground. It bounced up awkwardly for Danny White, but she did well. Taylor in again. That's driven to mid-off. No run.
That's more like it. I just prefer that length.
Yeah, you don't.
Than the
as
short
you say,
stuff.
you don't mind being driven
No,
as a spinner.
you can set the field to that a little bit. If they go over the top and hit it well, fine. But you've got more control.
Taylor in again to Chatley, and that's Fuller again. And she changed her mind and left it at the last minute. It looked like she was going to play a shot and then withdrew. But I think that's another one of those ones that probably just drifted away.
It does. She's got the drift.
Yeah.
She's got the drift there.
So that's 32 for 2 off 6 overs, and I think the Vipers will be happy with this, with obviously 2 wickets back. And although all these teams all these players can bat at a decent level in all the teams, but I don't think they've got quite the depth on paper that maybe some of the others do. Again, speaking to Alice Cranston in the interval, she was saying that she's hoping to be back next week, but Sophia Dunkley's available next week apparently, so she said it's going to be quite hard to get into that top order.
Yeah. Well, that does make it very strong, doesn't it? Just wonder who might make way there. Whoa. Here's Lauren Bell then, bowls, and forward is Bryony Smith. Ball just coming back in at her there, just giving her a little bit of trouble, but she pushes that out towards straightish mid-wicket. Score remains on 32 for 2. I'm just looking down the order today, and you think, where does Dunkley come into that? Does Paige Schofield miss out? Got 100.
Well, I can't think she'd miss out.
Can't she miss out? Who?
Down one.
I mean, who are that top order?
I mean, obviously Donald Gay's failed today, but you know,
didn't have a great game with the ball either. Not had a great day.
No.
Smith edges just short of second slip. Boucher.
Yeah, we probably shouldn't be selecting the South East Stars team for them.
Well, I'm quite happy to. If Mr. Johan Myberg wants to come my way and say, Kev, what do you think?
Yeah.
And you never know. Would that ever happen? Probably not. There's Bell at the top of her mark, comes in again, bowling well here, getting the ball to come back as she does, and Smith drives on the up, straight to extra cover. That's a good shot for no runs.
I think that's the aforementioned Sophia Dunkley stood over to her right. I hadn't seen her before today, but I think that's her talking to Anya Shubs.
Oh, right, yeah, I think you could be right.
Yeah. She might have just appeared on the scene.
Yeah.
And
Do
your
I take it
shots.
Annie's not going to play for the Vipers
I
much? if at
don't
all?
know if she's going to play in the T20, but she's on the coaching side of it, isn't she?
Yeah, doesn't seem. I'd have thought she's not playing at the moment,
No.
especially with the lack of seamers they have at the moment. As Bryony Smith works that away strongly through mid square leg. That's 4 runs. That is a beautiful shot. Just hit it with the swing and the way the ball comes in and just works it away on the leg side. Hits it with power. 32 for 2.
As you
36
say,
for 2.
with the shortage of seam bowlers they've got, you'd have thought if she was anywhere near playing, she would be. So I
You'd think so,
because she played in the 100 last year, didn't she? I
Yeah.
think, but not this.
But when she joined the Vipers last year, didn't play every game. did she?
couple of games.
Yeah,
that's
that
all,
was
yeah.
it. Really, just didn't seem to.
Yeah.
I just get the feeling as though she's sort of like quite happy not to be playing.
More-
I can't. I mean, I
more
don't
of-
know, and I haven't
more of
spoken
a
to her about
coach,
it. Yeah. Bell started to run in, but Chatley.
There's people walking across the side screen again.
Oh yeah, they've got the other families
Whole
again.
family walking
Yeah.
across there.
Yes, that's the only downside of having families here. There is very few downsides. That's probably one of them. Bell comes in again. No worries. Nobody near the sight screen as Bryony Smith drives and she's caught it extra cover. And that's a mistake. And that is a good catch. And if Lauren Bell has done it again, 3 big wickets in captain Ryan McDonald-Gay, and now Bryony Smith has gone, the South East Stars captain. She's gone for 7. It's 36 for 3.
That was a good catch for Charlie Dean, low to her left. And again, what a difference a week makes. I mean, last week in that same position, Charlie Dean dropped a much easier catch than that, I have to say, when Villiers was on naught, and cost them dearly. But this week she's taken a really good low catch to take a really big wicket. And they're in a bit of trouble now, South East Stars.
We certainly are.
But we have someone coming in who's got a Test match 100. There's not many in the women's game that can claim that, so certainly some pedigree.
Yeah, there's a lot of batting in this Stars outfit, and they're going to need all of it by the looks of the way things have gone at the moment. It was a good start from the Stars' first 3 or 4 overs, and then since then Lauren Bell has just tipped the balance in the favour. I'm just looking at Bryony Smith walking off there. She'll be really disappointed. That's a really good catch.
It is.
From Charlie Dean. I mean, she's got her fingers underneath the ball there as it's died on her at extra cover. But that's a mistake from Bryony Smith.
It is. It's the hardest type of catch when it's dying on you, isn't it? And you have to sort of dive forward almost. That's a difficult technique as a fielder.
So Lauren Bell, star of the show here for the Vipers at the moment. She has 3 for 18, comes in again then and bowls to Davison Richards. Edged, second slip, and it's Maya Boucher who's taken it. And Lauren Bell's on fire.
On a hat-trick again.
A hat-trick, the second time in the game, Lauren Bell on a hat-trick.
That's amazing. And just saying about the batting line-up, but it's being torn to shreds here by Lauren Bell. That was a bit of a nothing shot from ADR, really. She just sort of waved the bat at it, and it went quite quickly to Boucher, but at a nice height, and she made no mistake.
The delight on everybody's faces there as Boucher held on to that catch was something else to see.
Yeah. Well, you don't, to be honest, you don't see a lot of second slip fielders at second slip in this cricket, do you? So it's quite unusual to get a second slip catch, but she stuck with the 2 slips, and it proved a good decision.
Now Paige Schofield, who's, well, surely she's not going to come out and score 100 against her old teammates. Surely.
Well, it could well be, but she's not going to have to face the hat-trick ball right now because it was the end of the over, so she might not face it at all if they've at the other end. But Lauren Bell will start her next over on a hat-trick. But at the moment, she'll have to settle for just having the 4 wickets.
4 for 18 from 4 overs.
That's the sort of figures that make a difference to a game, aren't they? Isn't it? Make a massive, especially when it's top 4 wickets. It's not just any 4. Anyway, Charlotte Taylor from the Beckenham end, and that's swept by Chatley, who's watched all this carnage from the other end, still there, opening the batting, and she's got that away for a single.
That's an interesting shot as well, isn't it? When you just watched a second potential hat-trick and then you're sweeping across the straight ball.
She's played the sweep a lot, and keepers tend to, don't they? Sweep is a keeper's sort of shot. over the years. I think a lot of keepers who sweep, going right back to Alan Knott. He used
I
to
knew
do
you
it
were
all
going
the
to say
time.
that.
Yeah.
I knew
He
you were
was
going
the
to say
first
him.
one I remember that did it all
he
the
did.
time. Yeah.
And he was very good at it.
Yeah. So Taylor in now to Schofield, hosting her first ball. And that's played firmly, but not going to pierce the field. Down to Boucher at mid-off, who throws it straight back over to the keeper. And you can tell the fielders are very hyped up at the moment and getting really excited and positive out there, which is good to see. And Taylor in again. And that's just pushed back to her. She's now found this length that we were talking about.
Better, isn't it?
Getting the batter on the front foot.
Yeah.
And Schofield, of course, will know her well and probably knows that she's not likely to turn it too much, but will know what she's doing. And that's a good ball again and driven. This is more like the Charlotte Taylor that we're used to.
Exactly right.
On the spot, and this is what she's done for the Vipers for a long time now, since she came in as a late call-up in that 2020 season. That one's found the outside edge, but Lauren Bell fields at short third man and another dot ball. So Schofield taking her time here, which she needs to do. It really needs to do a consolidation job here and looking for a second consecutive 100, of course, but she's still 100 short of that at the moment. And that one she just plays on the offside. And that's a good over from Charlotte Taylor, just the one run off the first ball. And Stars 37 for 4 at the end of the 8th.
Still that little bit of drift there for Charlotte Taylor.
Yeah.
Did everything right there, getting Schofield on the front foot driving. It's exactly what you need to be doing. Schofield played it well.
It's interesting, I'm sure you've probably said the story in here before about how Charlotte Taylor got picked up by the Vipers in the first place, because she wasn't really in the original setup.
She texted or phoned me, I think, and said, you know, I'm not going to be involved. Can I do some commentary with you?
Yeah. And then there was a game, it was quite near the end of the season. Everything was late in that 2020 year because it was the COVID year and everything got pushed back. And she's playing for Hursley against Finchley, and Finchley's captain was Beth Morgan, who's the assistant coach at the Vipers. And Tay's got 80 odd, 85, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And Beth was really impressed with her and said to Charlotte Edwards, we could get her into the next game, but it was really on the back of her batting. Even though they knew she was a bowler, and she got in the side basically on the back of that innings.
Wow.
And then came in and just took loads of wickets and ended up as the player of the match in the sixer in the final.
She did, yeah, player of the final.
But she actually got picked as on the basis of her batting that day.
Lauren Bell to Kira Chatley. Bowls. Chatley's forward.
And of course she normally bats 11 in the Vipers, or 10.
Yeah.
So
yeah, she do well to bat lower than Lauren Bell, I think. That's not taking anything away. When you can bowl like Lauren Bell, why do you need to bother with the bat? She has 4 for 18. Well, that was a hat-trick ball, by the way. Apologies for missing that, but it wasn't one.
And it wasn't
Apologies,
Schofield.
that was a previous over.
Wasn't Schofield that had to face it.
No. So Chatley has made sure that Lauren Bell, for the second time in this game, doesn't get a hat-trick. She just pushes forward. That's a nice shot. Just leans into that one. Eases that past Danny Wyatt, who runs back towards deep point boundary. And Chatley picks up 2. Nice looking shot there. Just leans into the shot, doesn't try and hit it too hard, allows the pace of the ball onto the bat to generate the distance. As the ball made its way past Danny Wyatt's right hand. 39 for 4 at the start of the 9th. Remember, 288 is the winning target as Chatley pushes forward back to Lauren Bell. And just like Ella McGacken in the Viper side, the opener, Kira Chatley getting her first pro contract during the winter.
As I say, she's a very highly thought of keeper, and
Yeah.
I guess that's why Rhianna Southby looked to move, realised she was the understudy here, and moved to the Vipers.
And I think she's done well to displace Chloe Hill, to be honest. I thought Chloe Hill did a good job towards the back end of last year for the Vipers, but that's short, and that's cut away by Chatley, but only as far as Danny Wyatt diving to her left at point.
Yeah, and Chloe Hill got good runs last year as well in certain games, and it could be that I don't know how they consider Rhianna Southby as a batter, because she hasn't really had a chance yet, but quite often the dilemma when you're selecting is if one of the two is a slightly better batter, does that outweigh the slightly better keeper? And there's always that sort of decision to make, isn't there?
We get a good long look at Southby in this game as that ball just comes back in at Chatley, trying to find room, steers it towards gully and quickly across from second slip is Maya Boucher.
And they got that sort of debate will be coming up with Bairstow in the Test side, won't it? Where, yeah, there's talk he might come back as the keeper because he can keep, and that creates another spot. But Ben Folkes is probably the better keeper.
Yes.
And it's that sort of age-old debate, really. It goes back to Stewart and Russell as well, doesn't it? And probably others before.
Difficult for selectors, isn't it? I think it's an easy job. It isn't really. Bell comes in, and that's this time cut away, and she finds the gap, just Chatley, down towards third, where Ella McGacken does well to keep it down to a single. And the total for the Stars moves on to 40 for 4 at the end of the 9th. And there were 3 runs off that over. Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it? I mean, if you were Ben Folkes, you'd an unlucky keeper going, wouldn't you? Really?
But you know, they say they've got to balance. You know, is Bairstow close enough to him as a keeper to make the difference between the runs outweighing what he would gain in the field? So yeah, it's a difficult one. I think Bairstow's a good keeper, so it's not like they're putting someone there just for the sake of it. He is a proper keeper.
At that level, they're
Yeah,
all good, and they're all top notch.
Yeah. Taylor again now from the Beckenham end, coming in for a 5th over, and this is forced away on the offside. Lindsay Smith almost stopped it, but palmed it away really, and they come through for a single and possibly an overthrow. No, they're not going for it, that one. It's not a great throw from Alice Monaghan. It escaped Rihanna Southby, but Georgia Adams was alert enough to stop the overthrow. So still only the 2 fielders out. It's the last over of the power play. 1 out on each side of the ground as Taylor comes in to Schofield. He hits out off the back foot and through the offside. Again they're looking for 2, but again Monaghan stops them. But he's got a good arm out there, and she is renowned to be a good boundary fielder. Taylor in the game, and that's swept by Chatley. She certainly likes the sweep. It's out to Danny Wyatt on the deep square leg boundary. Another good strong arm as it comes in on the full to Southby, and another single. I'm talking of boundary fielders, and Danny Wyatt's a top class in that role. Taylor to Schofield, who just pushes that to extra cover.
That's the length. Get them forward, but not drivable length. She's got small margin for errors because she really does sort of toss it up, doesn't she?
Yes, bowls quite slowly, around about 53. I know that she likes to bowl at. And that's played out on the offside for no run. And again, short run. Just flick through the leg side by Schofield this time, and she'll get a comfortable single down to Danny Wyatt. And that's the end of the over, and it's 44 for 4, the Stars. So I think it'd be fair to say that the Vipers have won the power play.
Well, after 10 overs, the Vipers were 40 without loss. 44 for 4 after 10. So yes, you're right. The batters out so far then: Alice Capsey bowled Lauren Bell for 18, that was in the 5th. Rhiannon McDonald-Gay bowled by Lauren Bell for no score. She was out first ball. Lauren Bell on a hat-trick, didn't get one. And then in the 7th over, Bell's next over, Bryony Smith caught by Charlie Dean. Great catch at extra cover, just getting her fingertips under the ball of Bell for 7. And then Alice Davison-Richards out first ball, caught at second slip by Boucher for no score. 26 for 1 was 26 for 2, and then 36 for 3, 36 for 4. Here we are at 44 for 4 as Lauren Bell comes in the game from that city end and bowls, and Schofield just works that ball out behind point. Again, the ball just follows her a fraction as she was trying to open the face of the bat.
That's answered the question about whether Lauren can bowl more than 5 overs then, because this is her 6th, isn't it?
Yes.
So she's been allowed more this week.
Yeah, 5 last week, 6 today. Maybe if she plays on Monday, she's allowed 7.
Yeah. And
slowly by about mid-season, she'll be allowed 10. We'll see.
But we forget how young she is, of course. That's why they're monitoring it all.
Still only 22. As she comes in tall, bowls, Schofield drives, doesn't time that one. Squirts out towards mid-on. Looks like Lindsay Smith is warming up. Maybe she's taking over from Charlotte Taylor. Taylor's bowled 5 overs, none for 22. There's still got the 2 slips in here, Lauren Bell. She looks threatening. She looks as though she can take another wicket. The Vipers would love her to do so. Comes in again, bowls. Full. Schofield drives past a diving Charlie Dean at extra cover and past Charlotte Taylor at mid-off, and that's going for 4. 2 players there diving, and neither of them could stop it.
Yes, one dived to the right and missed it, the other one dived to the left and didn't quite get there, so you'd have to say that was pretty well placed.
Certainly was. Schofield moves on to 6 now. Kira Chatley's on 15. Those 15 have come off 26 balls. Schofield's 6 has come off 12. Kids gone across the screen again. Now they're going back behind it, but Schofield doesn't seem to mind. Here comes Lauren Bell again then. And bowls, and Schofield leaves that alone outside the off stump. One of the first few leaves I think we've seen in this innings.
Yeah. That's something that wouldn't happen with the Ageas bowlers at the sight screen thing, because you'd have an officious steward at either end stopping anybody doing that, but obviously at these sort of outgrounds you don't tend to get that, so people just wander across.
They're more worried about anybody going into reception or something, you know what I mean? More important, that's much more important.
Oh, they stopped me going to the toilet at
Did
that
they?
interval. Yeah, I had to go to the other building.
Oh, well there you are. See, that's more important than actually having somebody walk past the sight screen. So I can't see too many stewards. Well, I've had a quick glance. So Bell bowl short, and that's pulled away. So top edge over the top of Southby, and that is going for 4 runs. Schofield trying to roll that away on the leg side. Went high, and that's the 50 up for the Stars. 52 for 4 in the 11th over. I think I could see a steward in the car park. So, I mean, of course, that's important as well. Got to have a steward in the car park. Got to have a steward on the reception. But anybody walking behind the
sight screen,
nah, don't worry about that.
Somebody's just doing it now. I know the ball's not being bowled right now, but another guy's just walked right across. You know.
That's, not too many stewards, mind you. Why should there be? They're all a pretty good crowd, really. Here comes Bell, bowls. Schofield pushes forward. Goes out on the leg side. That completes Bell's 6th over. Stars 52 for 4 after 11.
Yeah, I was told quite clearly as I went up the steps that it was for players only.
Oh, right.
And he then added, which I don't think he needed to, and you're clearly not a player.
Did he say that?
He did, and I thought, well, he's based that on several things. Obviously, one would be age, lack of ability, but also gender.
Yeah. Which, of course, really shouldn't be happening.
He shouldn't be happening. He shouldn't assume that I'm not playing this game, but he did. But there you go.
See, is that right, to not include everybody? In this day and age, I thought everybody gets included in everything, no matter what, age, sex, whatever.
That's right, I could identify today as a female cricketer.
I was going to say, you might last night have decided you now want to be female, in which case you would have been eligible to play for the Vipers, should they have so wanted to pick you.
But he probably, to be fair, identified that I wasn't talented enough to do so. But
well, he could tell that by you walking to the toilet.
I would imagine so. I think anyone could look at me walking now would tell.
Right.
I wouldn't be able to do that. Right, we've got Lindsay Smith. Probably need to end that conversation there. Lindsay Smith now coming on from this end, the Beckenham end. She's going to bowl left arm round the wicket to Chatley, which she does, and that's getting a little bit short. Chatley's on the back foot, forced up to mid-off. Lindsay Smith's one of those left arm round bowlers that runs in front of the umpire, or in between the umpire and the stumps, as they say. And that's swept by Chatley. That does seem to be her go-to shot, but she's done that well. It's a fine sweep and comfortable too.
She doesn't look in too much trouble playing that shot either,
no,
does she really? Some players you think, I want to see that too many times,
no,
but she looks
very
confident.
It's obviously her, as I say, her go-to shot, isn't it? And the one thing about the way that you run in front of the umpire, the umpire's got to stand a long way back, haven't they? Bowling end. That one's just played into mid-wicket. The umpire seems to be a long way away here, because Lindsay Smith's obviously asked her to move back so she can run in front of her. In again, round the wicket, and that's swept again. It's a very premeditated sweep that time, and I think it's gone off the pad. Might have been a glove, but they've come through for 1, and Yes, runs. So
Yeah, glove, I think.
Gloved it, but she was in position very, very early for the sweep then. To some degree, you have to premeditate a sweep, but you don't have to be quite that early, I don't think. Smith in now to Schofield, and that's just defended to mid-wicket. Maya Boucher quickly onto that, and they run. Smith in again, gets through the over quickly. That's driven back, fielded off her own bowling. So nice start from Lindsay Smith, just the 3 off that over. And the Stars now 55 for 4 after 12.
And the Vipers were 58 after 12, but of course hadn't lost a
for
wicket.
naught, yeah.
That's right. So the Stars have a little bit of rebuilding to do after those 2 spells of Lauren Bell's where she was on twice on a hat-trick.
She's now got figures of 4 for 29 from 6 overs.
I'm surprised she's gone for that many, actually. Well, she started off, didn't she, a little
First
bit.
over went for 8 or 9, and there's been, they've seen that top edge for 4 down here just now from the pull.
A change of bowling.
And we have got a change of bowling now.
Replacing Lauren Bell, number 20.
Alice Monaghan.
Alice Monaghan.
So keeping up the seam from that end.
Yeah. So she runs in, doesn't she? A sort of a bustly seamer.
Yeah.
So sort of getting a bit more of a chance in the Vipers side. This is a second game in a row. She hasn't really played too many games in this competition.
Another one of those that got a 6-month, summer contract.
Yeah, she
recently.
comes in, that's short, and that's cut away by Chatley out into the deep on the offside, and the Stars move on to 56 for 4. Alice Monaghan played just 3 matches in this competition last year and only had 1 over. That was, if I remember rightly, that was against the Northern Diamonds at Headingley.
In the,
I think the last
in the final?
No, the final was at Lord's.
Oh yes.
But I think it was like literally the last one before the eliminator
when
here.
Winfield Hill got the
when
the big 100.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was all she. That's the only bowling she did in this competition last year. That's Fuller, and she's wrapped on the pad is Schofield, but not out, says umpire Sue Redfern. Looked like it was going down the leg side from here. So Lauren Bell, terrific spell from her. I think we're not far off. 5 overs last week, 6 overs today. That might be it.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, within a week, is she allowed to bowl 2 spells where she wasn't last week? So that could be it. Here comes Monaghan, short, and it's cut away in the air, but in the gap through the covers, it's gone hard out into the deep. And I think that's Ella McGacken out there.
Yeah.
Who made 67 in the Vipers innings.
Played well today.
Stars 57 for 4 halfway through the 13th over, chasing 287 for 6, which the Vipers made a little earlier. Here's Monaghan again, down the leg side, taken by Southby, but that'll be called a wide. So the run rate currently is just over 4.5, and the run rate required is just over 6.
Yeah, but these two obviously have to rebuild. I mean, one thing about a 50 over game is that you have got time to consolidate before you have to really press on, but they can't leave it too long.
No.
Chasing this sort of score.
It's Chatley facing and just cuts that nicely down to third man where Lauren Bell does the fielding. I wouldn't say just in front of us because there's a good 20 or 30 yards between us and the boundary, but she's the closest Viper to us. Total moves on to 59 for 4. Schofield has 11. She's facing the next delivery. Chatley has 20 at the non-striker's end. Here comes Monaghan. And bowls. Full delivery. Schofield works that to mid-wicket where it's fielded by Lindsay Smith. A little bit mixture of length at the moment from Monaghan. We're just taking a little bit of time to settle. As I say, I haven't bowled too much in this competition.
No, she's over several years that's been the case. She's just been sort of on the fringes, hasn't she? But
she has.
But her fielding's very valuable, and I know that's obviously an important part.
Straight, but a good length ball, which is worked towards deep square leg, where it looks like Maya Boucher is doing those honours down there. Away to our left. End of the over. That's Monaghan's first over completed. And And that's gone for 4 runs. There was a wide in that as well, so 7 balls in that over. And the Stars, who have been ripped, their top order's been ripped apart by Lauren Bell, currently find themselves 60 for 4.
Yeah, and a long way to go, but they've got time to rebuild as Ian Gould crosses our path again. He's obviously done a quick lap.
How many laps has he done now? He said to me 3 laps. I didn't look at him. I've looked at him on the 4th. This must be his 5th.
He hasn't put the cones out to measure it, though, has he, or anything like that?
Yeah, he would have done if he was officiating.
He was just strolling round casually. So Lindsay Smith in again, left arm round, bowling to Schofield, and that's just played out on the offside, fielded by Elwes, that short extra cover. Smith again. This time she's a bit squarer, but still can't pierce the field. That's Danny Wyatt there at point now. She's moved over to that side of the ground. She was down on the boundary on this side. Smith to Schofield, and I think that's beaten her on the inside, so an inside thick edge on that, and it's just trickled back to the bowler, so moral victory there for Smith. In again, just defended back. She gets her overs quickly, doesn't she?
That was the same dogs that didn't like each other earlier.
I think so. They still don't. Georgia Adams now back to long on for the last 2 balls of the over. Smith in again. Just pushed out on the offside. Wyatt in quickly. Prevents any run.
It's good bowling,
So
isn't it?
it
Just
is,
nice and tight.
yeah.
Tight line, tight length. And don't give the batters any room.
And get through it quickly so you feel under a bit more pressure as well. Last ball of the over and just defended again to Schofield. And that's a maiden, which is, there haven't been too many of today. But a very welcome one for the Vipers.
It's only the 2nd maiden of the game.
Is that right? Yeah.
The other one was Tash Farron.
Right at the start, yeah. So, yeah, good over from Lindsay Smith. She started very well here from this Beckenham end. And the Stars now 60 for 4, still 60 for 4.
So they need
Off
another 228.
14.
Yeah. That run rate climbing a fraction after that over. It's just over 6 1/4 and over here from here on in, but of course they've lost Capsey, McDonald, Gay, Smith and Davison Richards. As Monaghan comes in from the City end, right arm over, and it's in the air. It should be caught at mid-wicket, and it is. Well, that is a bit of a soft dismissal there as far as Kira Chatley is concerned. Monaghan, a length ball. Chatley's trying to work it away on the onside. Did the ball hold up in the pitch? Did Chatley push at that a little bit more? I don't know, but it just went straight up in the air, and that is a very, very disappointing way to get out. Chatley goes for 20, 60 for 5.
Yeah, that's a very soft dismissal, isn't it? I don't know if she was caught in 2 minds and changed her shot there or what, but she was batting pretty confidently, didn't look at any trouble, and then I'd say just a nothing shot really, leading edge, as you say, Kev, just chipped straight up in the air really.
Well, they are in trouble now. They've lost a lot of wickets. All the top order have gone now for the Stars.
Tash Farron coming to the crease.
Well, she can bat.
Yeah, she's going to need to. Another former Viper, of course, not
Yes.
such recent times, but was a Vipers player, so we've got 2 former Vipers now at the crease.
They're everywhere, those Vipers, and Schofield.
But yeah,
Lindsay Smith back, yeah.
It's a very strange wicket, that one. But all credit to Alice Monaghan. We might be doing her a disservice. She might have done something with the ball or held it back a little bit. We can't really tell from here, but whatever she did was got the job done. And Chatley departs for, what did she get, 20
or 33.
20, yeah, or 33. Looking quite solid, but she's the laces victim, and 60 for 5. The Stars in all sorts of trouble now, you'd have to say. And
So Farron's left-handed. Monaghan bowls forward, nice drive through the covers. That'll be a single. So it goes out to Boucher in the deep. Farron off the mark. the Stars move on to 61 for 5 here. I don't know, and I don't really want to say it too loud, but that might be Alice Monahan's first wicket in this competition, certainly for the Vipers.
Could be, yeah.
But I would
As
be
you say,
quite
she
happy
just
to
bowled
shot
the one
down
over
on that.
last year. But
Yeah, and she hasn't done too much over the years, has she? There's a nice drive from Schofield straight to Dean at extra cover. I haven't seen Charlie Dean in the attack yet. That'll be coming soon.
yeah, you've got 5 wickets down and still England's off spinner to come.
Well, yeah. No problem there then. The ice cream van has gone, Phil.
Yeah, I think it's
So
probably.
that's it. Any chance?
Yeah, it's probably not quite ice cream weather. I don't know how much.
I think he realised,
I don't know how much business he did today, or he or she did, but. I can't-
Monahan comes in, bowls, and Schofield drives and hits that down towards third. It's a good piece of fielding from Lauren Bell. Played that quite late, Schofield, opened the face. Bit of pace down to to Bell, she did well. And only a single there, 62 for 5. Well, it's a bit of experience here. I mean, if you drive around in an ice cream van, you kind of know, don't you? I mean, the temperature is a giveaway. He or she obviously knew that at this time of day,
Yeah,
20 past
there
3.
weren't queues there at any point, were
No, no, I wouldn't even say there was a steady flow. Oh, it was a low full toss. That's going to be called, I'm sure. That looked high. Although I'm sure by the time it went past, it's called a wide.
That's
By the
interesting.
time it went past Farron, I think it was probably stomach height at best, but it just looked horrible, really.
Yeah, it looked more like a no ball. And of course, although it makes no difference to the score, the difference is it would be a free hit if it was a no ball.
Yeah.
on the wide.
So another wide for Monahan. A couple from her now. And here she is again, bowls and length ball, that's better. Farron in behind that. Yeah, so even if the temperature suddenly warms up now, Phil, in the next half hour, I've got no
There's no
chance
ice
of having
cream.
ice cream. Sorry, mate. I did
No.
say I'd go over there at
I
some
know,
point.
but it's all right. It was a long way away, wasn't it?
It was
needs
just
to come,
too long.
It needs to come closer.
It did.
Yeah.
Yeah, it did. That's my excuse. Yeah. I mean, it's certainly not a bad crowd, though. I have to say, I don't know what I was expecting, and I can't quite see Ray to my left. Monahan bowls, drives, and plays and misses through to Rihanna Southby. The ball goes, and that's the end of the over. 15 overs gone, 63 for 5, so 3 runs off that in the end. I don't know how many hit, a couple of hundred? Couple
Yeah,
more?
I think that'll be about right. Yeah.
Oh, it's not bad, is it really? I mean, it feels like a game, you know. I mean, obviously it is a game out there, but it feels like it's a game that, you know, if you were driving past or walking past
Yeah.
on the road, Worsley Bridge Road, wherever it is, just up there, and you looked around and you look over here and you say, well, there's a few people there. There must be something fairly important going
Yeah,
on.
absolutely. Certainly more than when we came here for a game last year. Not a Vipers game, actually. I did a game, Stars and Sunrisers. Lindsay Smith coming in. That's played into mid-wicket by Schofield for no run. Yeah, I did a game Sunrisers against Stars last year, and it was, well, you could count the crowd. I could have told you exactly the crowd because we could have just counted them, to be honest. It was that small, but certainly a lot more today. That one's driven down to mid-on and fielded by Georgia Adams.
Well, even we
No
struggled
run.
to get in the car park at the time we arrived, and we were here fairly early, but I think there was something else going on.
Yeah, it
wasn't
was a yoga class and that one there, and football.
A big one.
Yeah,
Big yoga.
it was a big yoga class. That one's just played back down the wicket to Smith. There was also kids football going on, wasn't there?
Yeah.
It's a sort of sporting area around here, obviously with the football centre over the road as well. That one's just played back down the wicket to Lindsay Smith. As we mentioned earlier, the Crystal Palace training ground is behind us, and there's also an indoor football facility over to our left. Smith in again round the wicket, and that's cut away. But again, Schofield can't pierce the field. Another tight over from Lindsay Smith, who started very well here today. Schofield cuts this one, and this time does find the gap, so she'll get a single as it goes out to the cover boundary where Georgia, no, it's Maya Boucher is waiting. I think it's a single, but another good over from Smith as the Stars move on to 64 for 5.
I make that 3 overs for 4, I think that is, or 3 overs for 3 from Smith. Miserly.
Yeah.
Easily the best economy rate of the game so far.
Just looking at the scores around the country, the Blaze are chasing Sunrisers 159. Sunrisers, of course, beat Vipers last week. They got 159. The Blazer 116 for 5. Tammy Beaumont is still in, 63 not out. So I'm guessing she's going to be the key to that game. So it looks like it could be a good finish. 3 wickets there for Kate Kopak, the Sunrisers.
And it's Monaghan to start a 3rd over. She has 1 for 8 from that city end. It's a low full toss swung away by Schofield out into the deep on the leg side. Ella McGacken is there. That's just a single. I think Monaghan got away with that a little bit. That's 65 for 5.
In other games, Northern Diamonds got 161 at Worcester, but Central Sparks are 116 for 2 in the 29th. So that game's a lot further advanced than ours, but that looks like a Central Sparks victory on the cards.
Monaghan to Farrant. Farrant works that away on the leg side. Reps on the pad, past a diving Southby. I think Sue Redfern is going to signal for leg buys. I'm keeping my eyes on her, and she does. 66 for 5.
Yeah, Captain Evelyn Jones is 52 not out for the Sparks in that one. And then the last game on the card is the Thunder got 214 all out at Cardiff, and Western Storm are 102 for 2. So you'd have to say they're in the pole position there.
Schofield works that to Danny Wyatt at point.
There's a name there I'm not too familiar with. Orla Prendergast is 58 not out for Storm, and Fran Wilson, of course, is a more familiar name. Played in the England winning World Cup team back a few years ago, and she's 35 not out. So good position for Western Storm.
Monaghan again. Schofield drives hard to point, and that's a great stop. Boucher on the boundary, coming back for 2. They have to race through. They do.
Top fielding that.
That is great fielding. Moving to a left, quickly getting the ball into a right hand, throwing, and Schofield had to get a move on there for the last few yards to complete 2. Total moves on to 68 for 5. 2 balls left of over number 17. Remember, they're chasing 287 for 6 from the Vipers as Monaghan bowls. It's a low full toss. Schofield swings, 1 bounce through to McGacken, who sort of palms the ball away as it sort of kicked up off the outfield. And that's a single. Monaghan just getting hit, cut the square on each side of the wicket here at the moment. Just needs to. She sort of runs in, doesn't she? Really, sometimes you just think, oh, just calm down a bit. But I think that's her. I think that's her, the way she bowls.
Very excited sort of run up.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? It's all right. I want to get this down. I want to get this ball through. Comes in and bowls. Farrant pushes a good length ball into the gap in the covers for a single. It's a little bit more, less frenetic cricket, that one. And that'll be the end of Monaghan's 3rd over with the Stars on 70 for 5. So 6 runs coming off that. That 17 overs gone. The Vipers at the same stage were 78, but they hadn't lost a wicket.
No wicket, yeah, that's that column's very important, obviously. Yeah, it's a major rebuilding job needed here, but Paige Schofield will be very determined, I'm sure, to carry on with her form from last week and see if she can get this total up near what's required. Get them in range at least. It's a long way to go. We've got Lindsay Smith now bowling to Tash Farrant for the first time, a left-hander, so busy chatting to Captain George Adams at the field, and some thought going into that, and we've now got a deep square and a deep mid-wicket. I obviously think she favours that side. 2 boundary fielders out there, and she's over the wicket now, Lindsay Smith, and Farrant plays that back gently down the wicket to her, and she really has started well here, Lindsay Smith. And again, Farrant looks to drive that on the offside, I think. Got an inside edge really, and it went to wide mid-on, no run. Smith in again, this is played off the back foot and does find a gap this time, and it goes out on single on the offside. Charlie Dean fielding out on the offside boundary. Single to Farrant. Smith will come round the wicket again now to the right-handed Schofield. Field obviously adjusts. She's in and bowls, and that's a cut shot from Schofield, but I think that was a bit of a quicker ball from Smith. It seemed to get through her quickly and just went through to the keeper as Schofield was trying to force it off the back foot. Smith in again, and that's just played down to Bouchier coming in from sort of mid-wicket to mid-on to field and stop the run. Adams comes back in front of us on the boundary as Smith bowls, and it's just pushed out onto the offside. So yet another tight over from Lindsay Smith, who started really well here and really putting the squeeze on the South East Stars reply at the moment.
I always used to think that when Lindsay Smith bowled against the Vipers when she was at Northern Diamonds, I used to think, here's a spell here that won't go for many.
Yeah.
Difficult to get away, and she's proven it again here.
She often takes the new ball, doesn't she? Well, she did for them, for Northern Diamonds. She often took the new ball.
Yeah.
Bowled in that, or certainly bowled in the power play at the start. But Charlotte Taylor tends to have that role as the spinner for the Vipers.
4 overs for 5, Lindsay Smith. Terrific
bowling.
stuff. Phil, have 15 minutes. Have 15 minutes.
I will, thank you,
Yeah.
Kev. Just saying, we've got Georgia Elwes coming on, so that's answered the other question we were going to ask.
Yes. This game's full of surprises. As Phil, I know, has been dying to finish off those blueberries. That's why he wants a bit of time off. He's been chewing on them, and now he can just enjoy them now for the next 15. Here's Georgia Elwes then with her right arm medium paces as a length ball as Farrant pushes it out square on the offside, and there's no run. Phil very kindly filled everybody in with what's going on in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy games elsewhere. There's also the 3rd day of the Men's County Championship matches. I'll bring you up to date with those while we watch the next few balls as Elwes from that city end comes in and bowls, and Farrant pushing forward, can't get it past Wyatt at point. 2 Division 1 games going on. The game between Middlesex and Kent saw Kent in their second innings bowled out for 128, and Middlesex are 29 without loss in their second innings as Elwes comes in. Farrant plays and misses outside the off stump. Middlesex look, they're going to win that today. They need another 57 to win that. In that Kent's second innings, of which Jack Leaning was the top scorer of 48 out of that 128. There was 6 wickets for Tim Murtagh. 6 for 42. Was he about 43 or something? Unbelievable. As that's pushed by Farrant to extra cover, where Lindsay Smith fields. Watched 42-year-old Gareth Berg bowling last week up at Northampton. So Middlesex on the road to winning that one. I think they won last week as well, if I remember rightly. They beat Notts. So they're on for 2 wins in 2. And in the other game in Division 1, Warwickshire Surrey, that's also day 3. That's up at Edgbaston as Farrant pushes forward. Again finds Lindsay Smith at extra cover. Surrey bowled out for 281. Warwickshire in their second innings falling away somewhat, 106 for 7. And they still trail Surrey by 24. There's a good chance that that game could finish today as well. Barnard's not at 39 in that 107 for 7. Ed Barnard, who moved over from Worcester. Farrant again can't find a gap as she pushes it to backward point, fielded by Danny White. End of the over, 19 gone here, 71 for 5, and that is a maiden over, 3rd maiden over of the game. And who's done the damage for Surrey? Well, I can tell you that Kemar Roach again with 4 for 17 and backed up by Dan Worrell with 2 for 38. A very strong opening attack there. I saw that firsthand a couple of weeks ago at the Oval. So Surrey look like they're going to win today, and so do Middlesex. And there are 3 games going on in Division 2, also day 3 of 4. Durham have already beaten Derbyshire. They're going well this year. That's swung away by Schofield. Start of a new over from Lindsay Smith. That's 4 runs. That's hit hard in front of square on the leg side. Paige Schofield deciding in this over, I've had enough of this. I'm going to play a little bit more positively. And this over starts with a boundary, 75 for 5 at the start of the 20th. Sussex declared their innings against Gloucestershire on 455 for 5. Remember, this is day 3. That's swung away again by Schofield. It's gone finer this time. Monaghan running round from deep backward square leg will pick it up, but it'll be 2 more for Schofield. Good throw as well. And Gloucestershire in their second innings are 90 for 1, so they trail by 365. And in the game between Leicestershire and Glamorgan, Glamorgan are now 352 for 7 and trail Leicestershire by 55 runs. That's also on the first innings as Schofield pushes that back on the offside. Labuschagne made 64, North East 40, and it's Chris Cook not at 72 down the order, and Michael Nesser, the Australian. They put on some big runs there for the 8th wicket. That's stopped at extra cover there. Nesser is 57 not out, so those two came together when the score was 225 for 7. They've taken it through to 353. Here's Smith again, swung away by Schofield. Another good strong sweep shot, and Monaghan does really well there. Now hear the applause from the crowd around her. Moved quickly to her right, then actually slid back into it and kept that down to a single. Total moves on to 78 for 5. So you're up to date with all the games of note that are going on, both men and women today. Excuse me. As the field slightly changes for the left-hander, of course, because you've got which was the leg side, is now the offside as Smith comes over the wicket to Farrant. Farrant just pushes forward, and that goes out to Boucher at extra cover. 20 overs completed, 78 for 5, despite a couple of strong shots there from Schofield. Only 7 runs were scored in that. And Smith has now bowled 5 overs, none for 12, with 1 maiden in that. So the equation here at Beckenham is that the Vipers need another 210 here from 30 overs. So that run rate is creeping up towards about 7 and over, just under 7 and over. And their current run rate has just dipped below 4. That's why they're starting to get a move on. Elwes with a second over. First over was a maiden, bowls to Schofield. Schofield edges that one, goes down to third man where Lauren Bell fields. That will be a single to take the Stars onto 79 for 5. Schofield is 26 now from 48 with 3 boundaries, and Farrant is 3 from 15. The batter's out. Capsey for 18. Rhianna McDonald-Gay for no score. Lauren Bell was on a hat-trick at that stage. Player missing outside the off stump there, Farrant. Bryony Smith for 7. And then Alice Davidson-Richards for no score. Again, Bell was on a hat-trick. And Kira Chatley, the 5th wicket to fall. That was back in the 15th over. She was out for 20. Those are the batters back in the pavilion. Here's Elwes bowling. And Farrant again plays and misses outside the off stump. Just finding run scoring a little difficult at the moment. Tash Farrant, the left-hander. 3 off 17 now. Doesn't want to put the other batters under too much pressure, particularly Schofield. She's in good form with 100 last week. It's been in good form here with 26 so far, but she's at the non-striker's end, watching Farrant, who drives but finds the extra cover fielder. They want a single, but Monaghan does well diving to her right. The ball, even though it wasn't in her hands cleanly, quickly gets up and gathers the ball. As always turns. Keeper Southby standing up to her. Comes in again, right arm over and bowls. And Farrant's hit to Monaghan's right. Oh, there's a hesitation there. Farrant ran and then stopped. And Monaghan had a lot to do there at extra cover. But Farrant ran probably nearly halfway down the wicket and just stopped. But Monaghan had too much to do. Single it is at the end of that, 80 for 5. With Farrant onto 4. I feel that a lot rests on Paige Schofield's shoulders here if the Stars are to get anywhere near that Vipers total of 287 for 6. Here's Elwes again. Drives into a pad there, Schofield. Goes out on the offside end of the other. Another tight over there from Elwes, conceding just 2. 2 overs for 2 from her. Top partnership so far for the Stars was the start between Chatley and Capsey. That was 26. They got off to a very quick start. And then pegged back by that burst from Lauren Bell. Twice she was on a hat-trick. It's been hard going for the Stars since then. 21 overs gone here at Beckenham, with the score 80 for 5. There's 2 runs off that over, I tell a lie. I did say 2 runs off the Elwes over, who's now bowled 2 overs and conceded 3 runs. Bit of a chat. Looks like Charlie Dean.
Number 22, Charlie Dean.
Well, plenty of spin options in the Vipers side, as myself and Phil Green have been discussing. Here's the next spin offering. Off spin of Charlie Dean. We've already seen Charlotte Taylor with her spin, Lindsay Smith with her spin. Now here's Charlie Dean. We haven't seen Georgia Adams yet with her spinners. And we might even see a little bit of Danny Wyatt as well, who bowls a bit of off spin. Plenty of spin option. If you ever play on a turning wicket, put your money on Vipers. Here comes Dean, bowls. And, that's out on the leg side. It's Farrant facing. Yeah, turning wicket. I think my house would go on the Vipers. Got plenty. Dean comes in again and bowls. That's flighted. That's outside the off stump, and Farrant leaves that one alone. Just having a look. Oh, it's a wide. That's a late call. A late call. Was it a harsh call? I think even the scorers don't believe it's a wide, because the umpire has taken ages for her signal to be acknowledged. Here's Dean, comes in and bowls, and Farrant's off the back foot. That was quite short. Doesn't really time it as it goes out into the gap. Fielded by Boucher in the deep. And it's 82 for 5. I think that was a fairly harsh call, if I'm honest, the more I think about that. But anyway, umpire's call, as they say. Umpire's decision is final, as they also say. Don't have to accept it, but that's what it is. Field's changing here for Schofield, with Charlotte Taylor moving from off to the leg side behind the wicket. She's on the 45. Charlie Dean's over the wicket to Schofield, flighted. Schofield, well, that'll be a wide, so it's down the leg side. That may just have turned a fraction, actually. Charlie Dean does turn it, actually, from time to time. I'll just have a closer look. As I say, we're not on a great angle. We're sort of wide mid-on, so difficult to tell. But if you're looking on the live picture feed, and I think the condensation on the lens is slowly but surely clearing. If it was a 5-day game, I think by day 4 you'd see clearly. There's a nice sweep shot there from Schofield. It goes out to Boucher in the deep. It's definitely less foggy than it was at the start of the game. But as I say, the conditions here have been about as clear as you can get. So I was told in the break that there was a bit of condensation on one of the camera lenses, but it is slowly but surely clearing. Dean bowls to Farrant. Farrant forward, pushes out on the 45, where Charlotte Taylor fields. Coming up to the last delivery. I've got an extra delivery from Charlie Dean because of that wide. In fact, there's been 2 wides in this over. So there'll be another couple of balls, actually. Dean round the wicket to the left-hander Farrant. Flighted in the air, and it's just over extra cover. Just Danny Wyatt. Just. She was about another 1.5 foot. She'd have got that. Always a bit of a teaser, but always just out of her reach. Score moves on to 85 for 5. 1 ball left now of over number 22. Dean seems to be bowling forever already. Nice sweep shot there again from Schofield. Goes out to Boucher at deep mid-wicket. Her partner in crime in the field. Used to love watching those two in the field. We were talking about that on the way out as well. We talked about a lot of things, me and Phil, on the way out, because it's quite a long journey. But one of them, we used to love seeing them field at extra cover and mid-wicket. Boucher and Schofield. The number of times we said fielded by Boucher, fielded by Schofield. They were superb in those areas, quite intimidating as well for the batters. 6 runs in the end off that one. So 86 for 5, 22 gone, which means the Stars from here need another 202 from 28. That is very, very difficult when you've lost your top 5. But Schofield is still there, as Elwes comes in and bowls. Schofield drives. Definitely playing like a player who got 100 last week. Seems to be in control out there. She's got a lot of work to do. She might only be on 29, but it's been a good 29 so far. That's come off 52 deliveries with 3 fours, but They're really relying on her at the moment. I don't think Farrant on her own is going to do this. It's going to need somebody with a big innings at the other end to see the Stars home. Oh, there's a misfield there from Boucher. I don't think Farrant was expecting that. I don't think anybody was expecting that. That's a rare misfield. I hope somebody had a camera on that one. I'd love to keep that one in my on my phone. Very rare that you see Boucher spilling anything. She's already taken a superb catch at second slip. 88 for 5 then, as Elwes comes in and bowls to Schofield. Tries to work that on the leg side, gets hit high on the pad. Elwes started to appeal, realised that perhaps it was a little too hopeful of getting a decision in the affirmative. Elwes again, no slip for her. Southby standing up. This comes in again, and Schofield pushes that into the covers where Dean fields. She's another live wire in the field. Always on the floor, Charlie Dean, never frightened of getting the kit dirty. You'll often see her throwing herself from left to right. I think she's one of these fielders that loves being sort of lying on the floor as much as she does standing up. Comes in, and Elwes and Schofield drives, and that goes to mid-wicket. Lovely straight deliveries here from Elwes. That's all you need to do here. Put the pressure on the batters. They've got an awful lot to do. I'm looking at the WASP calculation here. It's just 1%, which is very low indeed. Of course it is 1%. Can't get much lower than that. Well, 0%, but that's about it. I don't think it would ever show 0. Schofield drives, gets an inside edge onto the pad, and that is the end of Elwes's over, and just 2 runs conceded, with 23 overs gone. And the Stars, in reply to that, Vipers total of 287 for 6 are 85 for 5. Phil Green is back, and he's left those blueberries. I thought you were going to demolish those.
I'll get through them by the end of the innings, I'm sure.
What, while you're talking?
Yeah. In between balls. Can't do it with Lindsay Smith's bowling, but with most of the other bowlers you've got time. Yeah, it's interesting this the fact that Vipers have got the 4 spin options. That's not even counting Danny White, as you said. Dean in again, and that's a stumping. No, it's not. It looked like a possible stumping. It was certainly a good attempt by Randa Southby, but not out. It was White. It was outside the off stump, and Farrant went for quite an expansive shot, and but obviously didn't stretch her back foot out of the crease. But good work from the keeper. But yeah, the spin options they've got, although there's not a leg spinner amongst it, and most teams in this league competition do have a leg spinner, but the 4 Vipers spinners are actually very different bowlers. So although there's Dean coming in again here around the wicket, Farrant just plays it into the covers. So you've got Charlie Dean, who I would say is the sort of conventional off spinner, who gives it quite a rip and bowls at that sort of pace. Charlotte Taylor, as we said, is more of a drifter and does people in the flight a bit. And Dean in again, and that's cut uppishly by Farrant, but it's gone fine a third man who's very quickly after it, and good bit of fielding, but they get back for 2. And so you got Charlotte Taylor probably moves it the other way, and then Georgia Adams is just a very slow bowler, so she sort of just takes the pace right off. So they're different bowlers, and of course Lindsay Smith's a left arm spinner, so 4 spinners but 4 very different bowlers, I would say. That ball's just played out on the offside for no run, but it is unusual nowadays that there isn't a leg spinner in the setup, because most teams do have one. Dean round the wicket, that's cut away by Farrant. Good half stop again by, is that Alice Monaghan there?
Yep.
I think, yeah, good stop, and parries it for 1 run.
They do have a leg spinner, Finty Trussler, but of course not playing.
Not playing today, no, that's right. So yeah, plenty of spin options.
I'm not sure she was in the squad actually. I looked at the squad, didn't really take it in.
But she's not a conventional leg spinner either. She bowls sort of more out at the front of the hand. So yeah, it's that one's attempted sweep by Schofield, but she doesn't make contact, and the ball hits her in the body and no run.
So what's that, 24 gone?
That is 24.
Yeah,
I think so.
91 for 5. One more till drinks.
Yeah. So yeah, I think it's it does offer a lot of variety, and we're going to see another option. I think Georgia Adams is coming into the attack now. As I say, she tends to bowl slower.
She's a little bit more round-armed as well, isn't she? Again, it's a different trajectory.
It is different trajectory. Yeah, that's right. She's obviously taller than Charlotte Taylor, considerably taller, but she probably bowls it from lower than Charlotte Taylor does, I would suggest.
Yeah.
Number 1, Georgia Adams.
So this is the 5th spin option. Is that right? I've just
Well, it's the
just said that off the top
fourth
of my
one we've used, but
Oh, is it?
Danny White hasn't bowled yet. And
Oh, that's right.
she, of course, is an off spin, although she hasn't bowled that much in recent years. Certainly not at international level. She tends not to bowl. So Adams, oh sorry,
That's all right.
she won't come in it.
From the city end to Farrant, length ball played quietly back to the bowler. But yeah, I just when I looked at, when I was watching a little bit from last week from Northampton, I just looked and I thought, gosh, our arm's quite low, isn't it? But it's no less accurate. There's a nice drive through extra cover past a diving Monaghan, and that's going to go for 4. That's nicely timed there by Tash Farrant. That boundary takes her on to 14, but it's come off 31 deliveries.
Mm-hmm.
She's using up a few deliveries as well.
I think when you come in at 5 down for not many, you sort of have to bat like that, really, don't you?
Yeah.
If she hadn't batted in that fashion, we'd probably be saying it was irresponsible, to be fair.
True.
I mean, it's
Here comes Adams. Sweep shot off the pad. It's gone very fine. Charlotte Taylor is going to win that race towards it. She's running from short third. Throws the ball in. That'll be 2. Signalled by Sue Redfern, the umpire, to the scorers that it's leg byes. Takes the total onto 95 for 5. So it's Adams. Forward is Tash Farrant, and they'll pick up a single as it's well to Monaghan's right hand side, even though Southby takes the bails off as the ball comes in. She's quick, Monaghan. You have to be a little careful. You have to know exactly what you're doing.
yeah,
You have to go straight away.
quick work by the keeper as well.
Yeah,
to
it
get
was.
the-
Yeah.
get the
Southby
bails
has
off.
impressed me so far.
Yes,
actually.
yeah, she's very quick hands, which is obviously a requirement.
Yeah.
And that modern way of taking the ball in front and taking the bails off
They do, yeah,
behind
they
you.
do that,
Yeah.
Sweep shot from Schofield goes out deep for a single. Lindsay Smith out there away to our left. I moved half the kit there as I craned my neck around the corner. Just move the table back again. Takes the total to 99 for 5 then, the Stars. Yeah, I don't know about you, Phil. I've never really seen much of Rihanna Southby if at all. But
I have
in
done
this-
actually.
Oh, now she's wrapped on the pad. That looks close. She was only half forward there, Farrant. Again, we're not on a great angle, but certainly worth a shout.
Yeah, the fielders will look very interesting, that one. I've actually seen, it's drinks now, so there's a little bit of break. Yeah, Rihanna Southby, we came across quite a lot in club cricket. She played for Ashford in Surrey, and as a sort of 12 or 13-year-old, she was like a standout player back then with the bat as well. But it's, I don't remember as a keeper particularly. She might not have even kept wicket then. I'm not sure, but she was certainly a good batter at that stage. But she got onto the Surrey pathway very quickly, so they've obviously identified her as a keeper some while back. But yeah, she's looked very good today, and
Yeah, very tidy.
from what we've seen so far, justifying probably the choice over. Must have been a difficult choice over Chloe Hill. I'm not even sure. I mean, Chloe Hill might be injured. It might be. I don't know. That might
I
be the
don't
reason.
know.
I'm
I
not
mean,
sure.
I was trying to sort of gauge what was happening during the winter and sort of gathering little tidbits here and there. And I don't know. I got the feeling that maybe she was going to get the nod.
Okay.
This season, which as we discussed in the car on the way up. What didn't we do? I think Chloe Hill would consider herself to be a little unlucky. I don't think she did a lot wrong when she took over from Carla Rudd. But at the end of the day, you have to make a decision.
Because there was another keeper on the books last year, Ariana Dowse, and she got released at the end of it.
She did.
So they obviously identified Rihanna Southby as somebody they wanted.
So we are halfway through the South East Stars reply. 25 overs gone. They are 99 for 5, chasing that Southern Vipers total of 287 for 6. So they need from here another 189 from 25 overs, and that run rate that a little while ago when I mentioned was just under 7, required from here on in is now over 7.5. Their current run rate has been sort of just under 4s for a little while, continues to be just under 4. And Paige Schofield is not out on 30. That's off 58 deliveries with 3 4s. Tash Farrant is 15 not out of 34 deliveries with 1 boundary. And Lauren Bell did the damage at the top of the order for the Stars. The Stars got away to a half decent start. 26 they got to in the 5th over, and then Alice Capsey went bowled for 18. That looked a beauty of a delivery past her defences coming forward. She went for 18 off 16 deliveries, and then the very next delivery, Rhianna McDonald-Gay was bowled by Bell for no. In fact, no, I think she was LBW, wasn't she?
She was. McDonald-Gay was LBW.
LBW, yeah. Sorry, I put down bold. I don't know why I put that down.
She wasn't very happy with it, was she?
She didn't look particularly happy, did she? But so Lauren Bell was on a hat trick. That was survived by Bryony Smith, but she went for 7 when she was driving at Bell, and well caught by Charlie Dean. Got low, dived in front of her, got her fingertips underneath it. She went for 7. That was 36 for 3, having lost a couple of wickets on 26. And then Lauren Bell was at it again when Smith was out. Alice Davidson-Richards, well caught by Maya Boucher at second slit. That ball flew through to her about stomach height, and she clung on. And that was another hat-trick for Lauren Bell, potentially, but again, that was survived. And then Kira Chatley, rather soft dismissal, trying to turn Alice Monaghan away on the leg side, and the ball just sort of spooned up in the air, and Lindsay Smith took an easy catch at mid-wicket. Chatley going for 20. That was 60 for 5. The Stars now 99 for 5. They've had their refreshment, and we're just about to get underway. Their second half of their innings, where they've got an awful lot to do.
They have, and this pair have sort of done the reconsolidate sort of job, but they now need to do the next stage, which is upping the run rate and getting them back in the game, really. But it's a long way to go, and it's a hard job for them. And we've got England's current off-spinner Charlie Dean bowling from the Beckenham end. It doesn't make it easy for them. And there's a sweep, and I'm not sure what happened there. She missed it. I went through to the keeper. I thought it actually hit her, but keeper had it in the gloves. But quite a big shot for the first ball after drinks, but an unsuccessful one. Dean in again over the wicket to Schofield, and just defended that back down to her. Yeah, once you get to 7s and 8s and over, you've got to be looking, obviously, at least 1 boundary and over, and that's a lot of pressure, isn't it?
Yeah, and you can set the field accordingly, can't you? Make it defensive.
You only need a couple of bad overs, and that's suddenly 10s, isn't it? It's difficult. Dean in again, and that's flicked away by Schofield. She'll just pick up the 1 as Monaghan, who seems to be in the action a lot today in the field.
100 up for the Stars.
Yeah, they've got to. So the first hurdle done, if you like, but a long way to go.
Yeah. Those of you watching the live picture feed will have noticed that the Stars run rate is just underneath the Vipers. After 25 overs, the Vipers had 124. So they are just a little bit behind.
Dean in again. Round the wicket now to the left-handed Farrant, and that's pushed away for no run. It's good that we can say those of you looking on the live feed can see something, Kev, because most of the day people haven't been able to, have they?
Well, I think when they put a chart up, you don't have the fog.
Oh, you
quite
see
so
that?
bad,
Okay, can you? Yeah, just see the chart. Yeah. But apparently it's okay from one end. There's a single there on the offside to Farrant. She pushes it just wide of Danny Wyatt. Who has to move to a right, so it's time for them to get through for 1. We were saying earlier about the Crystal Palace training ground burn behind us, and you pointed out they were playing, and just looking at the scores and nothing about the game, but it sounds like a good watch because it was 4-3 the final score.
2
Crystal Palace against West Ham. Dean in again, And that's swept again, or attempted sweep again by Schofield, but again she misses.
Oh, hasn't missed the stump by very much.
I think both of those have just bounced over the stumps actually. It's the end of the over, another tidy over from the Vipers. The score's just ticked along to 101 for 5 of 26.
Yeah, after 26 overs, the Vipers were 125 for 1. So the South East Stars are quite a bit behind with a lot to do.
Just keeping the region updated with football. I know we don't really do football on this programme, but Brighton, who's a Vipers area team, of course, are 4-0 up at half-time.
Are they? Yeah. Here's Adams with her off-spin. Farrant's driving, and that's gone to deep point. Lindsay Smith down there doing the boundary duties. That is just a single to Farrant, moves on to 17. The Stars 102 for 5, and that run rate is still climbing. It's not far off 8 and over now.
Yeah.
Required, that's the run rate required. They're still scoring at under 4s. Here's Adams, bowls. Oh, she's bowled this time. She's gone for one too many slog sweeps, and Schofield goes for 31. Adams picks up her first wicket. And that is 102 now for 6, the South East Stars.
Yeah, that was sort of reflective of the situation, Schofield. She's missed 2 attempts at that shot in the last over from Dean, and this time missed it again, but with Adams' lower trajectory we talked about, it's not bouncing over, so that's the end of Paige Schofield, and you might say that's the end of the home team's chances with it, but and the Wasp agrees apparently at 1%, is it? Did you say?
I can't see it at the moment.
But yeah, but it's probably not quite that low, but certainly the odds are against the Stars at this stage.
So those two put on 42 for the 6th wicket in 12 overs. Schofield 31 of 63 deliveries.
And the new batter is Phoebe Franklin.
Yep. 94 runs at 15 apiece last year in 6 matches. Phoebe Franklin.
I don't know what it is, I've got a mental block. I always get confused with Grace Gibbs, who's another player that plays here. And they don't really look alike or anything, but even when they play club cricket, I always mistook one for the other.
Grace Gibbs, who used to play here.
She's left now, sorry.
Yeah, she's been released.
Okay.
Yeah. But I know what you mean.
Yeah. Okay, I didn't realise that, but that one's just played back down the wicket by Phoebe Franklin for no run. So I won't have the chance of getting them confused again if they're both not here. So that one's played through mid-wicket for a single, and Phoebe Franklin's off the mark. They used to play in the same club side in the same county, and I just always put them together for some reason.
Adams round the wicket. As Farrant drives, and it's a good stop at extra cover. I think that's Monaghan again. She's been in the thick of it out there. She always is, actually. It's not unusual. Is it Georgia Adams? Me? And down the wicket comes Farrant over the top of extra cover, and that's going to be 4. Lovely use of the feet. Quite deliberate shot. 4 runs to end that over. That's 27 completed now, and the Stars move on to 107 for 6. 6 runs off it. It's a good over, but it's not enough. 42 runs, you'll see that partnership ended between Schofield and Farrant. That's the top partnership of the innings so far. So Farrant moves on to 21. Franklin has just been out there for a couple of deliveries, is on 1. 107 for 6, which means the Stars now need another 183. And the run rate required is just a fractionally below 8 and over from here on in. Here's Charlie Dean then from the Beckenham end, our commentary end, flighted and turned away on the leg side. Farrant wants a single. That's a good call from Farrant. Got the feeling that Phoebe Franklin wasn't sure. It's probably more her call because it went towards squarish mid-wicket. But Farrant was off straight away. Saw the angle probably better than Phoebe Franklin did. Shouldn't really be the case, but it was. Decisive calling, that's what it's all about. 108 for 6 at the start of the 28th. There's Charlie Dean. Is into her 4th over. Has none for 12 here. Sweep shot down the leg side, that'll be a wide. Not easy for the keeper there again. But, again, Southby got a body in behind it. There'll be another run to the total, 109 for 6. Is Dean again off the back foot there is Farron, just plays it back to the bowler quietly. So remember, the target for the Stars is 288 to win this game, as Dean comes in again slightly quicker. Farron off the back foot steers it to backward a point. No gap there. It's been a lovely day here in Beckenham. I think for about 1 over we lost the sun behind one of the very few clouds that have been going overhead. The rest of the time we've been in sun. That's a drive out to Danny White at extra cover. No run there. Farron has now faced 41 balls for her 21. 42 balls, I tell a lie. That's flighted and it's down the leg side. I think she's bowled. She's bowled leg stump. It's gone round the back of her leg. She left the gap there as she went to sweep. It was very full delivery. You could see leg stump and probably middle and leg. And that ball has just crept past and glanced the stumps. And Farron goes now. She's gone for 21 and it's 109 for 7.
Yeah, the task's just getting harder now for the Stars. Farron was reasonably well set, but like Schofield before, she had to really kick on and obviously start taking a few risks, and she obviously went a bit too far across that time, and it's been bowled leg stump, round her legs.
It's been a horrible resumption, isn't it, since the drinks break?
Yeah.
Drinks at the 25th over, 99 for 5, and here they are now, 109 for 7.
Yeah, and often happens, doesn't it, that drinks brings wickets. So it's sort of old saying in cricket, isn't it? After a drink comes a wicket. One of those cliches that isn't usually true, but stays in the game as a comment. But it's happened today.
So the new batter for the Stars,
Alexa Stonehouse.
Alexa Stonehouse.
Yeah.
Who's one of those 3 changes in the side for the Stars for this game, and it's Charlie Dean to bowl. Right-hander Stonehouse. He pushes forward, pushes that out towards extra cover, and that is the end of Charlie Dean's over. The Vipers firmly in control of this game here. The run rate for the Stars, as you can see on the, if you're watching on the live picture feed, started off great guns, but has tailed off ever since, and now way below the Vipers. 109 for 7.
Yeah, it looks like Lauren Bell's coming back on, so that's answered another question that we had. Would she be allowed to bowl more? I think she's coming back on at the City end.
The good news is, Phil, we've asked a lot of questions today, but we've got a lot of answers for them as well.
Yeah, that's right. Whether George Elvis could bowl, and whether they'd bowl 9 bowlers or 10 bowlers or whatever.
Whether we were up to commentary for the whole game.
Yeah.
I think we've answered that commentary.
Whether we're going to have an ice cream or not, we never answered that one. Well, we have now because the van's gone, so it's answered for us. Yeah. It is Lauren Bell coming back from the City end, the end she was successful from previously. And she's going to be bowling to Phoebe Franklin, who drives that to mid-off, but the field is up now. We don't need the boundary riders in this situation, so very tight offside field. So Franklin's going to have to go through them. There's not a lot of single options on the offside. Got a third man down in front of us as well here. Ella Kaken. Fine leg. Bell in again. And that's again forced on the offside. Again, no run. So Yeah, Lauren Bell looking for a 5-wicket haul here. That'll be certainly on her agenda right at the moment. Having twice been on a hat-trick already in this game. Bell in again. That's, oh, well, it's nearly her 5th wicket as she chipped that to mid-wicket, Franklin, but it didn't quite carry to the mid-wicket fielder. It's Alice Monaghan again in the action. As you say, Kev, she's... I don't know if it's the ball following her, or is it the fact that you put your good fielders in the position the ball's going, which is I would think is the case.
100%.
I hope is the case, and George Adams is doing that well because the good fielders seem to be in the action a lot. So Bellin again. This is up in the air and could be. Oh, it's just chipped over. Leading edge from Franklin. It's just cleared extra cover. Running back and diving. I think that's Boucher, is it? No, it's Georgia Elwes actually. Just ran back and dived full length but couldn't quite get there. But nearly again the 5th wicket for Lauren Bell. You sort of think it's coming. This fifer from the England seamer.
Well, you would have thought she can get through 10 overs here, and she's allowed. It's got to come at some point.
Yeah. Certainly running in with purpose. And played off the front foot by Stonehouse this time. There was a run there off that one that looped over cover. A run for Franklin, so she's on to 3. Alexa Stonehouse not off the mark yet. She was very underutilised with the ball today, brought into the side today, but didn't bowl much. But as we keep saying, they did have a lot of bowling options, the Stars. But maybe she can make a contribution with the bat. Here we go. And that's played out to extra cover to Elwes. But again, another over that's going to put the run rate even further up for Stars. And Wasp might even be getting below 1% soon. I'm not sure. I don't think it's because it's done on a formula. It can't get down to 0. I'm sure it must be 0.001 at the minimum or whatever.
Yeah, it's always going to be over.
It can't be 0, no. but 1 is pretty reflective.
So 29 overs gone, and at 110 for 7, the Stars still need another 178 runs here. And that run rate, which has been steadily climbing, continues to do so, and it's close to 8.5 from here on in. It's getting very difficult indeed when you've lost 7 batters. Here's Charlie Dean then, bowls, and that's a thick outside edge there from Phoebe Franklin. Goes out to backward a point. Ella McGacken there, and there is no run. I get the feeling that the crowd are going to start to sort of get a little bit agitated when they know that they're not going to see I think they've probably known for a while they're not going to see a close game. That's pulled away, straight to Charlotte Taylor on the 45 on the leg side. They'll be starting to look around for the remnants of the food and a couple of drinks and starting to think about packing up, and we're not going to see an exciting finish here.
One more swig of the hip flask.
Here's Dean again, bowls. That's pulled away. That's gone to Taylor, but slightly to her left. Good running. Oh, they have to hurry here. She was a little bit slow off the mark there, Alexa Stonehouse, because she had a lot to do there. Charlotte Taylor, get the ball, transfer the ball into a right hand as well and get it in, but you could see just the last couple of yards there was a bit of a frantic.
Yeah, she was a bit slow off the mark.
Pacey.
So she didn't back up very well.
Here's Dean, bowls. It's turned away on the leg side. It's gone straight to Charlotte Taylor. They're not sure whether to take a single. Rather wisely, they in the end decide not to. Not sure that was a quick decision either. Got a feeling there might be a run out here somewhere.
You often see it with the lower order.
You do, yeah. They're never quite sure who's calling and what. Oh, it's got in the air. That's a nice shot. That's over the head of Bell, or is it? No, it's not. And it's caught. It's Georgia Adams. Good catch. I thought that had come out the middle of the bat and it was going over deepish mid-on, but Georgia Adams only took a few paces behind her and took a simple catch in the end, and that is Alexa Stonehouse gone. And 8 down for 111. This is all but it.
Yeah, that's another nail in the Southern Southeast Stars coffin. But you know, they've got to bat that way now, haven't they? And she's going for the big shot there, and
Has to.
got more height in it than distance. And Georgia Adams just backpedaling from mid-on, took a good catch over her shoulder. Now got Freya Davis coming to the crease.
0 off 5 balls. I suppose Alexa Stonehouse thought, well, I can't be hanging around here. I can't really be doing that. Got to get a move on.
When you reflect on a game like this, it's not the fault of the batters at this end of the order, is it? Their job isn't to win games from this situation, really. It's a bonus if they do come off, but you need your top order. Obviously, when you're chasing 280, you need your top order firing.
Well, it's 2 moments of magic, or 4 if you include the fact that Lauren Bell was on a hat-trick both times, but she blew away the top order.
Yeah.
Some good catching as well there from Charlie Dean at extra cover to get rid of Bryony Smith
a great catch,
and Bouchier at second slip.
Yeah.
The catching plus Lauren Bell have done for the Stars here. It's Freya Davis in as Dean bowls, and that's off the pad on the leg side. Charlie Dean has certainly played her part, especially with that catch of Bryony Smith, but also now with the ball, and she has 2 for 14 from 5.
Total difference or contrast to last week, where the Vipers fielding did let them down a little bit. I think they'd be the first to admit that. But they were outfielded by Sunrisers last week, but I think this week they've won the fielding battle. And Groundfield has been good. They've been quick in the field, and as you say, taken a couple of really good catches. Keepers had a good day, so they've looked a good outfit in the field today, the Vipers.
I have.
We've got Lauren Bell again now, coming in for a 7th over. She's going to be bowling to Phoebe Franklin. She's in and bowls, and Franklin drives that square, and that's a nice shot, and that's going to fly away for 4 with the pace of the ball. That's gone just behind square on the offside, beat the diving Wyatt, and raced away for 4. Third man couldn't get round. So that's a good start for the over for Stars in this rather desperate situation, but they need a few more of those. So Phoebe Franklin moving on to 8. She opened the bowling today for the Stars earlier on. Bell and bowling just on the defensive, pushing it to extra cover. So yeah, from a lower order batter's point of view, you need 9 and over, and you've got England bowlers at both ends. It's not an ideal situation, is it?
You're not be banging 11 over regularly from now on, are you?
No.
Well,
So
you shouldn't be.
You'd hope not, but the Stars will be hoping they can, of course, and Stars fans. This Bell in full, and nice drive down the ground by Franklin, but she can't get it past mid-on. That's Georgia Adams fielding, tumbling to her left, but then come through for a single. So Franklin's up to 9, and we're up to 116 for 8, but still not even halfway. And I think, of course, we have to talk in this competition as well about the bonus point that Vipers probably going to pick up here. I know it's worked out on this 1.25 of the score, isn't it? Sort of figure. But I think it means they've got to get, I won't even do the maths, but it'll be about 230, I think, to stop the Vipers getting a point here. That's down the leg side, and these will be given wide.
So how do you do it? I should know this.
It's
287.
Yeah, they've got to score 1.25 more, haven't you? So
Is it times 1.25? Can't be. Must be divided by, is it?
no, it's sort of divided by 100 and times 20. Oh, I don't know. I'm not a mathematician, but it's
229.
It's roughly they've got to do 25% less. If that makes sense.
229. Does that sound
229.
right?
Well,
Does that sound about right?
yeah,
to
because
you?
I said 230, didn't I? So
Yeah, so you are.
I'm
Well,
going to
it's
say
230
yes.
actually,
Yeah,
because it's 229.6. So you're
Well,
right.
well,
Did you guess that?
I did, but
What?
I know. I'm surprised myself there. Yeah, so they've got to get that to stop Vipers getting the bonus point. I must admit though, Kev, the reason I said 230 is because last week's score was very similar at the Jews poll, and I knew that was around 230, so I was using that bit of advantage. Bell into Freya Davis, sorry, and that was driven down to mid-on, but no run.
Well, they shouldn't get 130 really. I mean, they probably will, but they shouldn't really.
No. So we'd hope there'd be a, well, from the Vipers' point of view, we'd hope there's a bonus point available here, which would help, having not picked up anything from last week's game. Belling again, and that's a Yorker length and dug out by Davis. But she sort of squeezed it down to third man, where Ella McCacken comes in off the boundary, and they get through for another single. Well, that's another over that's well below the required rate, and now 1-1-8 for 8, the South East Stars.
Yeah, Paige Schofield with the top innings so far of 31. There's nowhere near enough when you're chasing 287. You need somebody, at least one person, if not two,
to get a big score.
To get in there and keep that score ticking along for a long periods of time. That's the only way you get up to totals like that.
It could well be that at the end of the day, Paige Schofield's been the best batter and bowler for Stars, I would say. I'd certainly think she was the best bowler, and she's certainly top scoring with the bat. So
here's Charlie Dean to Freya Davis. Davis drives, not really timed, it just goes in front of square on the offside. Ella McGacken fields. 119 for 8, the Stars. If you want help with the calculation, they still need another 169. Flighted, driven in the air, and it's going to be caught. McGacken, good catch. Just sort of took it to the right hand side, just fell over it as she did so, just to make sure she was in behind that one. And that is the 9th wicket down for the Stars, with the score on 119, and Phoebe Franklin goes. Sorry, you were just finishing your...
That's right. They're certainly keeping the Southern Vipers substitute fielders busy, because of the modern way. Of course, every time a wicket falls, they sprint out onto the pitch with drinks, even if wickets fall on the previous ball as well. I noticed that they came out again the next one ball later, because they obviously need another drink. But that's their job, and I think Emily Wins is proving her fitness by winning the race every time to get to the middle.
Always enthusiastic is Miss Windsor, no matter whether she's 12th, playing, not even playing, whatever, commentating. She is
she
right
comes
up
sprinting off again, leading the race. I think that's Mary Taylor. She's leading. Millie Taylor, sorry.
Right, 119 for 9 then. 1 wicket to go here before victory is confirmed for the Vipers, which hasn't really been in doubt since the Stars were reduced to 36 for 4. Charlie Dean, who's got amongst the wickets here, comes in and bowls to Daniel Gregory. And she's forward, turns that away on the onside. Just saw her practicing away to her right earlier. Plays with a nice straight bat anyway, on the side of the pitch.
She's probably coming a bit sooner than she anticipated.
Yes, 3 wickets now for Charlie Dean. He's bowling again to Gregory, and Gregory's down the leg side. That'll be a wide. Bowling a little too straight here, Charlie Dean's probably going for broke and trying to pick up her 4th wicket of the innings. Into a 6th over, 3 for 15, Charlie Dean. Terrific contribution from her, plus that catch to get rid of Bryony Smith at extra cover. Down the leg side again, just letting herself down here a little bit. Total moves on to 121 for 9. Still a long way away here, the Stars. Still need 167. That's not going to happen. There's almost a textbook forward defensive there from Gregory as the ball makes its way out to extra cover.
If it should happen by any chance, Kev, we'll be able to go back and say I was there that day. It'd be one of those occasions, won't it?
It will be one of those. Gregory gets a bottom edge, just bounces past Southby, but behind her is Charlotte Taylor mopping up. That really will be one of those. That will be... I'd sleep here tonight to savour the moment. I don't think I'd go home. I'd want to be on the ground for as long as possible to say the most incredible game of all time. Here's Dean, Gregory forward. Now the textbook forward defensive. End of the over. And the Stars are 121 for 9, and 32 overs have been completed.
Yeah, it's one of those occasions now where these two batters are in a no win, no loss situation. Really, they might as well just go for it, because it's not their fault if they don't get home from here. But they might look at it the other way and think, we're not going to get home, so let's have a bit of batting practice, a bit of middle time. I don't know. But they won't realistically, unless they're the most optimistic players in the world, be thinking that they can win it from here. It is numbers 10 and 11. It's not as if there's an established player who can do a Stokes and Leach type situation. It's 10 and 11 at the crease. But anyway, they might well prove us all wrong and cause Kev to spend the night here.
Well, I think we can, because we've provided the commentary today from a Vipers point of view. I don't think most people will have noticed, because we've been very impartial, but I think we can safely say that the Vipers needed this.
Yeah,
after last week
they did. And it's Monaghan back into the attack at the City end, and her second spell of the day, and got a wicket earlier on, which would be good for her confidence. The first ball was driven down to mid-on by Freya Davis, but no real intent in that, and no run. Freya Davis is on 2, and her partner Danny Gregory yet to get off the mark. Monaghan in again, bustling run up, and short that time, and it's got a bit of bounce, because that's got quite high on Freya Davis, and she's a tall girl herself, but that's so got her quite high on the bat. So good pace and good energy from Monaghan. Monaghan in again. That's full, driven by Davis on the bounce back to Monaghan, who takes a crowd catch.
Yeah, 1 or 2 were fooled, I think. I heard 1 or 2 claps in the crowd.
Yeah. Took it above her head.
I'm going to revise my estimate. I don't think many have gone home, if at all, but I think there's more than 200 here, actually.
Yeah, well, I'm guessing a fair proportion are Vipers fans. It's not all sort of home
day out,
home bias, and obviously
shot.
That's nicely hit through the offside, but not actually through, because it was half stopped by Elvis. Does enough to keep it down to a single, but it was a nice shot from Freya Davis.
1 or 2 people in shorts, which I think is just taking the mick a fraction.
They're probably from the northeast.
Yeah, but it's been a good day, no doubt about it. Sun has been out
it's lovely, yeah.
Well, virtually the whole time, 99.5% of the time. But whether it's shorts weather.
I think there is actually a steward down by the sight screen there to stop people, isn't there? Looks like.
Oh, there is.
Yeah, there's someone in a Viz jacket. He's gone over there to stop all these marauding crowd.
A bit late.
Monaghan in again from the City end. That's short and cut away by Gregory, who sets off for a single. They've both set off at one point, but decided against it. And she's still not off the mark. But timed that quite well, but unfortunately picked out Danny White backward point. So Monaghan back to her mark, and charging in now, and that's very correctly played by Gregory, but no run again, so 122 for 9, and the run rate is ever increasing, the required rate.
Well, I can tell you exactly what it is now, Phil.
I knew you would.
Yeah, I know, because I know you like this sort of thing. Almost, well, it's over 9.5 and over.
Yeah, it's
from here on in.
It sounds a lot, and it is a lot.
I think. I mean, Capsey, Smith, Davis and Richards. I think would yes, that's more of a challenge for them. But to ask them to do it over a long period, isn't easy.
Well, it's over the long period as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, not 9.5 overs over 3 overs or something's okay.
Charlie Dean to Freya Davis, who's on the back foot, steering it out to extra cover. It's just a bit of batting practice here now for these.
I think that's what they're looking to do, if I'm honest.
They're nowhere near saving a bonus, or stopping the Vipers getting another bonus point, a million miles away from that, over 100 runs. It's down the leg side. It'll be another wide from Charlie Dean. I think all we're looking at now is just how many more wides Charlie Dean will bowl between now and the end of the game. That's about the only thing really left that I'm hanging on edge for. She's bowled a few in the last couple of overs.
She has.
123 for 9 as quicker ball turned on the leg side by Davis, goes to mid wicket.
Must be quite frustrating for an off spinner when there is spin in the wicket, because a ball that pitches about middle, it's just a leg side wide, isn't it? Yeah. If it's turning, and it's.
Well, the secret then is to bowl it further over, Phil.
Exactly,
isn't it?
It is. Of course, it is. Yeah, but.
Turned on the leg side, no run.
I'm not saying I feel sorry for him. I'm just saying that it does seem a bit harsh.
It is. You're right. Yeah. If you're pitching it straight, I agree. Yeah. There's Dean again, flighted off the back foot, steered that to extra cover again. Does Freya Davis, but no real power in the shot. The score remains on 123 for 9. It's going to be a big win for the Vipers. It's just a matter of how big. As Dean bowls, and being on the outside edge. Not sure Southby took it cleanly, but there was no suggestion there was an edge. Davies is on 3. Gregory is yet to get off the mark, having faced 6 balls. So he's at the non-striker's end. So neither of these two are really getting away, you know, what's the word? Getting on with it. Let's push back to the bowler. That's what I was trying to say. Southby doesn't take that cleanly as the ball throw comes in from Charlie Dean at the end of the over. So 123 for 9, 34 gone, 16. I hope we don't get the whole 16 in, but the way these two are playing, I wouldn't rule it out, actually.
We might.
And rather than losing by 164, they lose by 156.
It is sort of looking that way. I think I said a few overs ago, they could make the decision just to use this as a bit of batting practice, and I think that's what they're doing, unless there's some cunning plan that they've said, we'll get to 5 overs and see where we are or something and need 150 you know, or something like that, but I think probably not.
All they're doing is stopping us getting home early now.
So
which as commentators we don't like. Well, I don't like. I can't speak for you.
Not when it's a long way. No.
I can't speak for you.
So it's Alice Monaghan from the City end, and that's down the leg side, and that'll be another wide. Been a lot of wides today, but there is, as we say, there's no margin for error nowadays.
Are you quite frugal as an umpire in terms of giving any leeway?
We can't anymore, to be honest.
No.
I mean, I haven't umpired the last 2 or 3 years now, but you can't. We're told you have to give everything. So that one's just played into the ground by Gregory, and again with no real intent of looking for runs.
Well, I suppose it's set. At least no side then can claim an unfair advantage.
Exactly right. Yeah. The decision's taken away. In that respect, I mean, there's still people that will claim it's just flick the pad and things like that. You know. But yeah, it is clearer how it stands, but it's very harsh. Monaghan again, and that's cut away, so Gregory is off the mark. Down to 3rd man, and Lauren Bell down in front of us here fields that, returns it. Yeah, it's I think the human bit comes into it. The human element comes into it when there's a game that maybe in this situation, and the umpires might be thinking, I want this to come to an end, and you might not give a wide because it doesn't really matter. I know you shouldn't say that, but that one's just played out by Davis to mid-off. No run. And yeah, sometimes that sort of takes over, but you have to be focused, obviously, all the time when the game's still on the line, so to speak. But I think we've all tended to ignore the odd wide when we've had enough. Yeah, well, no, I wasn't going to say that. Just when you've had enough of the game. You don't have your own team when you're umpiring,
of course you don't.
As you well know.
Of course you don't.
So Monaghan in again now, and that's a slower ball, but Yorker length. It's good slower ball. And Davis dug it out.
Well, I have to say these two are very good at sort of just keeping the ball out, but I mean, is that really the option?
They'd be good in a red ball game in this situation.
Yeah, is this doing anybody any favours? I mean, if you're batting and you enjoy your batting, doesn't matter what. I mean, I know lots of number 11s that love their batting, but this is, I don't think it's doing anybody any favours.
Well, if it's batting practice, that's one thing, but surely you'd be practicing how to bat in this sort of game rather than practicing how to bat in a 5-day game. But anyway, that one's again just played with no intent from Freya Davis. Maybe there's an element that just want to frustrate the Vipers a little bit, I don't know. But I know as a fielding side they'll be getting a bit frustrated by it all now, won't they? And you tend to switch off a bit in the field, like, why are we still out here, sort of attitude. But hey, it's a nice day, so why not? Monahan then. Oh, they've got a run this time. Davis flicks it through the leg side. She'll pick up a single. Another over ticks by, and Stars are now 126 for 9.
So, as we've been saying for a little while, it's just a matter of time before the Vipers are confirmed as winners of this game. Being outplayed here, the Stars, and it's been a good comeback from the Vipers, and Stars will be disappointed after their huge win at the Thunder last week. Always good when you get a big win first game. You really start to believe, well, you do believe anyway, but you think, well, this is our year. We've started well, everything's right, and then you come back down with a bit of a bump second game. That's what the game is.
Yeah, it's been a complete switch for the two sides, hasn't it? One from heavy defeat to big win, and the other's the other way round.
Lindsay Smith back into the attack for the Vipers. Left arm spinner, Miserly with her first spell. 5 overs, none for 12. Here she is again. That's driven by Freya Davis out towards extra cover. You would think the way these two are batting, this is probably odds on a maiden. We'll have to wait and see. Here's Smith bowls and driven up to mid-on by Davies, fielded by Georgia Adams. 2 balls, 2 dots. Davies is 4 off 21. Smith bowls and Davies is on the back foot, plays it back to the bowler. I think we switched to test match mode.
We have, yeah.
We've gone from 50 over to test match. Here comes Lindsay Smith and bowls, and she's cutting that one away. One bounce to Charlotte Taylor at backward a point. She's shown a bit more intent this over.
Yeah.
I'll give her a benefit.
I suppose to be fair as well, there is women do still play test matches, so perhaps they think they can impress selectors by test match style batting. I don't know.
Smith bowls, Davis on the back foot and finds the gap in the covers. There is still a fielder out in the deep, so that is a single. 127 for 9 in the 36th over. 1 ball left of it, being bowled by Lindsay Smith. Freya Davis has 5 off 24 now, brings Daniel Gregory back on strike, and she's just wrapped on the pad there as it goes out on the leg side. I think that's over. Yeah, but it is. Hasn't dented Lindsay Smith's figures too much. That 1 run off it. In fact, slightly improved the economy rate.
6 overs for 13, is it?
Yeah, so slightly better. The economy rate has just dropped a fraction, or gone up a fraction, whichever way you want to look at it. And that's another over ticked off. And at this rate, we could be here for another 3/4 of an hour.
Yeah. Before we hit that traffic.
Before we hit something.
So we got Alice Monaghan.
Is there traffic on a Saturday?
There's always traffic in London, isn't there?
Yeah.
Is there ever?
Well, we didn't see too much this morning, did we?
It wasn't bad, yeah, but that was at ridiculous time.
Yeah.
Sorry. That's all right. So it's Alice Monaghan coming in from the City end. And Davis did actually look for a quite aggressive shot that time, but didn't time it at all. It just trickled to mid-wicket. But at least she was looking to go over the top then, I think.
I think she's decided she's got her eye in now, so she'll have a little go.
Let's hope that is the case.
I want to see something, don't we? If there's a few boundaries, there's a few boundaries.
Absolutely. Monaghan in again, and Davis back in defensive mode really, and just pushes it to extra cover. Having said that, I think she gave herself a bit of room there, as if again she was looking for something a bit different, but the ball's just too good for her, and she had to just play it away in the end. Monaghan now talking to her captain. I don't know if there's going to be a change of tactics or field or something here, but the field hasn't changed, so maybe talking about the type of delivery that's going to come or something. Let's see, because she comes in, bowls, and Davis does go over the top, and that's a lovely shot, straight down the ground. That's going to run. Oh, it's not going to run away. She obviously didn't time it quite as well as we thought. Charlotte Taylor manages to rein it in, and they get 2. I thought she just timed that for 4 down the ground, but obviously didn't go quite off the middle. But it's a nice looking shot. Good. Good stylish blow. 2 ends there to Freya Davis, taking her up to 7. No change in the field, no need to really. Monaghan in again. And this time it's on the leg side. She's trying to work it through that leg side, but struck on the pad. And Monaghan fields off her own bowling. There's no run.
Nearly 5 overs these two have lasted.
Which is longer, you know. They'll in their defence, I'm sure they'll say, well, we lasted a lot longer than certainly 2 of the batters earlier on who didn't get past their first ball.
But they've only added 10.
Yeah. Monaghan in again. That's shorter, and Davis has got under this. It's gone up, and this could be the last wicket, and it is. It's a very good catch in the end by Georgia Adams. I thought it was going to be a comfortable catch, but actually she had to make a lot of ground, move backwards, and took it as she dived. It was a really good catch from Georgia Adams to finish the game. But it is over, and as Kev will be particularly pleased. We haven't gone to 50 overs, and the Stars are all out for 129, so that second wicket for Alice Monaghan, a big win for the Vipers, and back on track after the poor start last week, and all set up now for their next game on Monday when they play Central Sparks at the Paul Getty Ground at Wormsley. This is a new venue for the Vipers and a new venue for Kev coming up today. He's not been there before, so looking forward to that. Oh, he's been there once, sorry. Yeah, oh right, played there, yes, you did, didn't you? You did tell me that, yeah. So, yeah, good. So the Vipers players all coming out to do the obligatory handshake at the end of the game. And that's a really convincing win. All round good performance. That's the just have a look at the scores around the country, but
oh, we'll leave that to other people, I think, Phil. I think we'll just dart off. I think we've done enough today, don't you? Listen, Phil, thank you very much.
Okay.
Thanks for your help, very much. Big win for the Vipers then, 158-run win here. That's 1 loss and 1 defeat, 1 loss and 1 win, and for the Stars, it's 1 loss. Sorry, 1 win and 1 loss. Hope you've enjoyed the commentary, but we've actually enjoyed it. I know it's easy because the Vipers have won, but even so, we've seen some good cricket here, mainly from the Vipers, but from both sides. And we will be back with you again soon.
Lindsay Smith, 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 30.